Hello. They exist.
I do not hello. Do not exist.
Okay, what do we do then?
Fine.
Okay.
That's a good question.
Okay. That's a good forward.
How do you not exist?
I basically just pretend to be Teras.
Wow, that's quite impressive actually.
Yeah.
How do you manage that?
I'm a professional actually, believe it or not. In fact, I'm so professional, I already prepared everything. Exodus 38.
Oh,
and I see you removed the note last time.
It's just what I do.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Also professional.
It's by design.
You're by design.
Whose design?
God. Sorry, Clay. What?
Yes, I am Clay. Hello.
You can claim that.
Wow. I don't even know what to say.
Well, maybe we should just stop saying things and start reading.
Well, enjoy your instructions.
Yeah. Are you ready for this?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Wait, how do you read that name? Jen the Redhead?
Yeah, you read really loud. But the head isn't capitalized, so maybe you should read that quieter than the rest.
I mean, that's just because it's the word redhead, but with emphasis on red. So red should be read more with more power.
Are you a redhead though?
Red is my fave band. Many people will be upset if I say that I've never heard of that.
Neither have I, so that makes two of us. We're either too young. We're either too young or too old. I can't tell which one yet.
Honestly, we're kind of getting to that age where it gets difficult. It is true. There's quite a lot of really popular older music that I just don't know because I don't care enough to educate myself. Stuff from like the Michael Jackson era, or I can't even think of the names. Stuff like Beatles, and yeah, I don't care about that stuff, so I'm not educated on that. Sorry, just got hit with a 7 ad run. Can't hear you. What? What the fuck?
What the fuck, Twitch?
Literally, why? I ran the ads during the intro, so we don't get pre-roll ads when you tune in. And you tune in.
Twitch doesn't give a shit.
And you get ads.
Twitch wants your money.
It's amazing. They can't even get their ads right. Holy fuck.
Well, Twitch likes money. I mean, you gotta give them that.
We just came to the conclusion that we have no idea who or what Red is, other than the band. And we're not sure if we're too young or too old at this point. And at this point, we're just too afraid to ask.
I don't think I want to know which one it is.
Maybe Red is just how you commonly abbreviate the Red Hot Chili Peppers?
That doesn't make fucking sense.
Red as in Red Hot Chili Peppers.
That literally makes no fucking sense. You absolutely
said abbreviation, not acronym. Do you know the difference?
Yes, however, that still doesn't make sense. Oh, that's fucking good. Just get a broomstick, like, shut up there.
Pet me. Pet me.
Yes.
Wait, is that the correct hand?
I don't know. This is fucking dumb as fuck. And we still haven't even begun reading the Bible.
I didn't know the quality of a stream could be lower than it is when reading the Bible. That is an accomplishment.
At least if it makes you feel any better, you have like a +1 to stream quality by default because of good old Danny.
Exodus 30. Okay, ads on a wait. What? I just want to
That
point
fucking
out,
took a while.
So at 6:06, so you got ads for literally 2 minutes or more.
What the fuck, Twitch?
So apparently the 3-minute ad run I ran during the starting soon scene is now, yeah, Twitch.
7 advertising.
Well, yeah, I mean, it makes sense if you run 3 minutes of ads. Most ads are around 30 seconds, so it does make sense. I just
Your ads just run with a considerable delay, just to inconvenience.
I
Just
don't
one
fucking know
particular person.
what's the point if I can't. The point is you run the ads now so people don't get pre-roll ads, so you have more control over your own content. They wanted to give people the option instead of just randomly having ads and then ruin the experience for a few people. And now you can't even use that. Never seen that many before. I think it's because I manually ran them. So I started the stream. It takes about 5 minutes. I have a starting soon scene for about 5 minutes, and then I start the stream. During those 5 minutes, I run 3 minutes of ads. They are already long gone. They're long past. But for some reason, you tuned in, and then Twitch is like, hey, you tuned in just after the ads. You know what? You sneaky son of a bitch. Have some ads.
They didn't want you to miss them in case, input their important plot points for the stream. So, yeah. The ads.
Anyway, we have no idea who Red is, and we're too afraid to ask at this point. We're either too old or too young.
Yeah, there you go.
Devil doesn't want to hear the word today. Don't worry. There will be plenty of words, and most of them will be building instructions.
Speaking of which, you may commence.
I can't wait to reach Leviticus, whatever the fuck you pronounce that. The next
Leviticus.
Book. Leviosa.
No, it's Leviosa. Oh.
Okay, I think our IQ has sufficiently dropped to actually start consuming the Bible. Exodus. Shut up. Exodus 38.
At least 5.
Okay, and that concludes the stream for today. Thanks for tuning in.
Oh, brilliant. Like, continue, because we're what, 12 minutes in, and we haven't even started reading.
That's normal. I literally look at the YouTube videos, I timestamp them. It's about 10 minutes of intro. Well, I actually removed the intro for the export, so it's like 5 to 10 minutes of random rambling before we actually get into it. Sometimes less, sometimes even more. Red is a Christian band. Sorry, I got a freaking phone call.
Oh no.
Phonettes. never heard of them. I only know the Red Hot Chili Peppers, which is the same, right?
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
Exodus 38. He also made the altar of Holocaust from Setim wood, 5 times 457 millimeters square and 3 in height. The horns of which proceeded from the corners, and he covered it with layers of brass. And for its uses, he prepared diverse vessels out of brass: kettles, forceps, little hooks, larger hooks, receptacles for the fire. What the fuck is a forceps?
It's a thing you grab things out of. Like it's a thing. It's a good thing for grabbing.
Basically a pair of pliers.
Yeah, pretty much.
Sort of. Okay. Sure.
Your fucking kettle.
Do not boil goat. And he made its grating of brass, in the manner of a net, and under it, in the midst of the altar, its base, casting 4 rings at the 4 ends of the net in order to set the bars so as to carry it. These bars he also made of setim wood, and he covered them with layers of brass. And he drew them through the rings, which projected from the sides of the altar. But the altar itself was not solid, but hollow, made from panels and empty inside, just like myself. He also made the washtub of brass, with its base made from the mirrors of women who kept watch at the door of the tabernacle. They had mirrors back then?
Well, if they didn't, they do now. I mean, it wouldn't be that hard to make a mirror. Like, obviously, they would have technology to heat things up.
Also, the
So you could
interesting...
heat sand up, pour it in a glass, square, flat shape, pour some silver in the back of it, and then boom, something that's kind of a mirror.
No, they didn't have mirrors. They just had a barrel or a jug of water, and you just bend, you like get over it, and then you look into it, and there's your mirror.
And then you sneeze and the water goes everywhere, and you have to wait till it settles, and you're just standing there like a plant pot waiting for the water to stop shaking.
And then you realize that the boogers are swimming on top of the water.
Just like a little island in the middle.
So, the mirrors of the women who kept watch. So, were at least some, if not all women, already had their own mirrors back then?
I mean, I suppose I mean, are we talking wealthy women, or are we talking just village women?
The women who kept watch. We don't know which women kept watch.
Well, I suppose if they kept watch, they would be a bit higher up then, I guess. You wouldn't have some random ass peasant woman, watch over things, right?
I mean, I have a random ass peasant watching over my chat, so...
What, you mean cat peasant?
Yes, that's the joke. Good job, you got it.
Oh, so good. I'll pat myself on the head.
He also made the atrium, at the south side of which were hangings of fine twisted linen of 100 times 457 millimeters, and 20 columns of brass with their bases. The heads of the columns and all of the engraving work were of silver. Equally, at the northern area, the hangings, the columns, and the bases and heads of the columns were the same measure of work and work and metal. Yet truly, on that side, which looks out toward the west, there were hangings of 50 times 457 millimeters and 10 columns with their bases of brass, and the heads of the columns and all of the engraving work were of silver. Furthermore, toward the east, he prepared hangings of 50 times 457 millimeters, of which there were 50 times 457 millimeters among 3 columns with their bases holding up one side. And on the other side, or between the two, he made the entrance of the tabernacle. There were equally hangings of 15 times 457 millimeters and 3 pillars and the same number of bases. All the hangings of the atrium were woven from fine twisted linen. Bases of the columns were of brass, but their heads, with all of their engravings, were of silver. Now, he also overlaid the columns of the atrium themselves with silver. And he made, at its entrance, a hanging, wrought with embroidery of hyacinth, purple, vermilion, and fine twisted linen, which held 20 times 457 millimeters in length, yet truly it was 5 times 457 millimeters in height, as with the measure of all the hangings of the atrium. Now the columns at the entrance were 4, with bases of brass, and their heads and the engravings of silver. Likewise, the 10 pegs of the tabernacle and the atrium all around he made of brass. These are the instruments of the tabernacle of the testimony, which were enumerated according to the instructions of Moses, which the ceremonies of the Leviosa, by the head of Ithamar, the son of triple Aaron the priest, which Bezalel, the son of Uri, the son of Hur, from the tribe of Judah, had completed, just as the Lord decreed through Moses. Instead of just saying, just as the Lord indirectly commanded them to.
That'd be too easy.
This is literally what this says, as instructed by God. He was joined by his associate, Oholiab, the son of Ahisamach, from the tribe of Dan, who himself was also an exceptional artisan of wood and of weaving, as well as of fine embroidery with hyacinth, purple, vermilion, and fine linen. All of the gold that was expended in the work of the sanctuary and that was offered in donation was 29 talents and 730 shekels, according to the measure of the sanctuary. Teras?
Yes.
What did you just...
What did I do?
I heard that.
You heard what?
Yes.
Why did you hear it? That's a good question.
Maybe because of the video call thingy?
But that's muted.
Yeah,
What?
because you're sharing your... I guess I'll just mute your screen share stream thingy. Because you're sharing your browser and
That's confused noises, question mark.
You're a confused noise. Now it was offered by those who were past the numbering of 20 years and above. Redundant? Past the numbering of 20 years. So you're older than 20 years and above. So you're older than 20 years, or you're older than 20 years and older than that.
What? Try again? What?
You tell me. Those who were past the numbering of 20 years, aka people that were older than 20 years and above. So people that were older than 20 years or older.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Let's go with that.
From 603,550 men able to bear arms. They had bare arms? There were beyond that 100 talents of silver, from which were cast the bases for the sanctuary and for the entrance where the veil hangs. Why did I misread that as evil?
Wise.
100 bases were made from 100 talents. A single talent being counted for each space. Wow. /r/they did the math. But from 1,775, he made the heads of the columns, which he also clothed with silver. Likewise, of brass, there was offered 72,000 talents and 400 more shekels, from which were cast the bases at the entrance of the tabernacle of the testimony, and the altar of brass with its grating, and the vessels which pertain to its use, and the bases of the atrium, as much as the circumference. Oh wait, it's circumference. Shut up.
Circumference.
Circumcision, circumference.
Circumference. That's fucking brilliant.
As I said, English should be made consistent in terms of how you pronounce that.
Oh my fucking god.
At its entrance and the tent pegs of the tabernacle and of all the atrium all around. So, Teras.
Circumference.
Can you do me a favor? So
yes.
Basically this lists all the materials and actually in quantities. Can you do some conversion and figure out how much is, where the fuck was it? All of this. Like how much is 29 talents and 730 shekels of gold? How much is?
Yeah. On it, boss.
So they had 603,550 men. So I guess they must have had a lot of resources. 100 talents of silver. I don't know how much. We had that at some point, but I don't remember. So I just want to. I want the dimensions in an understandable way. 1,775 talents of something like that. That sounds like it's going to be a lot, but I don't know. We'll find out. While you do that, Exodus 39. Truly, from hyacinth and purple, vermilion, and fine linen, he made the vestments with which triple Aaron was clothed when he ministered in the holy place, just as the Lord instructed Moses. And so he made an ephod of gold, hyacinth, and purple, and twice-dyed scarlet, and fine twisted linen, wrought with embroidery. And he cut thin stripes of gold and drew them into threads, so that they could be twisted into the weave of the first colors. Why only the first? And he made 2 edges, coupled to one another at the top of both sides, and a white belt from the same colors, just as the Lord had instructed Moses. He also prepared 2 onyx stones, set and enclosed in gold, and engraved with the skill of a jeweler, with the names of the sons of Israel. And he set them in the sides of the ephod as a memorial to the sons of Israel, just as the Lord had instructed Moses. He also made a breastplate wrought with embroidery, according to the work of the ephod, from gold, hyacinth, purple, and twice-dyed scarlet, and fine twisted linen, with 4 equal sides, doubled of the measure of the palm of a hand. And he set 4 rows of gems in it. In the first row was a sardius stone, topaz, an emerald. In the second was a garnet, a sapphire, and a jasper. The third was a zircon, an agate, and an amethyst. And the fourth was a chrysolite, an onyx, and a beryl, surrounded and enclosed in gold by their rows. And these 12 stones were engraved with the names of the 12 tribes of Israel, each one with a single name. They also made, in the breastplate, little chains linked to one another from the purest gold, and 2 hooks and the same number of gold rings. Moreover, they set the rings at both sides of the breastplate, from which 2 golden chains would hang, which they connected with the hooks that projected from the corners of the ephod. These were both in front and in back, so that they met one another, and so that the ephod and the breastplate were woven together, being fastened to the white belt and strongly coupled with the rings, to which a hyacinth band was joined, lest they should shake loose and be moved away from one another, just as the Lord had instructed Moses. They also made the tunic of the ephod entirely from hyacinth, with the head in the upper part at the middle. With the head in the upper part at the middle and the upper part at the middle. What? Okay. Sure. The head in the upper part at the middle and a woven edge all around the head. Then, at the feet below, they also made pomegranates from hyacinth, purple, vermilion, and fine twisted linen, and little belts from purest gold, which they set between the pomegranates at the very bottom of the tunic all around. So then, the high priest approached, adorned with the gold bell and pomegranate, when he performed his ministry, just as the Lord had instructed Moses. They also made fine linen tunics with woven work for triple Aaron and his sons, and headdresses with their little crowns of fine linen, and also linen undergarments of fine linen. Yeah, that's that's usually what it's made of. If you have a linen undergarment, it's usually made of linen. I guess I want to specify that it's fine linen, so you know what, that's fine. Truly, they also made a wide band of fine twisted linen, hyacinth, purple, as well as vermilion, twice dyed with skillful embroidery, just as the Lord had instructed Moses. How many times did I read just as the Lord had instructed Moses by now? And help.
Yes.
They also made the plate of sacred veneration from purest gold, and they wrote on it, with the skill of a jeweler, "Holy to the Lord," and they fastened it to the headdress with the hyacinth band, just as the Lord had instructed Moses. Oh, okay, God. And so, all the work of the tabernacle and of the covering of the testimony was completed, and the sons of Israel did all that the Lord had instructed Moses. For fuck's sake! And they offered the tabernacle and the covering and all of the articles. Rings, the panels, the bars, the columns and bases, the cover of the skins of rams dyed red, and the other cover of violet skins, the veil, the ark, bars, the bars again? The propitiatory, the table with its vessels, and the bread of the presence, but not the future or past, the lampstand, the lamps, their utensils with the oil, the altar of gold, and the ointment, and the incense of aromatics, and the tent at the entrance of the tabernacle, the altar of brass, the grating, the bars, and all of its vessels, and the washtub with its base, the hangings of the atrium, and the columns with their bases, the hanging at the entrance of the atrium, and their little cords and pegs. Nothing was lacking of the articles that were commanded to be made for the ministry of the tabernacle and for the covering of the covenant. Likewise, the vestments of the priests, namely triple Aaron and his sons, made use of. Hello, Mr. Burns. How much defense does plate of sacred veneration have? You would have to
12.
ask Egg. Yeah, there you go.
I don't actually know. I just said a number.
Yeah, that's what it has now. You know the DM. Likewise, the vestments, which the priests, namely triple Aaron and his sons, make use of in the sanctuary, the sons of Israel offered just as the Lord had instructed. After this, when Moses saw that everything was completed, he blessed them. How nice of him. Good thing you only tuned in this late, Mr. Burns, because
yeah,
not fun. They literally just repeated everything. Just all the things they made. Just how's the research going?
Yeah, pretty good.
Oh. Okay, it's the thing, Teras.
Yes.
Research is important, but I think you really have to pay attention now.
Oh no, not again.
We're on the last chapter of Exodus.
Oh no.
You gotta be full
But
focus. You
Mom.
gotta. This is where the interesting part happens.
Oh no.
Probably, possibly, unlikely because it's the Bible. Exodus 40. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "In the first month, on the first day of the month, you shall raise the tabernacle of the testimony, and you shall place the ark in it, and you shall release the veil before it. And having brought on the table, you shall place the things which were solemnly commanded upon it. A lampstand shall stand with its lamps, and the altar of gold in which incense is burned shall stand before the ark of the testimony. You shall place the tent at the entrance of the tabernacle, and before it the altar of holocaust. The washtub shall stand between the altar and the tabernacle, and you shall fill it with water. And you shall encompass the atrium and its entrance with hangings. And having taken up the oil of unction, you shall anoint the tabernacle along with its articles, so that they may be sanctified. The altar of holocaust and all its vessels, the washtub with its base, and all things you shall consecrate it with the oil of unction, so that they may be holy, so that they may be the holy of holies. And you shall bring forward triple Aaron and his sons to the entrance of the tabernacle of the testimony, and, having washed them with water, you shall clothe them in the holy vestments, so that they may minister to me, and so that their unction may accomplish an everlasting priesthood." And Moses did all that the Lord had instructed. Therefore, in the first month of the second year, on the first day of the month, the tabernacle was put in place. And Moses raised it up, and he positioned the panels as well as the bases and the bars, and he set up the columns. And he stretched out the roof over the tabernacle, imposing a cover above it, just as the Lord had decreed. And he placed the testimony in the ark, applying the bars beneath and the oracle above. And when he had brought the ark into the tabernacle, he drew the veil before it, in order to fulfill the commandment of the Lord. And he placed the table in the tabernacle of the testimony at the north side, beyond the veil, arranging before it the bread of the presence, just as the Lord had instructed Moses.
I've done research.
Hold on, maybe we might as well just finish this. And he placed the lampstand in the tabernacle of the testimony away from the table on the south side, setting lamps in order according to the precept of the Lord. He also positioned the altar of gold under the roof of the testimony, opposite the veil, and he headed upon it the incense of aromatics, just as the Lord had commanded Moses. And he positioned the tent at the entrance of the tabernacle of the testimony, and the altar of holocaust in the vestibule of the testimony, offering the holocaust and the sacrifices upon it, just as the Lord had decreed. Quick thing I want to point out. So they built all of these things, and on the first day of the first month each year, so once a year, they're supposed to set all of this up, and they should pray to the Lord, basically.
Interesting.
So why not just leave everything instead of just tearing it down and building it back up every year? What's the point? They had enough land back then, right?
And money.
And why is Moses doing this all by himself? Why is nobody helping him?
Because they're all too weak.
Likewise, he stationed the washtub between the tabernacle of the testimony and the altar, filling it with water. And Moses and triple Aaron, along with his sons, washed their hands and feet whenever they would enter the covering of the covenant, and when they approached to the altar, just as the Lord had instructed Moses. The tent anyway. They're traveling. Okay, well, if they're traveling, then, sure. How much fucking stuff do they all bring with them?
Apparently a lot.
I'm just imagining sort of a traveling carnival. That's what I'm picturing right now. The country of milk and honey, or are they already there? Yes. Something. Maybe. Nobody knows. And he raised up the atrium around the tabernacle and the altar, drawing the hanging at its entrance. After all these things were perfected, the cloud covered the tabernacle, the testimony, and the glory of the Lord filled it. Thanks, Tara.
You're welcome.
Neither could Moses enter the covering of the covenant. The cloud was covering all things, and the majesty of the Lord was flashing. Excuse me? What? Well, the cloud had covered everything. Whenever the cloud departed from the tabernacle, the sons of Israel set out by their companies. But if it remained hanging over it, they remained in the same place. Certainly, the cloud of the Lord lay over the tabernacle by day, the fire by night, being seen by all the people of Israel throughout all their resting places. The end.
Oh my.
So, what did you find out?
Money.
How much?
Well, it doesn't specify, apart from just like a couple of them, whether it's gold or silver. So I just calculations for both in both cases. At the cheapest, if everything's silver, which I presume there's some gold with us, but everything is silver, it's still over $2 billion dollars in value.
I mean, I was thinking more like how many kilograms of it is, but okay, well, did you adjust
I got value.
Did you adjust for inflation and holiness?
I've got a whole magical converter that does it all for me. At best, if it's all made out of gold, it's 141 billion.
Okay, and how much gold is that? How much gold do $141 billion get you?
That's a lot of gold. Let me
I don't know the gold prices. How is that an ending? I can tell you how. Because this says the book of Leviticus, so clearly it's over. That's how it is an ending.
Dollars.
They did sum it up basically. Lord gave instructions, build this with these, made of this, with these measurements, and then it said, and they built this. And then they reassembled it and they used it, and yeah, there you go. Basically, they did what they were commanded. Honestly, you could probably cut down a third of the book of Exodus, or maybe a quarter, but quite a lot. If you just did like all the instructions that God gave, and then it's just like, and they complied, instead of listing what they did. Gold is like $50,000 per kilogram. Boy, holy fuck!
Yeah. I'm just doing. Oh my fucking god! Okay, that's a lot of fucking kilograms.
50 billion would be 1,000 tons.
It's 64 tons of gold. 64 and a half tons of gold.
So they're just casually carrying all of that around.
Yeah, I've just done the conversion from the dollars to.
Where did it say how many men? There was also some here.
From US dollar to gold ounce.
Now it was offered by those who were passed in. Okay, no, that's how many people contributed. So meh. No, somewhere's an error. Wait.
You're an error.
Either way, it is way too much to reasonably carry for them. That's
either way, we're talking about tons of gold.
They literally had tons of gold that they were just carrying. 150 billion would be 3,000 tons. Sound. Torvik! Hey Skytis, long time no see. Seems like you're really engaged with this reading. Did you read the story about man resisting dying to eat shit? Are we still talking about the Bible?
I like how you're not sure.
Okay, here's the thing. Torvik is from Russia.
Oh no. oh no.
Oh yeah, also, I don't know if I tagged you, but one of the recent videos I put on YouTube, the one about bitrate, should be helpful for you, Torvik. Because you were uneducated about resolution and that stuff. Basically, that video explains why you should stream in 720p. Who wouldn't deny to eat shit? I bet there's a word for people that have a shitty fetish.
Terminus?
Didn't we agree to not?
Am I wrong?
Could have just said radio, you know? Just replace every instance of that one with radio. See where it leads. Yep, I'm talking about Old Testament. No. What do we? Hey, Teras, recap.
Oh no!
We have
No!
the creation of mankind, I guess. The flood, the repopulation of the earth, the enslaving of the offspring of Adam and Eve, and just like by the Egyptians, the hardening of Pharaoh's heart.
Aren't the Egyptians also offspring of
Shut
Adam
up.
and Eve? No.
They are not made from clay. They are made from gravel.
Are they just the shrunken down version of the giants?
Maybe. And then the sons of Israel escaped from Egypt, and
It was really salty for 50
Pharaoh's
plus years.
army drowned, and then everybody was just pissed off at Moses because, well, we might starve 50 years later. Then Moses went up on Mount Sinai and just talked to the Lord, and the Lord gave a bunch of instructions on what to build for him. Very, very, very precise instructions. What material to use, where to use it, which measurements, where to put it, how to arrange it, when to use it. Very precise instructions. And they followed through. That's what happened so far. So, no, I don't think we had anyone.
Book of Leviticus, question mark.
Maybe he will.
Maybe we're gonna get some fucking plot points now instead of fucking instructions.
Imagine. What does Leviticus actually mean? Because Exodus is because they're leaving Egypt, right? That's why it's called Book of Exodus.
Yeah.
I think. What the fuck is a Leviticus?
Leviticus. Meaning. Leviticus lesson of the Levites. Something blah blah something. Name of which designates content as a book or manual, primarily concerned with priests.
So it's like
members of the priests of tribe of Levi.
What wasn't Levi the one that actually? Can you pull up the? Where's my Discord screen shared? Can you pull up the family tree? Wasn't Levi literally the first one or the last one of Exodus or?
Yeah.
Work.
Oh no, Discord question mark.
Right, I need this. Aha! Then. Huh?
Does it? Wow,
I
you
broke
suck.
it. Fix it and then.
How do you break it? Wasn't it working like flawlessly or something?
Levi. Yeah, there we go. So Levi is just basically where it all started, sort of. Interesting. I read it many years ago. There was a story about one man where the future prophet lived in a poor area, and then he spoke with God about Assyrians. He refused to eat crab to become enlightened. You know,
sounds like God's got quite a fetish.
Normally, I would just say, whatever you just smoked, I want some. But nowadays, I would just say, it sounds like you read the Bible, and I can't wait to get to there. No, that's not the New Testament, absolutely. Or was it? Well, it's either the book of Leviticus or the book of Numbers. Remember, honestly, I'm trying to recall the story.
Yeah. You're gonna just go to a party and you're gonna meet some absolute stoner talking some absolute garbage. He's gonna look at him and goes like, "Are you religious?" That would explain a lot.
I'm still not happy with the chat on this, honestly. I think the font, the size needs to be increased. Settings, no text. Yes. 36. Save. See if that becomes more legible.
Hey, your camera froze.
No?
No, there we go.
Hold on.
Oh no, Sky has run away. I am one whole entire. So someone calls Skytis, demand his presence back. Oh, he's back. Hey, Skytis, guess what? Skytis is back.
I think it's time for your antiseptic cream.
Don't tempt me.
Okay, maybe we should do a poll. Who would like to see Teras use his antiseptic cream?
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, can't believe you've done this.
No. Wise. The font is still...
That's probably a good choice, my friend.
I'm still not happy with how this looks. Go 32.
Have you tried having like just a darker background for that little section? Just literally
No.
insert a square. Wow.
I'll just make the text stroke bigger, maybe then it's better. Hold. I think it just needs to be not white.
I mean, that would probably be a good start. Make it like a grey. You grey fuck.
Gray. Sure. Gray. Holding.
Hold.
Okay, back to important things. I think I found it. I'm pretty sure that it was Ezekiel.
Wow,
That Danny
sounds
DeVito
ridiculous.
behind Paris. What are you talking about?
Which one?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. That's the name of this brave man who became a prophet. Well, I guess we'll find out.
I guess we'll meet him in due time.
Are you ready? Do we have Ezekiel in the family tree? I don't think so.
Do we? I presume we don't, because we haven't. I don't think we've met him yet. Is he Ezek? No, it doesn't look like we do. Unless he's named differently in our version of the Bible.
I just realized that we have a slight problem. I know why your cam froze. So apparently I have to have the window in the foreground work. So if I have your Discord stream on in focus, then your cam is the thing is not in the foreground, so it'll freeze. So rip. And I only have 3 monitors, and I need one of it for the chat, one for the Bible, so I only have one to spare.
Wow, imagine having so few monitors.
Yeah. Maybe we can come up with another way for the camera for the future. I think I stalled enough. Let's get back into the fun part.
Book of Leviance.
Leviticus 1. Then the Lord called Moses and spoke to him from the tabernacle of the testimony, saying, Speak to the sons of Israel, and you shall say to them, The man among you who will offer to the Lord a sacrifice from the cattle, that is, an offering of victims of oxen or sheep, if his offspring will be a holocaust, as well as from the herd, he shall offer an immaculate male at the door of the tabernacle of the testimony to make himself pleasing to the Lord. What? So, the person that offers a sacrifice of cattle, so sacrifices oxen or sheep, if his offering is a holocaust, and also from the herd, which, well, if it's sheep or oxen, then it's from the herd by definition, you shall offer an immaculate male. So I guess the sheep or oxen needs to be immaculate and male.
Apparently females get no love regardless of their species.
They get love, but they have to fight strongly for it, using alcohol on their parents.
Oh no. Oh no.
You see, I'm not lying. I wonder how brave were the people in these old times. There's such warmth regarding this legendary personalities. Sure.
Sure thing, buddy.
Have you Have you been on YouTube the past few years? Have you seen some of the challenges? Ice bucket challenge, cinnamon whatever challenge.
Should I go get a Tide Pod?
Yes, Tide Pod challenge.
Is that what we're doing now? Can I get one?
Yeah.
Do I like just grab one and can chew it? Does that mean I need to actually order Tide Pods because I don't have any? I have dishwasher tablets. I can chew on them.
And he shall place his hands on the head of the sacrifice, and so it shall be acceptable and effective in its expiation.
What? Where the fuck? Expiation, yeah.
And he shall immolate the calf in the sight of the Lord, and the priests, the sons of triple Aaron, shall offer its blood, pouring it all over the altar, which is before the door of the tabernacle. And having pulled away the skin of the victim, they shall cut up the joints into pieces. This is my last resort. And they shall toss fire, And they shall toss fire under the altar, having arranged before it a stack of wood. Are you okay, Teras?
I am not okay. It's how casually you slipped it in. Just perfectly.
I see an opportunity, I use it. Yeah, that's how I take it. That's
not enough alcohol.
Nope. But I think these guys are just dumb on YouTube. These people in old times did exploits to promote their great ideas. That's the big difference. I mean, one of them was pretty smart. The guy that came up with the whole lie of, I've spoken to the Lord, and he told me, give me all your money and build this. I've spoken to the Lord, and he said,
churches.
I've spoken to the Lord, and he said, build a mansion for Moses and let him sleep in it and don't disturb him. And if you do not do this, you shall die a death. Want to eat when you read it like this? What do you want to eat?
Question mark.
And they shall lay the parts which are cut up in order upon it, namely the head and all the things that adjoin to the liver, the intestines and feet having been washed with water. And the priest shall burn them on the altar as a holocaust and as a sweet odor to the Lord. But if the offering is from the flocks, a holocaust either of sheep or goats, he shall offer a male without blemish. And he shall immolate it at the side of the altar which looks out toward the north, in the sight of the Lord. Yet truly, the sons of triple Aaron shall pour its blood upon the altar all around. And they shall divide the limbs, the head, and everything that adjoins to the liver, and they shall place them on the wood under which the fire is to be thrown.
What?
Yet truly, the intestines and their feet they shall wash with water. And the priest, having offered everything, shall burn it upon the altar as a holocaust, and as a most sweet odor to the Lord. But if the oblation of a holocaust to the Lord is of birds, either of turtle doves or young pigeons, the priest shall offer it at the altar, and twisting back the neck with the head, also rupturing the place of the wound, he shall make the blood run down over the edge of the altar. Yet truly, the craw of the throat and the feathers he shall cast near the altar at the eastern section, in the place where the ashes are usually poured out. And he shall break its wing joints, but he shall neither cut nor divide it with metal, and he shall burn it upon the altar, placing fire under the wood. It is a holocaust and an oblation of a most sweet odor to the Lord. So the Lord is just like this sort of weird psychopath sadist that just enjoys watching killing.
Yes.
I'm just picturing sort of like what's the guy, the antagonist from Saw called? Got the name.
I'm sorry, Torvik, you can't be selective. It's both are the Bible. You can't just be selective in what you believe.
Lord can be so bloodthirsty. The New Testament can't understand the cruel ideas in Old Testament. Times were different back then.
I mean, this is the original. This is the OG God. This is This is what God was like. This is it. No. The New Testament is the lies that they tell you to cover up what God was like. So you give them money.
You heard it here first. You pick individual letters from the Bible, you can make up every story you want.
Isn't that true of the alphabet as well?
And also, no, it's not true. I cannot make a story that involves the sharp S or any umlaut. Or any other accented characters, in fact. So, wrong.
I can't believe you've done this. You picky fuck.
You forgot to add the space, by the way. Leviosatu. No space.
There doesn't need to be one.
When a soul will offer an oblation of sacrifice to the Lord, his oblation shall be of fine wheat flour, and he shall pour oil over it, and he shall set down frankincense.
What?
I think that's necrophilia.
Franken? What the fuck?
Remember, you replaced incense with incest, so what is frankincense? I don't even know what that is.
Frankincense. It's frankincense, an aromatic resin used in incense and perfumes obtained from trees of the genus Boswellia in the family Borasiaceae. The word is from Old French franc and caisse. There were several species of Boswellia that produced true frankincense. Blah blah plant names. It's a thing. It's a thing that smells, and it's used in things that smell like incense, perfumes. I presume maybe even candles and shit like that. And apparently it's really fucking expensive.
I just
Holy
looked it up.
fucking shit!
It's one of the three things that the three dudes brought when Jesus was born. They brought like gold, myrrh, or whatever it's called, and frankincense.
Yeah, it's really expensive.
Yeah, you know what else is really expensive? Thousands of tons of gold.
100 milliliters of it, of pure, whatever that shit is like 1.2 thousand fucking pounds or some shit. Like, it's fucking expensive.
And he shall set down frankincense, and he shall bring it to the sons of triple Aaron, the priests. Well, back then they just had everything. So is it viable? Yes.
They apparently had it in fucking bulk.
I said that, but Tyrus talked over me, so you didn't hear.
It's just what I do.
One of them shall take a handful of the flour with oil, as well as all the frankincense, and he shall place it as a memorial upon the altar, as a most sweet odor to the Lord. Then what will remain of the sacrifices shall be for triple Aaron and his sons, the holy of holies from the oblation of the Lord. But when you will offer a sacrifice baked in the oven from fine wheat flour, specifically loaves without leaven, sprinkled with oil, and unleavened wafers rubbed with oil. If your oblation will be from the frying pan of flour tempered with oil and without leaven, you shall divide it into little pieces and pour oil over it. But if the sacrifice will be from the oven grating, equally the fine wheat flour shall be sprinkled with oil. When you are offering it to the Lord, you shall deliver it into the hands of the priest. I just love how he's like, yeah, you gotta make sacrifices and offerings for me, but I only accept these three. Basically, it's just, if you offer anything else to me, just fuck off.
Brilliant.
Weird, picky dude.
Yeah, he is, yeah.
And when he has offered it, he shall take a memorial from the sacrifice and burn it upon the altar as a most sweet odor to the Lord. But whatever is left shall be for triple Aaron and his sons, the holy of holies, from the oblation of the Lord. Every oblation that is offered to the Lord shall be made without leaven, neither shall any leaven or honey be burned with the sacrifice to the Lord. You shall offer.
Really didn't like leaven, did they?
Yeah. They're really leaving it out, huh? That's the quote. And you take wheat and barley, beans and lentils, millet and spelt, put them into one vessel, and make bread for yourself. Not so bad, right? All grains are good for health, heart health. Oh, wait, God continues. You shall eat it as a barley cake, baking it in their sight on human dung. Yep, that's right. Human dung. For over a year, Ezekiel must eat food that has been prepared over burning feces. You know, just when you thought the Bible couldn't get any more shitty.
Oh. So he goes from being all powerful to kind of powerful to doing just magic tricks to being out of power. So he's just being a cruel fuck at that point.
He just has a fetish. That's literally all. You shall offer only the first fruits of these along with the gifts. Yet truly, these shall not be placed upon the altar as an odor of sweetness. Whatever sacrifice you will offer, you shall season it with salt. Neither shall you take away the salt of the covenant of your Skytis from your sacrifice. In all your oblations, you shall offer salt. What about radio, though? But if you... Oh. But if you will offer a gift of the first fruits of your grain to the Lord, from ears of the grain still green, you shall parch it at the fire, and break it open in the manner of a meal. And so shall you offer... Teras.
Yes.
What are you doing?
Fly.
Okay, I just want to point out of the corner of my eye that looked like something that might be more related to something next to you, so...
No, I just have a fruit fly flying about. It's like somewhere that way now. But it was like in front of me, so I was swatting it away because it's fly.
Okay, good. Salt everywhere.
Fly go buzz.
Manner of a meal. And so shall you offer your first fruits to the Lord, pouring oil over it, imposing frankincense, because it is an oblation of the blood. From this, the priest shall burn, as a memorial of the gift, a portion of the cracked grain and the oil, as well as all of the frankincense.
I'll return shortly.
Don't worry, you're not gonna miss anything of interest.
Yeah, I know.
I think he just wanted to show off his underwear. Why did... Why does it actually suggest this? What the fuck? No. Leviosa 3. But if his oblation will be a sacrifice of peace offerings, and he wishes to offer it from the oxen, whether male or female, he shall offer what is immaculate in the sight of the Lord. And he shall place his hand upon the head of his victim, which shall be immolated at the entrance of the tabernacle of the testimony. And the sons of triple Aaron, the priests, shall pour the blood all around the altar. I just want to point out, so if you say, regardless of what you sacrifice, you place your hand on its head, it shall be killed, and then the priest will spill the blood everywhere. But they still feel the need to explicitly mention that it has to be done with every single one of them. Instead of just being like, okay, so regardless of what you sacrifice, blood everywhere, and this is the specifics. No, they just got a list every time. I never read it in English, I just didn't know how to convert the definitions and names. Symbolism, this episode, is that Jewish people have to live among the dirty nations and eat their bread. It means that dirty nations are compared with human dung. Bible is just... There's nothing you can add to the Bible to... You cannot save it. It is not real. Its soul cannot be redeemed.
No, the Bible is not. Just don't Bible. Do not Bible. $20 fine.
And they shall offer from the sacrifice of peace offerings as an oblation to the Lord, the fat which covers the vital organs, and whatever fat is interior. I mean, all fat is interior technically, isn't it?
Well, unless you extract it.
But at the moment of sacrifice, why does it mention female oxen?
Well, what if you open it? What if you just cut them open? You know, like you just go slice.
Well, obviously it's not internal anymore at that point, but I presume that it's implied that where it's originated from, and it originated from internal. So I would still call it internal, I guess.
But what if it's cut open? It's not inside.
What if you cut your life into pieces? Make sure to maintain eye contact. Where was I? And whatever fat is interior, the 2 kidneys with the fat that covers the sides, and the mesh of the liver with the 2 little kidneys. And they shall burn them upon the altar as a holocaust, placing fire under the wood, as an oblation of a most sweet odor to the Lord. Yet truly, if his oblation and the sacrifice of peace offerings will be from the sheep, whether he will offer a male or a female, they shall be immaculate. If he will offer a lamb in the sight of the Lord, he shall place his hand upon the head of the victim, and it shall be immolated at the vestibule of the tabernacle of testimony. And the sons of triple Aaron shall pour its blood all around the altar.
I have a question. I've been kind of too afraid to ask for a while, but it keeps getting repeated. What's a tabernacle?
That's basically the one of the things they had to build. The tabernacle of testimony is basically their holy temple where they do all the sacrificing things.
Okay, I'm with you so far.
Just like they also had to build that other, not the Noah Ark, the other Ark. That's just one of the things. There's no symbolism in the Bible. Mostly a book with diets and how to build a tabernacle. and how to confuse your people. Everyone shall ascend, but only Moses shall ascend. And I shall walk up the mountain upside down. For I am the Lord.
I'm going to descend up the mountain.
Yes.
I have thought about that, by the way, and I realized there's only one scenario where that makes sense. If he descended from heaven down to the top of the mountain.
Oh, you realized? Good.
Yeah.
But
it took me a while.
But the problem is still, it's probably a translation error. But the thing is still, he descended up the mountain. It's not he descended to the top of, or to the up of the mountain. He descended up.
To the up of the mountain.
Yes. Yeah. Like I descended up the escalator. How?
Well, technically you could, because you could walk up it.
I guess if it's
slower than it's taking you downwards.
If it's if it's not the normal stairs, like an actual escalator, like the mechanical ones, whatever the fuck you call them. If you go in the opposite direction,
yeah.
Then so let's say you're at the top and you're going downwards, but it is going upwards. Then you are descending, but it's upwards. Taking you upwards.
Yeah.
So basically, the Lord was walking down a conveyor belt that was going upwards.
Maybe there was like an avalanche or something, and he was just walking up.
Yeah,
up and I was taking him down.
Some sort of force made him go back, but he was going in the opposite direction. Yeah, that would work. Go with that.
Yeah, we learned something new.
You know, it's the stairway to heaven, or from heaven, rather, I guess.
It's just an escalator.
Yeah, the sequel to Stairway to Heaven, Escalator from Heaven.
That escalated quickly.
I think it took him quite a while to escalate. And they shall offer from the victim of peace offerings as a sacrifice to the Lord the fat and the entire rump with the kidneys and the fat that covers the abdomen and all the vital organs, and both the little kidneys with the fat that is near the sides and the mesh of the liver with the little kidneys. What?
Whose kidneys?
So they're offering the fat and the entire rump with the kidneys. Fat that covers the abdomen, all the vital organs, and both the little kidneys with the fat that is near the sides, the mesh of the liver, with the little kidneys. I have one question. Just one. I just have one question. We're talking about lambs. How many kidneys did a lamb have back in the days?
Apparently a lot.
At least 6. because it's always multiple. So it's rump with the kidneys, so at least 2, and all the vital organs and both the little kidneys, so another 2, and the mesh of the liver with the little kidneys, so another 2. So we can conclude lambs back in the days had at least 6 kidneys.
Brilliant.
Just
That is
Bible
absolutely fucking hilarious.
Just Bible things.
Yeah, just Bible things. A lot of kidneys.
Really enjoyed Baptist TV show made by Kenneth and Gloria Copelands. Pretty good American show about Bible, and it's never heard of it. And here's one thing that I can already say without ever having seen it or heard of it: can't be as good at this as this.
No, it can't. There's just not a way.
Cannot compete with this. I think way too fucking cruel, isn't it? No, I think literally exterminating all but 2 humans and plenty of animals just because humans are evil. That's pretty cruel.
It was 8 humans, you uneducated swine. Because it was his 3 sons and their 2 wives. They're each one of them the wife.
Look at you, Mister. I pretend to have paid attention and just make up facts on the spot.
I it's just what I do.
Good. And the priest shall burn them upon the altar, as fuel for the fire and as an oblation of the lard. If his oblation will be a goat, and he will offer it to the lard, he shall place his hand upon its head, and he shall immolate it at the entrance of the tabernacle of the tent.
They like emulating things, don't they?
Yes. And the sons of triple Aaron shall pour its blood all around the altar. And they
Why
shall
are
take...
you suddenly reading it so softly?
Because I'm going soft.
Boy, we have to change that real quick now.
And they shall take from it to feed the lard's fire the fat which covers the abdomen, and that which covers all the vital organs, the 2 little kidneys with the mesh that is over them near the sides, and the fat of the liver with the little kidneys. Once again, we just learned that, what is it, goat? Talking about goats? Yes. So goats had at least 4 kidneys. The liver with the kidneys. And the priest shall burn them upon the altar as nourishment for the fire and as a most sweet odor. And all the fat shall be for the lard. By a perpetual law in your generations and in all of your habitations, neither blood nor fat shall you eat at all.
Well, that's kind of strict. I mean, fat is kind of intertwined with the meat, so it'd be really hard just to get clean meat without any fat in it, you know?
Yes, it's just any fat that you can easily take off. You're not allowed to, or something.
No, that doesn't specify. It specifies any fat.
No, it doesn't.
You can't just start making shit up.
Have you read the Bible, Teras? That's literally all they do.
No, this is gold rules we should go by. You're just making stuff up. I don't know. You're just pulling facts.
No, Teras. The gold rule that was in Exodus. All the rules on how to process your gold and how to build stuff. Leviosa 4.
Brilliant.
And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Say to the sons of Israel, the soul which will have sinned through ignorance and concerning any of the commandments of the Lord that he instructed not to be done, if anything at all has been done, if the priest who is anointed will have sinned, causing the people to commit a transgression, he shall offer to the Lord for his sin an immaculate calf.
Anointed, but I don't have any oils.
Anointed, but I don't even play anointer. And he shall lead it to the door of the tabernacle of the testimony in the sight of the Lord, and he shall place his hand upon its head, and he shall immolate it to the Lord. Likewise, he shall take the blood from the calf, carrying it into the tabernacle of the testimony, And having dipped his fingers into the blood, he shall sprinkle it 7 times in the side of the Lord, opposite the veil of the sanctuary. And he shall place some of the same blood over the horns of the altar of most pleasing incense to the Lord, which is in the tabernacle of the testimony. Then he shall pour out the remainder of the blood at the base of the altar of holocaust at the entrance of the tabernacle.
I have a question.
Shut up. If someone doesn't follow the rules, punch the calf. Yes. Harris?
Is it 7, the 7 sprinkles, is that 7 individual, like, droplets, or does he have to dip his hand 7 times?
He shall sprinkle it, the blood. So I guess you can only dip your hand in once if you still have enough blood on your fingers. So basically, dip your hand in and then like 1, 2, 3, and maybe if it's not enough blood, dip it back in again and then just 7 times.
Okay, thank you very much.
And on behalf of the sin, he shall take the fat of the calf, both that which covers the vital organs and all that is interior, the 2 little kidneys and the mesh that is on them near the sides, and the fat of the liver with the little kidneys, just as is taken from the calf of the sacrifice of peace offerings. And he shall burn them upon the altar of holocaust. Yet truly, the skin and all the flesh, with the head and the feet, and the intestines and the dung, first mention of dung, by the way, in the Bible, I believe, and the remainder of the body he shall carry away beyond the camp to the clean place where ashes are usually poured out. And he shall burn them upon a stack of wood. There, in the place where the ashes have been poured, they will be burned. 7 sprinkle movements with at least 1 drop of blood each. Yes. Don't get me wrong, but I think the Old Testament, the religion of Jewish people, in the New Testament is the description of Christianity, religion of most Europeans. The one of Russians are Europeans.
Don't Jewish people have their own book? And isn't the Old Testament part of the Bible of Christianity, which means you're false?
I think so, on both of them. But it's all just somebody made up a story once, and then everyone just sort of copied it, but modified it slightly, and there you have your origin of religions. You can't
Thanks,
spell all
Mr.
the
Burns.
dogs
Very
without
cool.
us.
Thanks.
Also can't,
I needed that in my life.
While we're at it, you also can't spell without dogs. So that's where doxing came from originally. But if all the crowd of Israel will have been ignorant, and through inexperience will have done what is contrary to the commandment of the Lord, and afterwards shall understand their sin, they shall offer a calf on behalf of their sin, and they shall lead it to the door of the tabernacle. Okay, I just need to... You probably missed it. There was something very important there. If all of the crowd of Israel, so if every single person, every single Israelite has been ignorant, so basically has sinned, then it's fine to offer a single calf.
So as long as one person is actively practicing, they're all fine.
No. If you sin, it was already mentioned before, we just read that. If you sin, you have to sacrifice a calf. So if 10 people sin, 10 calf. If 100 people sin, 100 calves. 1,000 people, 1,000. Every single one, you're back to 1. Sort of like an overflow glitch.
Yeah, it's when the numbers flip.
Yes.
So Gandhi went to war in Civ.
Yeah. I know this. And the elders of the people shall place their hands upon its head in the sight of the Lord. And when the calf has been immolated in the sight of the Lord, the priest who is anointed shall carry some of its blood into the tabernacle of the testimony, and he shall dip his fingers in it, sprinkling it 7 times opposite the veil. Literally do the exact same as mentioned before, but we're just going to write it all out in detail again. And he shall place some of the same blood on the horns of the altar, which is in the presence of the Lord in the tabernacle of the testimony. Remainder of the blood he shall pour it at the base of the altar of holocaust, which is at the door of the tabernacle of the testimony, and he shall take all its fat and burn it on the altar, doing so with with this calf in the same manner as he did before. And while the priest is praying for them, the Lord will forgive them. Oh, so you're guaranteed forgiveness if you do this. Cool. So if a bunch of people sin, you just need to talk everyone else into sinning, and then you basically only need absolution once, instead of every single person needing it. Like a pretty good deal. But the calf itself he shall carry away beyond the camp, and he shall also burn it, just as with the previous calf, because it is for the sin of the multitude. If a leader will have sinned, and through ignorance will have done one of the many things which the law of the Lord prohibits, many, many, many things, and afterwards he shall understand his sin. By the way, I also want to point out, if you sin, and afterwards you don't understand that you have sinned, you're fine. So, I guess they were already very considerate of people with, like, mental disabilities, and...
Who knew the Bible was inclusive?
What's the politically correct way of referring to those people? Underdeveloped? I don't fucking know what. If you're one of those and you sin just because you don't know any better, basically, as long as you don't ever find out that you sinned, you're good.
Someone tells you, by the way, that was a sin, and you're like, oh, fuck off, son of a bitch.
Never tell me the odds. Surprised that the calves didn't go extinct. I guess many of them, they were very law-abiding citizens, apparently. So if a leader has sinned, afterwards understands that he shall offer an immaculate he-goat from among the goats as a sacrifice to the Lord. And he shall place his hand upon its head, and when he will have immolated it in the place where the Holocaust is usually slain, in the sight of the Lord, because it is sin, the priest shall dip his finger in the blood of the victim for sin, touching the horns of the altar of Holocaust, pouring it out of the ram at its base. Yet truly the fat shall burn upon it, just as is usually done with the victims of peace offerings, and the priest shall pray for him and for his sin, and he shall be released from it. Woo! I want to go. But if a soul from the people of the land will have sinned through ignorance, so as to have done any of those things that the law of the Lord prohibits, and so commit a transgression, he shall realize his sin. He shall offer an immaculate she-goat.
Oh no.
And he shall place his hand upon the head of the victim for sin. And he shall immolate it in the place of the Holocaust. The priest shall finger on the altar of the Holocaust, and he shall pour out the remainder at its base, by taking away all the fat, just as is usually taken away from the victims of peace offerings. He shall burn it upon the altar as a sweet odor to the Lord, and he shall pray for him, and he shall be released from it. But if instead you will offer from a flock a victim for a sin, specifically an immaculate female sheep, he shall place his hand upon its head, and he shall immolate it in the place where the victims of Holocaust are usually slain. And the priest shall take some of its blood with his finger, touching their horns at the altar of Holocaust. He shall pour out the remainder at its base. Likewise, all of the fat shall be taken away, just as the fat of the ram, immolated for a peace offering, is usually taken away. And he shall burn upon the altar as an incense of the Lord. And he shall pray for him and for his sin, and he shall be released from it. So basically, literally the same. You can use both. It can be a goat or a, what was the other one? Sheep or whatever the fuck I specifically mentioned both, even though it's literally the same. What happens if you sacrifice a goat of the wrong gender? Well,
you die a death.
It's very simple. If you do everything right, you're released from your sin. So you can logically conclude, if you do not do everything right, you are not released from your sin.
But how do you know that if you're not released from your sin?
Look at your... How's the food?
It's running out.
Yeah.
I'm eating...
Just like the lamp is running kidneys.
I'm eating poultry pate with tomatoes straight out of the tin with a butter knife.
Really? You are? I can't tell.
I ran out of butter, not butter, bread. I have butter. I'm gonna eat butter next. I just don't have bread.
Make a knife. Butter knife. Get a reminder on your app. Well, the Bible version of that would be you might just get struck down by lightning. Can you? How much longer are you gonna keep doing this?
Until I ran out of butter.
I somehow doubt that. One.
I am eating fat. To be fair.
I have so many questions, but I already know the answer to every single one of them. Most of them are some variation of what is wrong with you.
I think you might be. I think you might be underestimating what I'm capable of.
Toast butter.
It's actually quite nice. It's made with real butter, so it's not 100% real butter, but it is quite creamy.
I can't
I do
believe
quite
it's
like
not
it.
butter.
No, it does actually. It is mostly actually butter. But
Butter? You know her.
ingredients: 78% fat.
How many percent kidneys?
Milk, fat, something, oil, something. Butter, oil, water, salt. No kidneys. Just fat.
Leviosa 5. If a soul will have sinned and heard the voice of one testifying under oath, and he is a witness because either he has seated himself or he is aware of it, does not reveal it, he shall carry his iniquity. The soul that will have touched anything unclean, either that which has been killed by a beast, or that which has died on its own, or any other creeping thing, and will have forgotten its uncleanness, he is guilty and has committed a transgression. Wait. So if you eat anything unclean, so any animal that has been killed by another animal, or any animal that just died, that's a sin. So you're only allowed to eat what you actually hunt yourself, basically, or kill yourself. Wait, you haven't even finished your meal.
I need water.
And if you will have touched anything from the uncleanness of man, according to every kind of impurity by which he may be defiled, and having forgotten it, afterwards realizes it, he shall be guilty of committing a transgression. So once again, as long as you don't realize that you've sinned and you're not made aware of it, you have not technically sinned. The soul who swears and offers from his own lips that he would do either evil or good will have bound the same with an oath with his words, and forgotten it, afterwards understands his transgression. Let him do penance for his sin, and let him offer from the flocks a female lamb or a she goat, and the priest shall pray for him and for his sin. But if he is not able to offer a beast, let him offer 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons to the Lord, one for sin and the other for a holocaust. So is this just once again laying down the law, but more of like how to undo your sins? Gonna be a bunch of instructions
Yes.
again. Can I go home?
Maybe. They're like cat peasants here.
Okay, that means I can go home.
I
You agree?
insist.
And he shall give them to the priest, who, offering the first for sin, shall twist back its head, the little wings, so that it adheres to the neck and is not entirely broken off. And he shall sprinkle some of its blood at the side of the altar. Whatever will remain, he shall cause it to drip down to the base, for sin. Yet truly, the other he shall burn as a holocaust, just as is usually done. And the priest shall pray for him for a sin, and he shall be released from it. But if his hand is unable to offer 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons, he shall offer for a sin the 10th part of an ephah of fine wheat flour. He shall not put oil in it, nor place upon it any frankincense for sin. He shall deliver it to the priest, who shall take a handful of it, shall burn it upon the altar as a memorial for him who offered it, praying for him and making atonement. Yet truly, the remaining part he himself shall have as a gift. Oh, so you actually get paid for being a priest.
Oh, well, of course. It's,
Yeah,
currency can be exchanged for goods and services.
Altar must be covered in blood by now. By now, yeah. I don't know how many people sinned back then, so not. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, If a soul, by mistake, shall have transgressed the ceremonies in those things that are sanctified to the Lord, he shall offer for his offense an immaculate ram from the flocks, such as can be bought for 2 shekels, according to the weight of the sanctuary. So apparently the Lord just defined the price of things? And he shall make restitution for the damage that he has brought, and he shall add a 5th part more, delivering it to the priest, who shall pray for him while offering the ram, and he shall be released from it. If a soul will have sinned through ignorance, and will have done one of those things which the law of the Lord prohibits, and, being guilty of sin, understands his iniquity, he shall offer from the flocks an immaculate ram to the priest, according to the measure and estimation of his sin. He shall pray for him. Because he did it unknowingly, he shall be released from it. Because by mistake he transgressed against the Lord. This shit. Leviosa 6. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, The soul who will have sinned and, despising the Lord, will have denied his neighbor the deposit which he had entrusted to his safekeeping, or who will have extorted anything by force, or who will have made a false accusation, or who will have found a lost thing and then also withheld it by swearing falsely, or who will have done any other of the many things by which men usually sin. Convicted of the offense, he shall restore all that he wanted to obtain by fraud. The whole plus an additional 5th part to the owner against whom he brought the damage. That's pretty reasonable, actually. Will you win, Teras?
That's not a leak, unfortunately.
Life leak. Then, on behalf of his sin, he shall offer an immaculate ram from the flock, and shall give it to the priest, according to the estimation and measure of the offense. And he shall pray for him in the sight of the Lord, and he shall be released from any one of those things that he did when he sinned. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Instruct triple Aaron and his sons. This is the law of the Holocaust. It shall be burned upon the altar all night until morning. The fire shall be from the same altar. The priest shall be vested with the tunic and the linen undergarments, and he shall take up the ashes of that which the devouring fire has consumed, and, placing it next to the altar, he shall strip off his former vestments, and being clothed with others, he shall carry them beyond the camp, and he shall cause them to be consumed, even to glowing embers in a very clean place. But the fire on the altar shall burn always. The priest shall nourish it by placing wood under it each day in the morning. Basically just putting in morning. And laying down the
Oh!
That'll be 2 lamps and a ram, please.
Oh fuck. Um, can I owe you until next Tuesday?
Will be three lamps then, but yeah.
Ah, fuck. Hate interest.
And laying down the holocaust, he shall burn the fat of the peace offerings upon it. This is the perpetual fire which shall never fail upon the altar.
What if it does?
No.
Yes.
Yes, sirree.
Hmm.
This is the law of the sacrifice and the libations which the sons of triple Aaron shall offer in the sides of the Lord and before the altar. The priest shall take a handful of fine wheat flour which has been sprinkled with oil and all the frankincense which has been placed upon the flour, and he shall burn it upon the altar as a memorial of most sweet odor to the Lord. The remaining portion of the flour triple Aaron shall eat with his sons without leaven. And he shall eat it in the holy place, in the atrium of the tabernacle. Yet, for this reason, it shall not be leavened, because part of it offered as an incest of the Lord. The Holy of Holies shall it be, just as what is offered on behalf of sin and of transgression. Only males of the stock of triple Aaron shall eat it. This shall be an everlasting ordinance in your generations concerning the sacrifices of the Lord. All who will touch these shall be sanctified. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, This is the oblation of triple Aaron and of his sons. They must offer to the Lord in the day of their anointing. They shall offer a tenth part of an ephah fine wheat flour as a perpetual sacrifice, half of it in the morning, half of it in the evening. It shall be sprinkled with oil and fried in a frying pan. Then it shall be offered hot as a most sweet odor to the Lord, by the priest who by law succeeds his daddy. It shall be entirely burned on the altar, for every sacrifice of the priest shall be consumed by fire, neither shall anyone eat from it. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Say to triple Aaron and his sons, This is the law of the victim for sin. In the place where the holocaust is offered, it shall be immolated in the sight of the Lord. It is the holy of holies. The priest who offers it shall eat it in the holy place, the atrium of the tabernacle. Whatever will touch its flesh shall be sanctified. The garment will be sprinkled with its blood, it shall be washed in a holy place. Then the earthen vessel which it was soaked shall be broken. The vessel will be of brass, it shall be scoured, washed with water. Every male of priestly descent shall feed on its own flesh, because it is the holy of holies. For the victim that is slain for sin, whose blood is carried into the tabernacle of the testimony, expiation in the sanctuary, shall not be eaten, but it shall be consumed by fire.
Wow. That's quite a lot of blood and burning and holy things and wow.
Churches are big oofs. I want to go back to the fun part where stuff actually happens and not just
Yeah, that'd be helpful. That was actually fun.
and laws. It's been a while since we had some fun stories happening. Now, the book of Genesis was actually really fucking good, and then Exodus just all went downhill, just like that horse image. The sad part is, Leviosa literally picks up where Exodus starts in terms of quality and goes further. We're just ever descending state of quality. Gets worse and worse.
Terrible. Blame catpeasant.
Leviosa 7. Likewise, this is the law of the sacrifice for a transgression. Is the holy of holies. Therefore, where the holocaust is immolated, the victim for a transgression shall also be slain. Blood shall be poured out all around the altar. No, it's Leviosa.
Leviosa.
They shall offer from it the rump and the fat that covers the vital organs, 2 little kidneys, and the fat that is near the sides, and the mesh of the liver with the little kidneys. and the priest shall burn them upon the altar. It is the incest of the Lord on behalf of a transgression. Every male of priestly descent shall feed on this flesh in a holy place, because it is holy, because it is the holy of holies. Just as the sacrifice for sin is offered, so also for a transgression. One law shall be for both sacrifices. Shall belong to the priest who offers it. The priest who offers the victim of Holocaust shall have it. Every sacrifice of fine wheat flour which is baked in the oven, and whatever is prepared on the oven grating or in the frying pan, shall be for the priest who offers it.
They have frying pans?
That now?
Yes.
Like the fourth or fifth mention of frying.
Well, I'm clearly paying attention, so I think you're wrong.
Whether these will be sprinkled with oil or left dry, an equal measure shall be divided to each one of the sons of Aaron. This is the law of the victim of peace offerings, which is offered to the Lord. If the oblation will be an act for giving thanks, they shall offer bread without leaven, sprinkled with oil, and unleavened wafers anointed with oil, and fine wheat flour, fried, and cakes sprinkled with and cake sprinkled and mixed with oil, and also leavened bread, sacrifice of thanksgiving, immolated for peace offerings. Of these, one shall be offered to the Lord as the first fruit, and one shall be for the priest who will pour out the blood of the victim. The flesh of it shall be eaten on the same day, neither shall any of it remain until morning. Anyone, by a vow or his own accord, will have offered a sacrifice. It shall be eaten in a similar manner on the same day. Then, if any of it will have remained until tomorrow, it is lawful to eat.
What?
What?
Why?
So,
What?
if you offer something as a sacrifice, it should be eaten on the same day. But if anything remains, then it's okay to eat. So,
What? Are you okay? And was that a hairball?
was it terrible? The Bible is terrible.
Oh, you.
Hey, cat peasant. Figured out that we can do something more amazing than cat pee pad. Harris, do your thing.
Oh, yeah. Wait. There's a delay. I can't see shit. Where the fuck is it? I know what I'm doing. Wait, yeah, there you go. I'm just watching the stream version, and there's just like a severe delay. Oh, fucking hell. Brilliant.
Then whatever will be found on the third day shall be consumed with fire. So, if you eat that alongside with a matchstick, you're fine?
Skytis, would you like to have a shiny head?
Harris, you want to do your foot thing?
We both know that's a terrible idea.
So you're gonna do it.
I've already been told by Mr. Burns not to.
Hey, cat peasant, would you like Terrace to use his antiseptic cream?
Oh. Are
you okay?
Why are you so keen for people to see this? I'm trying...
Why wouldn't I? You know why.
I mean, there's a level of comedic value to it, however.
Yeah. It's free content. I don't even have to do anything for it. If anyone will have eaten from the flesh of the victim of the peace offering on the third day, the oblation will be nullified. neither will it benefit the one who offered it. But instead, whatever soul will contaminate itself with such food will be guilty of a betrayal. I think that might be the first mention of the word betrayal.
You sure?
See? Go do a search. Got reading to do.
No.
The flesh that has touched anything unclean shall not be eaten, but it shall be burnt with fire. He that is clean will feed on it. This is where the kill it with fire came from.
Feet.
The soul which is polluted will have eaten from the flesh of the sacrifice of peace offerings which is offered to the Lord. He shall perish from his people. And whoever will have touched the uncleanness of man, or of beast, or of anything which is able to defile, and who will have eaten from this kind of flesh, shall be cut off from his people. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, say to the sons of Israel, the fat of a sheep, and of an ox, and of a goat you shall not eat.
When can I eat defiled flesh?
You refile it.
That's how you become a sex offender.
We'll file that one under later. The fat of a carcass that has died on its own, or of an animal that has been seized by a wild beast, you shall have for various uses. Not allowed to eat it, because that was already mentioned before. If anyone will have eaten the fat which ought to be offered as a burnt sacrifice to the Lord, he shall perish from his people. Likewise, you shall not take as food the blood of any animals at all, whether of birds or beasts. Every soul that will have eaten blood shall perish from his people. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, speak to the sons of Israel, saying, whoever offers a victim of peace offerings to the Lord, let him also offer at the same time a sacrifice that is its libations. He shall hold in his hands the fat of the victim and the breast. And when he will have offered and consecrated both to the Lord, he shall deliver them to the priest, who shall burn fat upon the altar. The breast shall be for triple Aaron. Why?
No, I had to. I had no choice.
I know what you did, but you're ruining my reading flow. Who shall burn the fat upon the altar, but the breast shall be for triple Aaron and his sons. Likewise, also the right shoulder of the victim of peace offerings shall fall to the priests as first fruit. Among the sons of triple Aaron, whoever will have offered the blood and the fat, same one shall also have the right shoulder of his portion. So then, the breast that is lifted up and the shoulder that is separated, I have taken from the sons of Israel, from their victims of peace offerings. I have given these to triple Aaron the priest and his sons, as a law in perpetuity. And from all the people of Israel. This is the anointing of triple Aaron and his sons by the ceremonies of the Lord, in the day when Moses offered them, so that they may fulfill the priesthood. And this is what the Lord instructed to be given to them by the sons of Israel as a perpetual observance in it. This is the law of the Holocaust, and of the sacrifice for sin and for transgression, and for consecration, for the victims of peace offering, which the Lord appointed to Moses on Mount Sinai, when he commanded the sons of Israel to offer their oblations to the Lord in the desert of Sin. Wait, does that mean we're done with fucking sacrificial sin undoing rules? I mean, they basically just said this is, and then just. Also, I feel
the refill.
Yeah, that's another reason.
Good thing I have my crap close to me.
Yeah, that's another reason why I wanted you the green thing.
Oh my fucking god. Yeah, fine. Fucking.
I'll be gone. You entertain the people.
Son of a fuck. Foot. Cream. Cream on foot. Car polisher. applied. I fucking hope Skytis is happy now. That's how you apply antiseptic cream to your foot. Someone call Skytis back. Because I don't know how to entertain people. I've done my bit. Like, beyond.
I just realized that I've had way too little alcohol.
Haha, not enough.
How did the entertaining go?
Yeah, I don't know. The chat went quiet. A few of them may have left.
Good. We're just filtering out the unworthy. That is true.
What you got there, Skytis?
What do you think?
I don't know. I don't guess.
Wait, you don't want to play the game with me where you guess kind of juice I'm drinking?
No.
Don't want to play the game called...
Speaking of Jews.
My favorite game.
Yeah.
Don't say it, shut up! So, yes, what is...
Oh, fuck.
I'll give you a hint, it's actually not juice.
Oh. What you drinking, buddy?
I literally already told you it's the same as before.
How is it? Okay, well, I don't. How am I supposed to know
You
that?
could just
Maybe you got
guess
something different.
what kind of juice I'm drinking.
You fucking Jew drinker, you.
Leviosa.
Leviosa.
8. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, take triple Aaron with his sons, their vestments, and the oil of anointing, a calf for sin, 2 rams, and a basket with unleavened bread, and gather together the assembly at the door of the tabernacle. Actually, let me just correct this. Two detonated webs. And Moses did as the Lord had commanded. And when all the crowd was gathered together before the entrance of the tabernacle, he said, this is the word that the Lord has ordered to be done. And immediately he brought forward triple Aaron and his sons. And when he washed them, he vested the high priest with the linen undergarment, wrapped him with the white belt, and clothed him with the hyacinth tunic. And over it he imposed the ephod. So that just sounds...
Yeah, it does, yeah.
And tying it to the belt, he fitted it to the breastplate, on which was doctrine and truth. Also, he wrapped the headdress on his head, and over it, opposite the forehead, he placed the plate of gold, consecrated with sanctification, just as the Lord had instructed. He also took up the oil of anointing, with which he anointed the tabernacle, along with all of its articles. And when he had sprinkled the altar 7 times to sanctify it, he anointed it with all its vessels. The washtub with its base he sanctified with the oil. Pouring oil all over triple Aaron's head, he anointed and consecrated him. Likewise,
Yeah.
after he had offered his sons, he vested them with linen tunics, and he wrapped them with white belts, and he placed headdresses on them, just as the Lord ordered. He also offered the calf for sin. When triple Aaron and his sons had placed their hands upon its head, he immolated it, and drawing the blood, dipping his finger in it, he touched the horns of the altar all around. And when it was expiated and sanctified, he poured out the remainder of the blood at its base. Yet truly, the fat, which was on the vital organs, and the mesh of the liver, and the 2 little kidneys with their fat, he burnt upon the altar. And the calf, the skin, and the flesh, and the dung, he burnt beyond the camp, just as the Lord had it. He also offered a ram as a holocaust. And when triple Aaron and his sons had imposed their hands upon its head, he immolated it, and he poured out its blood around the altar. And cutting the ram into pieces, he burned his last resort. He burned its head and the limbs and the fat in the fire, having first washed the intestines and the feet. And then he burned the whole of the ram on the altar, because it was a holocaust of most sweet odor to the Lord, as he had instructed him. He also offered a second ram stick, as a consecration of priests. And triple Aaron and his sons placed their heads upon its head. And when Moses had immolated it, they said, "Hot, hot, hot." I just fucking can't. We're just getting the same shit over and over. This is how you need to sacrifice it, and this is how they proceeded to sacrifice it. And when Moses had immolated it, taking up some of its blood, he touched the tip of triple Aaron's right ear, and the thumb of his right hand, and similarly also his foot. I like how the page just ends right there. What a blood man. Welcome to the Bible. Really holocausting those calves and shit.
Speaking of holocausting.
Yes, Teras?
What?
What?
What? Don't make me grab the book.
Make me grab my... He also offered the sons of triple Aaron. And when, from the blood of the ram which was immolated, he had touched the tip, the right ear of each one, and the thumbs of the right hands, as well as their feet, he poured out the remainder upon the altar all around. Yet truly, the fat, rump, and all the fat that covers the intestines, and the mesh of the liver, and the 2 kidneys with their fat, the right shoulder, he separated. Then, taking bread without leaven from the basket of unleavened bread, which was before the Lord, and a cake sprinkled with oil, and a wafer, he placed them upon the fat and the right shoulder. Delivering all these to triple Aaron and his sons. And when they had lifted them up in the sight of the Lord, he received them again from their hands, and he burned them upon the altar of holocaust, because it was an oblation of consecration, as a sweet odor of sacrifice to the Lord. I really want to go back to actual story. I really miss when stuff actually happened.
Not allowed.
Bread without leaven from the basket of unleavened bread. Well, maybe somebody snuck in leavened bread there? Just mess with them? Although I guess it wouldn't be...
They're just like the basket of uneven bread from the basket of uneven whatever they said, and then they just look at this one guy who's put the wrong thing in it once, and they like enunciate it when they're saying it.
What if the basket is made from unleavened bread?
Oh my god.
And he took his portion from the ram of consecration, and he lifted up its its breast in the sight of the Lord, just as the Lord had instructed him. And taking up the ointment and the blood that was on the altar, he sprinkled it over triple Aaron and his vestments, and over his sons and their vestments. And when he had sanctified them with their vestments, he instructed them, saying, "Cook the flesh before the entrance of the tabernacle and eat it there. Likewise, eat the loaves of the consecration which have been placed in the basket, just as the Lord instructed me, saying, Triple Aaron and his sons shall eat them. So eat them just as I was instructed to tell you. Eat them. Very specific.
Just in case you try to do something other than eating them. Like drinking them or putting them in your pockets or something.
But how would you eat them other than eating them? Because it says, likewise, eat the loaves, just as the Lord instructed me, saying, his sons, Triple Aaron and his sons shall eat them. So, it's not like you could eat them without eating them.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, you could keister them.
What?
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 Saying.
They could have keistered it.
Translate. Bell.
Prison wallet.
Wallet?
Okay, well, tell me you know what a prison wallet is.
That's not eating. That is.
It's,
that's intaking.
Yeah, exactly.
That's not eating.
Well, I mean, it is disappearing. It is disappearing into you.
So having sex means the woman is eating.
What?
I don't fucking logic.
It starts chewing intensifies.
Then whatever will remain of the flesh and the loaves shall be consumed with fire. God. Also, you shall not exit from the door of the tabernacle for 7 days, until the day on which the time of your consecration shall be completed. For in 7 days, the consecration is finished. Oh, really? I couldn't figure that out myself. Even as it has begun at this present time, so that the rite of sacrifice might be accomplished. Day and night you shall remain in the tabernacle, observing the watches of the Lord. The Lord has multiple watches? Otherwise you shall die.
At least 6.
Are they made of tangerines?
Well, I fucking hope they are.
For so it has been commanded to me. And Triple Aaron and his sons did everything the Lord spoke by the hand of Moses. Just hope that there's... Please let there actually be something interesting now. So fucking done with it. Live your son 9. Then, the 8th day having arrived, Moses called Triple Aaron and his sons, and those greater by birth from Israel, and said to Triple Aaron, take a calf for sin from the herd, and a ram as a holocaust, both immaculate, and offer them in the sight of the Lord. And to the sons of Israel, you shall say, take a he-goat for sin, and a calf as well as a lamb, both 1 year old, without blemish, as a holocaust. Take also an cox, as finally replaced Teras.
You're welcome.
And a ram for peace offerings, and immolate them before the Lord, offering with the sacrifice of each one fine wheat flour sprinkled with oil. For today the Lord will appear to you.
Oh no.
And so they brought everything that Moses had ordered before the door of the tabernacle, where, when all the multitude stood together, Moses said, this is the word which the Lord has instructed. Accomplish it, and his glory will appear to you.
Really?
Yes. What it says here. What I'm reading out. Not making this up. And he said to Triple Aaron, approach towards the altar, and immolate on behalf of your sin.
Approach away from the altar is the alternative? Question mark.
And also immolate on behalf of your sin, so like spontaneously combust. Just like go to the altar and light yourself on fire on behalf of your sin.
Right.
Offer the Holocaust and pray for yourself and for the people. And when you have slain the victim for the people, pray for them, just as the Lord has instructed. And immediately Triple Aaron, approaching toward the altar, not away from it, immolated the calf for his sin. And his sons brought its blood to him. So he's going to the altar, and he's immolating a calf. And then his sons are just like on the other side. I'm just imagining them to be on the other side of the hall, and the blood's just flowing everywhere, and they're just like taking hands full of blood and just bringing it back to him. Even though the source of the blood, which is the dead calf that's immolated, is literally in front of him. So why are they bringing its blood to him?
Yes.
Dipping his finger in it, he touched the horns of the altar, and he poured out the remainder at its base. And the fat, and the little kidneys, and the mesh of the liver, which are sin, he burned upon the altar, just as the Lord had instructed Moses. Yet truly, the flesh and its skins he burned with fire beyond the camp. He also immolated the victim of Holocaust, and his sons brought its blood to him, which he poured out all around the altar. I just want to point out, how many times have we gone through the process of sacrificing now? Like instructions for every single type of animal, and in almost all of the cases it's the same. Like if you sacrifice a goat, do this. If you sacrifice a ram, it's do this, which is literally the same. If you sacrifice an oxen, do this, which is literally the same. And then they sacrifice this, doing exactly this. And then they sacrifice that, doing exactly the same thing again. It is just going in detail, explaining all of this again and again and again and again. Starting to feel like in the what's the fucking movie, the horribly slow murder with the extremely inefficient weapon. Again and again and again and again and again and again and again. By the way, if you haven't seen that video on YouTube, you really should. Trailer for that movie. Won't look it up, but then stuff would freeze. So just look up the horribly slow murder with the incredibly inefficient weapon or something. Great movie. See?
Twice.
And when the victim itself was cut into pieces, they brought him the head and each of the limbs, all of which he burned with fire upon the altar. I can't. Having first washed the intestines and the feet with water, and making an offering for the sin of the people, he slew the he-goat. And expiating the altar, he accomplished the Holocaust, adding to it the sacrifice of the libations, which are to be offered together, and burning them upon the altar, separately from the ceremonies of the morning Holocaust. He also immolated the ox, as well as the ram, the peace offerings for the people. And his sons brought him the blood, which he poured out upon the altar all around. Then the fat of the ox, and the rump of the ram, and the 2 little kidneys with their fat, and the mesh of the liver, they placed upon the breasts. When the fat had been burned upon the altar, triple Aaron separated their breasts and the right shoulders, lifting them up on the side of the Lord, as Moses instructed. And extending his hands to the people, he blessed them. And so the victims for sin and the holocausts and the peace offerings completed descended. Then Moses and triple Aaron entered the tabernacle of the testimony, afterwards came out and blessed the people. And the glory of the Lord appeared to the entire multitude. And behold, the fire from the Lord devoured the holocaust and the fat which was on the altar. When the crowd had seen this, they praised the Lord, falling on their faces. I just imagine a huge group of people just outside, just praying, and everybody just falls over like in an ASDF movie.
Everybody do their flop.
Yeah. Also, can I just point out how fucking brilliant, without nobody even noticed this. You replaced Lord with Lard, right?
Yes.
And you're not even allowed to do anything because the fat is reserved for the lard. So you have to burn it separately because it's special. So the lard wants the lard, basically.
Magnets. Correct.
Terracized.
Wow. Ships it to the one.
And why would you ship this to radio?
Okay, let's do that.
Oh.
Question mark.
And the sons of triple Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, why are they mentioned again all of a sudden? Oh, you got yourself some. What's it called? Binoculars.
Yeah.
Good that you found something to do. And the sons of Triple Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, picking up their censers, placed fire in them and insist upon them, offering in the sight of the Lord a strange fire, such as was not instructed of them. And the fire coming out from the Lord destroyed them, and they died in the sight of the Lord. So basically, they just made they made a fire without being allowed, and then the Lord was like, "Ha, get fucked by this fire. Now you're dead." And Moses said to Triple Aaron, "This is what the Lord has spoken. I will be sanctified in those who approach me, and I will be glorified in the sight of all the people." And upon hearing this, Triple Aaron was silent. Then Moses called Mishael and Elzaphan. Who the
He's a
fuck
fan of Elsa.
Haven't we had those names before?
No.
Mishael, I think, yeah. Elzaphan? That's just
Just a fan of Elsa.
yeah, if I didn't know they had Frozen back then. I would like you to do a check, because we haven't had those. That's
Un momento, por favor.
right. So Mishael and Elzaphan, the sons of Uzziel, the paternal uncle of Triple Aaron, and he said to them, "Go and take your brothers from the side of the sanctuary and carry them beyond the camp." Okay, so Mishael and Elzaphan are the sons of Uzziel, who's the uncle. So they're basically Triple Aaron's cousins? Am I understanding this correctly?
False.
Okay, what is it then?
Wait, Elsier.
By the way, Teras hasn't actually read. Trying to get more time so you can actually read this. Process it.
Blah blah blah. Always yell under. No, that's just that they're not. Wait, Elzaphan? Yes, Elzaphan. Aha.
Uzziel is the paternal uncle of Triple Aaron.
Oh yeah. Look.
And
yeah.
they are the sons, which makes them the cousins.
Come back. Yeah, I found it. Look, Uzziel and Elzaphan. Yeah.
Yeah, and who's Uzziel? Wait, where's Triple Aaron in this? Aaron, who the son of Koath, and Uzziel.
Yeah, it is. Uzziel is Abram's is Abram's brother, which is yeah. So that adds up.
Yeah, so you're just a fucking idiot.
Yeah. Wait.
Yeah, so they're his cousins.
Nice.
So after Triple Aaron's sons were killed, or two of them at least, called the cousins and was like, "Okay, here, to bring them away."
Bring them away? Question mark.
And moving quickly, they took them as they lay, vested with linen tunics, and cast them outside, just as had been commanded them. How are they still wearing linen tunics when they were literally burned to death?
Linen is inflammable, apparently.
And fire coming out from the Lord destroyed them. Oh no, the fire destroyed them. So it's like a flaming fist just punches them to death, but they're not actually burned to death, maybe.
Just beat them to a pulp.
Maybe just the fire devil just beat the ever-living shit out of them. And Moses said to Triple Aaron and to his sons Eleazar and Ithamar, "Do not uncover your heads, and do not rend your garments, lest perhaps you may die, and indignation may rise up over the entire assembly. Let your brothers and all the house of Israel bewail the burning that the Lord has kindled. But you shall not depart from the door of the tabernacle, otherwise you shall perish. For certainly the oil of holy anointing is upon you." They did all the things according to the precept of Moses. The Lord also said to Triple Aaron, "You shall not drink wine, nor anything that is able to inebriate you or your sons, when you enter into the tabernacle, the testimony, lest you die. For it is an everlasting precept in your generations. So You're not allowed to be aware of the
That
flaming.
makes sense, I suppose.
And so may you have the knowledge to discern between holy and profane, between polluted and clean. So may you teach the sons of Israel all my ordinances the Lord has spoken to them by the hand of Moses.
Every single one.
Moses spoke to triple Aaron and to his sons Eleazar and Ithamar, who were remaining. Take the sacrifice which remains from the oblation of the Lord and eat it without leaven next to the altar, because it is the holy of holies. For you shall
Holy
eat it.
leaven.
For you shall eat it in a holy place, which is given to you and to your sons, oblations of the Lord, just as has been instructed me. Likewise, the breast which is offered and the shoulder which is separated, you shall eat in a most clean place, you, your sons, and your daughters with you. Ooh, damn!
Ooh.
They actually get food!
For
Here,
once.
here! For these have been set aside for you and your children from the victims which benefit the sons of Israel. Since they have lifted up in the sight of the Lord the shoulder and the breast and the fat that is burned on the altar, these also belong to you and to your sons as a perpetual law, just as the Lord has instructed. But those don't belong to your daughters. So the daughters only get the breast and the shoulder. Everything else is only for the maid.
Shoulders, knees and toes. Knees and toes.
Shoulders, antiseptic cream feet. Antiseptic cream feet.
No. Not again.
Meanwhile, when Moses was searching for the he-goat, which had been offered for sin, he discovered it burned up. And being very angry against Eleazar and Ithamar, the sons of triple Aaron who were remaining, he said, "Why did you not eat the sacrifice for sin in the holy place, which is the holy of holies, and which was given to you, so that you might carry the iniquity of the people, and might pray for them in the sight of the Lord, especially since none of its blood has been brought into the holy places, and since you should have it in the sanctuary as was instructed me?" Triple Aaron responded, "This day, the victim for sin has been offered, and the Holocaust in the sight of the Lord. But you see what has happened to me. How could I eat it, or please the Lord in the ceremonies, having a sorrowful mind?" When Moses had heard this, he was satisfied. So basically, he was sad, but he didn't want to eat. And Moses like, yeah.
Well. Rude.
At least we're not only sacrificed. There's actually a few things happening now here and there, like people dying.
Yeah, that's just fun.
Yeah.
For the whole family.
I missed the dying part.
Wow.
Just
playing with magnet.
11.
And the Lord reading it and then increasingly sexual voice, thanks.
And the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, "Say to the sons of Israel, these are the animals that you ought to eat out of all the living things on the earth. All that has a divided hoof and that chews over again among the cattle you shall eat. But whatever certainly chews over again, but has a hoof that is not divided, such as camel and others, these you shall not eat, and you shall consider them to be among what is unclean. The rock rabbit, which chews over again and whose hoof is not divided, is unclean, and so also is the hare, for it too chews over again, yet its hoof is not divided." I didn't know that those had hoofs, but sure.
The more you know.
Hoof, shoulders, knees.
If you done.
The flesh of these you shall not eat, nor shall you touch their carcasses, because they are unclean. These are the things that breed in the waters, and which it is lawful to eat. All that has little fins and scales, as much in the sea as in the rivers and ponds, you shall eat. But whatever does not have fins and scales, those things that live and move in the waters, shall be abominable to you, and detestable. Their flesh you shall not eat, and their carcasses you shall avoid.
So Christians can't eat seafood, just fish.
Does it have fins? Scales? Question is, does it have to have fins and scales, or the things that have fins and the things that have scales?
So you can't eat, for example, jellyfish.
Yes, correct.
Wow, that's very restrictive.
All that does not have fins and scales in the waters shall be polluted. These are those things among the birds which you must not, which are to be avoided by you: eagle and the griffin and the osprey, the kite as well as the vulture, according to their kind. What?
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 This?
What's what?
Highlighting.
What are you highlighting?
11:50.
11:15, and all that is
Oh,
of the.
okay. Read 11:14 and then read 11:15.
And the kite as well as the vulture according to their kind, and all that
Full
is
stop. Lowercase a.
Full stop, and okay. Oh, that's very unfortunate.
And all that is of the raven kind, according to their likeness: the ostrich and the owl, and the gull and the hawk, according to its kind, the owl, again, and the seabird and the ibis, and the swan and the pelican and the marsh hen, the heron and the plover, according to its kind, and the crested hoopoe, and also the bat. Of
The
all that
fuck
flies,
is the
whatever
crested
steps
hippo?
up on 4 feet shall be abominable to you. Wait, so are you allowed to eat all of those, or are you not allowed?
Oh, the crested hippo is a really nice looking bird.
Wait.
If you want to buy a taxidermy one, it's only $300.
Hey, Teras,
Yes.
you're not allowed to eat owls, and you're also not allowed to eat owls.
Oh, good. Okay, thanks. Thanks for letting me know.
Also, anything that flies and has 4 feet, you're allowed to nom nom. But whatever certainly walks upon 4 feet and also has longer legs behind, which it hops upon the earth, you shall eat, such as the beetle in its kind, and the cricket, and the grasshopper, and the locust. Yeah, each one
What
according to
about
its kind.
the kangaroo?
That have 4 legs.
Yes.
No. Kangaroos don't exist.
Oh, okay, fair
The
enough.
Bible doesn't take place in Australia.
Australia doesn't exist. Understandable.
But among flying things, whatever has only 4 feet shall be detestable to you. Only 4 feet. Yeah, I like the flying things with 8 feet. Like spiders.
The flying kind.
Bad spider when.
I thought we weren't going to Australia.
And whoever will have touched their carcasses shall be defiled, and he shall be unclean until evening. Okay, and what does clean actually entail?
Not being clean.
And if it will be necessary to carry any of these dead things, he shall wash his clothes, shall unclean until the sun sets.
Yes, Mr. Burns, flying things with 4 feet. Aren't you paying attention?
Yeah. And I'm guessing feet refers to anything that you walk upon, so if it's more like a hand, can also qualify as a feet. For example, does your mom count?
I mean, mine might.
I mean, your mom sure is fly.
Ooh.
I'm still waiting for you to wear that as a necklace, by the way, this entire time. You're just not doing it.
Understandable. Un momento, por favor.
Example, does a butterfly have 4? How many does a butterfly have?
6? Question mark. It isn't it an insect?
Did I pay attention in biology class?
And I don't know. Did you?
Actually, doesn't look too bad, honestly, on you.
I can make it longer. Or you, depending on the day of the week.
And if it will be necessary to carry any of these dead things... Wait, I already read.
Wow.
So that certainly has a hoof, which is not divided, nor does it chew over again, shall be unclean. Oh, really? Thanks, Bible. And whoever will have touched it shall be contaminated.
An avocado. Thanks.
Whatever walks upon its hands out of all the animals that advance on all fours shall be unclean. Whoever will have touched their carcasses shall be polluted until evening. Okay, now I'm curious. So, what has 4 things, like hands, feet, like 4, whatever the fuck you call it, and walks on its hands? It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be exclusively. It can be also. Okay, monkeys. Yeah.
Just apes in general, I guess. Yes.
Okay, so monkeys are not. Yeah, monkeys are off limits. Makes sense.
Yeah. Do not monkey. $20 fine.
And whoever will have carried this kind of carcass shall wash his clothes, and he shall be unclean until evening, for all these are unclean to you. Likewise, these shall be considered among polluted things, out of all that moves upon the earth: the weasel and the mouse, crocodile, each one according to its kind, the shrew and the chameleon, and the gecko and the lizard and the mole. All these are unclean. Whoever will have touched their carcasses shall be unclean until evening. And anything upon which something from their carcasses will have fallen shall be defiled, whether it is a vessel of wood, or a garment, or skins, or haircloth, or anything by which work is done. So literally anything that touches a carcass of any of those aforementioned things is considered unclean.
Wow.
These shall be dipped in water and shall be defiled until evening, but then afterwards these shall be clean. But an earthen vessel, into which something from these will fall, shall be defiled, and therefore it is to be broken. What?
Broken? That's rude.
Any of the foods you shall eat, if water from such vessel will have been poured upon it, it shall be unclean. What?
Shape.
Make a log from it, though. Add log. Can you make the factors?
I broke it.
Foods that you eat, if water from such a vessel will be poured upon it, clean, and every liquid which one may drink from such a vessel shall be unclean. And if anything from among these kinds of dead things have fallen upon it, it shall be unclean, whether it be an oven or a pot with feet.
What?
Yes, these shall be unclean and shall be destroyed. You heard that right. And if anything from among these kinds of dead things has fallen upon it, it shall be unclean, whether it be an oven or a pot with feet. So if you put one of the unclean animals in your pot with feet, it's unclean.
Wow. Good thing my pot doesn't have feet.
Deleters.
Ah.
Yet truly, fountains and cisterns, and all reservoirs of water shall be clean. Whoever will have touched their carcasses shall be defiled. If it falls upon seed grain, it shall not defile it. Oh, now we're coming up with exceptions to the rule. Yes. If anyone has poured water upon the seed grain, afterwards it was touched by the carcasses, it shall be immediately defiled. I'm not following anymore. If any animals will have died, from which it is lawful for you to eat, whoever will have touched its carcass shall be unclean until evening, and whoever will have eaten or carried anything of these shall wash his clothes and shall be unclean until evening. What? Why would I care if I'm unclean until evening?
So does it... Are you clean after evening?
Yeah.
So it's perfectly fine then?
Yeah, so why would I care?
You wouldn't?
All that creeps across the earth shall be abominable, neither shall it taken up as food. Neither shall it be taken up as food. Whatever advances by 4 feet upon the chest, or that has many feet, or that drags across the soil, shall not eat, because it is abominable. Do not be willing to contaminate your souls, nor shall you touch any of these, lest you become unclean. For I am the Lord your Skytis. Be holy, for I am holy. Do not pollute your souls with any creeping thing which moves across the land. For I am the Lord who led you away from the land of Egypt, so that I would be your Skytis. You shall be holy, for I am holy. This is the law of the animals and flying things. Okay, I guess. And every living soul that moves in the waters or creeps upon the land, so that you may know the difference between clean and unclean, and so that you may know what you ought to eat and what you ought to refuse. Holy fuck, it's getting complicated. Thanks, Terry.
You're welcome.
It's just
This was definitely an eye-opener.
you need to bring a list with you, and whenever you want to actually eat a meat, you'll have to check, okay, which kind of animal is it? Am I allowed to actually eat this?
I should make I should make an app that just lets you check quickly.
No, better. Make a flowchart.
Oh no.
Does it chew again? Yes, no. Does it have hooves? Are they split?
My God.
Does it fly? Does it have 4 feet?
Oh, that sounds like a task for another day.
Daisy. What the My microphone is not picking up enough stuff, apparently.
Wow, that's just false.
I need to work on my filter section. Gate. Wait, can we eat Pegasus? Does it have a split hoof?
Go find the Bible and read it yourself, you lazy fuck.
Yeah, exactly. You're not paying me enough to do this for you. Unless, however, how much are you willing to pay? I can't find out. Well, it seems like we're not only doing instructions anymore, so maybe the Bible will actually get interesting in the next reading session again.
Wow.
We're getting pretty close to the end. Quarters there. Interesting. We're 3/4 in terms of pages, but we've only done half of the books.
Wow.
The other 2 books are really short.
Leviticus only goes down to 27, and Book of Numbers only goes down to 11.
How many did we do so far?
I'm also really disappointed because the Book of Numbers doesn't have numbers.
Has a number in front of every single verse, I'm pretty.
Yeah, but there's also letters in it.
It's not called the Book of Only Numbers.
Well, they should call the Book of Letters and Numbers.
Alphanumeric book. I think this was like reading number 12. We're 75% of the way.
Nice.
Got another 4 sessions, depending on how quick we are.
Nice, yeah.
Torvik.
No. Torviticus.
Do not stop, Teras. Stop.
Oh, no.
You're literally not allowed on Twitch. I'm not even kidding. I thought you knew. Don't do that again.
It just rips my clothes open.
I'm tempted to try to start my character.
What, you still have a brain? Share.
Mind you.
Anyway. What? Danny.
Oh, where did all the fat go? Only Teras, yes. Sweet dreams after reading this, and don't forget, sorry about shit. We're not there yet. It'll happen at some point, and
Are we there yet?
don't worry.
Are we there yet?
It will certainly go into the best of. Maybe it'll even make it into the merch. Who knows? I don't know. Are we there yet? So do we do character or do we do that another time?
I don't know.
Shut up! I'm not asking you.
No, don't do it.
You don't count as a viewer. You.
Wow, that's really rude.
Top 20 runs. How about no?
I think you need to pay him more.
I was just about to say, unless I get paid, I'm done with getting over it.
It's a paid service only.
Yeah. You know, for $20, sure. If you really want another run, go tip $20. Yeah. Bucks, I mean euros. Not any currency.
20 fucking Mexican pesos.
Where
just
just to upset Teras.
Oh no. My fucking god. Fucking peel you like a tangerine.
I need. The fuck is it even called?
Fuck. You tell me.
What's the equivalent of word called from LibreOffice? Like writer? Ah, I'm such a fucking genius.
What are you doing?
Character sheet?
Do you have a character sheet template?
No.
Wow.
I'll just note down all the important things. Do you think I'm prepared?
Wait, it's fine. I got one.
Right. Google. So I'll run some ads and try to break it. Say anything?
Well, I wouldn't dare. There we go. I found the.
Yeah. I'll be right back.
I found the thing. I'm not gonna say funny things. I don't get paid enough to say funny things. I've sent you a fillable PDF form.
And hot.
I know, right?
Where did the...
What? I'm gonna be heading out anyway.
Ah!
I know, right?
Oh, how dare.
I know, right?
Edit PDFs.
What?
If like...
It's an editable PDF, yeah.
Okay, E. Go, this can go. Go.
All right. Well, have fun, then. I'm gonna head out. Oh boy.
Fuck. Okay, let me see. Think good to go back. Why is the microphone this, by the way? Whatever. As long as he's right shoulder, he's fix that. What the fuck is up with my microphone? Why is it picking up half of the things I'm saying? Oh, cool. Thanks. What the Nice. My microphone was just significantly more quiet than it usually is. Amazing. Yeah, no wonder that it's not picking up stuff properly. Hold on. Before we switch over, I have to think about why the fuck did it do that? I don't know. You're too late, cat peasant. Thanks for the reminder. I need to take that one off. That one was only during Bibling. Where is away? Turn off. Request queue. Reject. But hey, good job. You actually noticed. So anyway, now that the entire recording Bible session has been ruined because I've been too quiet this entire time, let's get on to other things. Who the hell messaged me? Oh, I don't care. Let's see. So we have our character sheet. Let's get back into
Crusade
it.
exclamation mark.
Thanks. Let me put on some music.
Once again, at Cat Peasant has found a way to get scammed twice.
Speaking of getting scammed, hello me. Here's your unscam.
Eka Scary Ghost loves news.
There you go. You got scammed for that. Now you got unscammed. You're welcome. Okay, so I guess I won't be needing this anymore. Title, right? Stream title. Creating a D&D character. No. Is there a tag for a role playing? Role play? I guess. Tabletop? There. Sure. I mean, yeah, just chatting works. Yeah, let's go with that. Okay, so that is awful in terms of readability on the background. I need to. What if I put a white outline? Is that better? White outline with like grayish text. Yeah, should be okay. So, let me try to explain for anyone. So, if you want to participate in what we're doing now, pay attention, because I only want to explain, and I only want to, and I only will explain this once. Dungeons and Dragons, it's a tabletop RPG. Simply said, you have one dungeon master who's telling the story and who's controlling all units except for the players, which is a group of adventurers. In our case, it will be Ek, who is the DM, and our party will currently looking like it'll be consisting of obviously myself, Teras, Fanti, and Jinaxor, most likely, but we'll see when we get to it. So those will be the 4 adventurers, and then Egg will be in charge of controlling all the monsters and other players. He as in Egg, the DM, will describe an environment, whichever one we're in. So you're in a city with all of this happening. There's people. There's a lot of trades going on, and this and that. And then we make a decision what to do. So I might say, okay, I walk up to the merchant and ask to see his wares. And then something happens. Also, I keep fiddling with the text, with the chat overlay until I'm happy with it. Yeah, and then I might walk up to the merchant and look at his wares, ask for price, and then Ek, speaking as the merchant, will give me the prices, and then I might be like, okay, I'm gonna start haggling, and then I have to use one of my skills. Depending on whatever is relevant there, I guess charisma, wherever the fuck that is. Was it this? No, that's a. I'm not exactly sure, but basically, depending on how much charisma I have, I then roll a die, which is singular for dice. For those of you that don't know, one die, multiple dice. And depending on on what I roll, I either succeed, and then in that case I might get a better deal, or I fail, in which case I don't. Same for combat. It's turn-based, so I decide, you know what, I'm gonna attack the goblin back there. I have to roll a die, and depending on what the roll is, I deal damage, which is also within a certain range based on a roll of die or multiple dice. And whether or not it hits, whether or not it's a critical hit, and how much damage it deals is all semi-random. And then someone else takes their turn. So maybe then Terrace takes his turn, and then everyone else, and then the monsters take their turn. And they decide, you know what, they're gonna move here, attack that, and then it's back to myself, and I'll take my turn again. So it's a turn-based, mostly taking place in your head, I guess, sort of RPG. With lots of possibilities, because the game is not just limited by some kind of engine. The game is run by the dungeon master, who might just say, so if I just say, okay, I'll walk backwards to the monster to pretend that I don't see it, and then turn around and surprise it, or just some really weird, obscure bullshit, the dungeon master might be like, you know what, yeah, you can do that. Or he might just say, no, you can't do that. And that's the basic premise of Dungeons and Dragons. So I'm just gonna quickly scroll over this to give you an idea. So you have a character name, that's obvious, class and level. So class as in, you could be like a barbarians, so melee focus with like high health points. You could be a caster class of some sort, so you could be a cleric, a paladin, or wizard, just some kind of spellcasting class, and depending on various things, yeah, you'll just depending on what you want to do, you'll have proficiency and deficiencies. Race, so you might be human, you might be a half elf, you might be an elf, an orc or whatever, which gives you some inherent bonuses. So for example, elves might have some bonus to dexterity, an orc might have a bonus to strength, and also certain social interactions might be defined by it. So if you're an elf and you go to an orc village, you're not going to be very welcome. Background. That further defines your character. Like how did you grow up, in what kind of area, and like which kind of social surroundings you had. Alignment, there's 9 alignments. There's lawful, neutral, and evil, and is it lawful, neutral, and chaotic, good, neutral, and evil. Lawful is you do everything by law. Neutral is you do most of this, I guess you mostly do by law, but whichever seems fit. So if the laws just seem a little stupid to you, if something just seems morally right, you might do it anyway. And if you're chaotic, fuck all of you, I'll just do whatever I want. And then good, neutral, evil should be pretty self-explanatory, I guess. Good is you try to help everyone else. Neutral is you only care about yourself. Evil, you just want to see the world burn. Player name, yeah, I guess Skytis experience points. That one should be obvious. Then you have your different attributes. Depending on which class you play, these define your attack. So if you're a melee-based class, your damage is probably defined by strength or maybe dexterity. If you're a spellcaster, it might be, depending on your class, by one of these 3. Constitution basically is how much health you have. You can see these here as well for saving throws, which is when somebody attacks you and then you try to evade. And these are the individual skills, which are sort of a subset of the different ones, as you can see here. So if you try to climb up a wall, just I don't know, cross a... I don't know, I'm not good with examples. Then you might have to do an athletics check. You're trying to remember the history of a certain city to maybe weave that into a conversation. You might have to do a history check. Yeah, you all have all of these different skills. Passive wisdom, perception, which is every now and then the DM might just be like, okay, do a perception check. And if you roll high enough, you will acquire additional information. So maybe the DM will tell you, okay, you notice that there's a trap over there. And if you don't roll it high enough, you just won't know. You won't be informed. Armor class, well, chance to evade hits, I think. Initiative, the higher your initiative, the sooner, basically the initiative defines the order of attack in battle. So if you have the highest initiative, you'll be the first to attack each round. Speed, how much you can move and how fast. Hit points, self-explanatory. Temporary hit points should also be relatively self-explanatory. Can go above maximum of the normal hit points, but cannot be restored unless you get more temporary hit points. Actually, no, they can't be restored. If you have 6 temporary hit points and something gives you 10 temporary hit points, you can then choose to have either 6 or 10. Obviously, we'll choose 10. Hit dice, how much damage you do. So you might have 2d4s of hit dice, which is 2 times rolling a d4, so a 4-sided die, and that's your hit points. And then when you're dead, or when you're on 0 health, you'll have to do saving throws until you either get 3 successes, in which case you're brought back to life with 1 HP, or you fail 3 times, in which case you're actually dead. Like, dead. There's some spells that might bring you back to life, but generally it's over. Your character's just gone. Personality traits. Yeah, it could be whatever. That you're just short-tempered, you get really aggressive, you're super fucking racist, you can't not help people, you're like super empathetic, whatever those, shut up. All of that. Ideals, bonds, flaws, these all just sort of affect how your character interacts with others. So you might have a bond with your hometown, so if you hear any news of your hometown being attacked, you just have to go there. Even if you're on a really important adventure, you have to go there. Flaws could just be that you're a gambling addict, so you go to a city and it's like, oh, there's some kind of game of chance. You have to play it. Attacks and spellcasting should be pretty self-explanatory. Other proficiencies and languages, also relatively self-explanatory. There's like a bunch of language. There's common language, which is understood by most people, whether it's elves, orcs, or humans, or whatever else. And then they also have the specific languages like Elvish, Orcish, or whatever else. Equipment you're wearing, features and traits. Well, these all should be pretty self-explanatory about the character appearance. Allies, organizations, I don't think I need to explain that. Character backstory, where did you grow up? What happened? Why are you now adventuring? What's the reason for you being here now? Well, who is the person who's your character, basically? Additional features and traits. Treasure, I guess just how much money you have. And then spellcasting stuff. So cantrips are sort of super low level spells that you can cast for free, and then depending on your character level, if you're a spellcaster, you get spell slots. And you have a certain amount of spell level slots. So you might have 5 level 1 slots and 2 level 2 slots. And then you can cast if a spell requires spell level 1, you can cast it using a level 1 slot, or cast it using a level 2 slot, in which case it's stronger. But you expend that slot. That slot is gone, basically. You can refill those with certain, by taking a rest. There's short and long rests. Short rest is like 4 hours or something, and long rest is 8 hours. A lot of the actions in Dungeons and Dragons are like once per long rest. So you might have a special action, like if something surprises you, you're not surprised, or just some special thing that you can use, but you can only use it once per long rest. So you can use it once, and then you have to find a tavern or something to like sleep at and to reset that skill. Hold on, I'll just finish and then I'll read chat. Spellcasting ability, I think which attribute you use to cast your spells, which determines your damage. Spell save, difficulty class, so how high does the enemy have to roll to save themselves from the spell, which can either be avoid the damage entirely or only take half. Spell attack bonus, how much more bonus damage you deal on the attacks, yeah. Okay, where was I? Cleric. We'll go over the classes. I'll try to quickly summarize them. Background: Spanish Inquisition member. That's not really that's not how the Dungeons and Dragons lore goes. Alignment chaotic neutral. Inspiration Lard. Nice. It's Lard be with you though. No inspiration. Oh, no inspiration. Cappy pad. Put 0 against barrel traps. Wouldn't be surprised. Personality traits. Bonds. Yep. Wait me after being locked up during winter. Which edition are you playing? 5th, apparently. 5th edition. I don't know, I asked Teras for the player's handbook, or just some info to read up on it, and he gave me this, and this is also, I presume we're playing the 5th edition, because I think he got it from Egg, who's our DM, so he decides, obviously. But I don't think it matters too much. There's some differences between the editions. I don't know the differences, but does it matter all that much? Differences are rather minor, I assume, so I can quickly adapt the character for a different edition, right? Playing the shit realistic one with winters in it. Must be a bug. Nice. Okay, so I think that's a sufficient introduction. That's Dungeons and Dragons. Step-by-step characters. Okay, let's jump into that. No. I don't mind. How would I? Oh, double click. Okay, so yeah, you gotta imagine the character, obviously, all of that. Choose a race. Okay, let's jump into races. Races. So for anyone that does want to participate and give their input on what kind of character I'm playing, just think of an usual role-playing RPG character. What would you like? So should it be some super aggressive melee-only orc that just doesn't want to do conversation and just is super short-tempered? Should it be some kind of elf that is super snobby and is like, well, I'm way smarter than all of you, you're all fucking idiots? Should it just be a really generous and merciful human? And you don't have to know all the races. I'm just saying, get a general idea. What do you think? What kind of combat style? What kind of general behavior should it be? And also, try to think about not just the gameplay. So yeah, melee will have certain will have one way of playing it, but also especially for the character, like the personality stuff, what would make it more interesting? So that's mostly the flaws. Cool, not played 5th edition. Oh, some are quite different. Well, there you go. There's your summary of those. You've seen the character sheet. Halfling with anger management issues. Yeah, for example, just anger management issue is one of the things that can make it very interesting. Because you might have an audience with the king, and you try to negotiate. Okay, I'll do your job. I'll do a thing for you, a task for the king. Like, I'll take out the group of orcs that's laying siege to the city, but you have to give me at least, I don't know, 10 gold or whatever. And then the king's like, no, 5. And then because of your anger management issues, you just get really mad and you just declare war on the entire kingdom, and your party is fucked. Which would obviously be an extreme case, but it's just fucking funny. So the character should have some flaws that make for interesting role-playing interactions without completely ruining it. And if your flaw is just you hate every other living being and you cannot communicate with anyone, first of all, why would I be traveling in a party with the other people then? That wouldn't make any sense. And second of all, yeah, that just ruins any sane gameplay. So yeah. Okay, peasant, spamming cat pet isn't a personality trait. No, it's a flaw. Alright, races, first of all. Racial traits. Yeah, depending on your race, one of your ability scores increases. You have a certain age expectancy, so for humans it's around 100. Elves get like several hundred years old. I think most races get older than humans, but I don't think age really matters too much. Alignment. So, for example, I think dwarves are usually lawful, yeah. Orcs are usually more towards chaotic. Elves are usually more good. But you can obviously always make exceptions if you can come up with a good enough reason. Like you're an orc, but you were outcast and then raised by some merciful elves, and now you're a lawful orc, or just, you know, something like that. Sure. Depending on your race, it'll also affect your size, which will have some effects on combat, speed, so how fast you are, which languages you speak. Obviously, if you're an elf, you'll know Elvish and Common language. A certain sub-races we'll get to them, but so first of all we have the dwarf. I think we all have an idea of what a dwarf is, mostly. It's some names, traits. So more health, basically more constitution, age. They're considered young until age of 50, so basically age, like, it's the equivalent of being 18 as a human is 50 for an orc, and they get dwarf, and they get 350 years old. Alignment, most are lawful, but as I said, there can be exceptions. They're considered medium for most purposes. 25 speed, it's not really that important. Dark vision, which is basically when there's when there's little light, you can still see as if it was brighter. So you just have better vision. You have advantage against saving throws. So if somebody uses a poison attack against you, you'll take damage, and then you have to do a saving throw. If you succeed, you're good. If you fail, you'll get poisoned. That's the idea of a saving throw, basically. If you fail it, you'll suffer any additional negative consequences. So you have advantage against saving throws against poison, and resistance against poison damage. Should be pretty self-explanatory. Having advantage, very simply said, is you have a higher chance of succeeding. Details don't matter. Dwarf with a thorough rune addiction. You have proficiency with certain weapon types as a dwarf. Axes and hammers, I guess, basically. Proficiency with certain tools. Smith tool, brewer supplies, mason's tools. It's all like, it's your typical RPG dwarf. Stone cutting, you can basically identify stone-related stuff easily. You know Common and Dwarvish language, makes sense. I'm not gonna go into the sub races because it doesn't really matter. Unless we decide, okay, I'm gonna be a dwarf, then I'll go into it. Halfling, which is basically a smaller human. I think they're shorter, they're considered small. They have more dexterity, age of adult at 20, into the middle of the second century, so about 150 years old. Most are lawful good. They're just nice people, basically. Size is small, certain speed, that doesn't really matter. When you roll a one on an attack roll, which is basically a critical fail, which practically means you get completely fucked, you can re-roll it. So you have a very low chance of completely fucking up. Advantage against saving throws, on saving throws against being frightened. So there's a much lower chance of you being frightened, which in combat just means you cannot move towards the source of your fear. So if an enemy frightens you, you can only move away from it, not towards it. And you also have disadvantage on attacks against it, which just means less chance to hit, basically. You can move through the space of any creature that is of a size larger than yours. So you can easily bypass a creature that is normal or bigger size. Yeah, you can speak normal and halfling language, and then there are sub-races. Dragonborn, let's see, more strength and more charisma. At the age of 3, they're an equivalent of a 10-year-old human. At adulthood by 15, they life expectancy similar to a human, 80 years. Extremes, so either you're really good or really evil. Taller than humans, but still size class medium. Some speed. Then we have specific ancestry, which we'll go into if we choose Dragonborn. Gnome, which Gnome might be interesting because I think there was something about, yes, though gnomes love jokes of all kinds, particularly puns and pranks. That was something that spoke to me on a personal level. But we'll have to see. Maybe we'll just make a super serious character. Gnomes have extra intelligence, same rate as humans do. Settle into adult life. So they are already adult by 18, but they settle into an adult life at around the age of 40. 350 to 500 years old. Usually good. Your size is small. You also have dark vision, which means better. You can see better when it's dark. Should be pretty obvious. Advantage on certain saving throws against magic. You know, common and gnomish makes sense. Once again, common is a language basically everyone knows. Anyone that knows any languages. And then you also have your race-specific one. And then there's sub-races, which will not go into. Half-elf. One of your parents was an elf and the other one was a human. So you're half-elf, half-human. Charisma and two others increased by 1. Maturity at 20, up to 180 years old. Value their personal freedom, so they're probably chaotic, but either good or evil. We'll see. Medium size. Dark vision once again. Fey ancestry. Advantage on saving throws against being charmed, and you can't be put to sleep by magic. Those are just small details that are probably not too relevant. They're just nice little bonuses. Proficiency in 2 skills of your choice. We can go over the skills if we pick this. Common and Elvish makes sense. And extra language, half orc. Same, it's human and orc. So you get strength and constitution. Makes sense since you're sort of orcish. Adulthood at 14, life expectancy up to 75-ish. Tendency to be chaotic, but since you're also half human, you don't have to be. Size is medium. Once again, dark vision. Menacing, you can intimidate enemies, so they're frightened then, as I already mentioned before. Relentless endurance, when you're reduced to 0 hit points but not killed outright, you can drop to 1 hit point instead. Which means you can still do stuff, which is nice. When you score a critical hit with a melee weapon, you can roll one of the weapon's dice 1 additional time. So basically when you score a crit, you can deal even more damage. Common and Orcish language. Tiefling, which is like a demon offspring basically. I don't know how, I've never heard of the Tieflings before. All the other races I've known, but Tiefling is new to me, so... Yeah, they're basically considered some sort of offspring of Satan or just demonic, whatever. So generally, everyone will be very negative towards you and just... And either you're like, okay, fuck you, if you hate me, I'll hate you, and just be chaotic evil, most likely, and just try to fuck over everyone. Or you might just be like, okay, you know what? Ah, fuck. I'm gonna prove to you that I'm not actually evil and I'll be really nice. But you basically have a sort of disadvantage in most social situations. Also, this music is too loud. Intelligence, charisma. Same rate as humans in terms of maturing, but you live a little longer. Yeah, you don't have any innate tendency towards evil, but as I mentioned, because of how society works, if everybody just kind of hates you and it's like, oh, you're fucking Satan, then you might just become evil. Tiefling is half breed of a human and an abysmal creature, I think. Interesting. Medium size. Once again, dark vision, so you can see better when it's dark. Resistance to fire damage. You know this thaumaturgy cantrip, whichever the fuck that is, and then you also have other bonus spells. I haven't read through the spells, I skipped over that section because it's like 1/4 of this entire 293 pages. Like almost 100 pages of those are just spells. Most of them are not going to come into play, so I skipped them. You know, common and infernal languages makes sense. Yep, that's the races. So yeah, well, what do you think? Where should we go? We can still change it later. Let's just collect ideas. So I was thinking gnome could be interesting because of jokes. It just could be very easy for me to roleplay as, because puns and bad jokes and all of that. I was thinking generally I'm more leaning towards something orcish otherwise. Because I'm not a big fan of the magic stuff. That's just I don't know. Seems a little too convoluted. I prefer melee. Ranged can be nice, but I would gravitate towards melee. But the sub goal has been reached, so here's your chance to inputs. You know, what do you want? Dwarf, elf, halfling, human, dragonborn, gnome, half-elf, half-orc, or tiefling. And also, just by the way, here's the classes. Small. What's the fucking word? Sneak peek. Barbarian, bard, cleric, druid, fighter, monk, paladin, ranger, rogue, sorcerer, warlock, wizard. Star barbarian, yes. If I remember correctly, Barbarian looked interesting because you have the bonus attack trait. So you can just attack, you can have a bonus attack each turn or something like that, which sounds pretty strong. Half Orc works well with Barbarian. Yeah, you can just have some furious Half Orc. That, yeah. So let's put that in. We can still change it later. So race would be half. Wait, how do you actually half orc? Class, I'll try to quickly go over it. This is gonna take super long, by the way. I just realized, but I want to make. Oh, there's actually. Right, it's been so long since I read this. There's a really good description. So, Barbarian, a fierce warrior of primitive background who can enter a battle rage. So yeah, just this furious, relentless melee fighter. No special magic or any fuzziness like that. It's just primal rage, basically. Bard, an inspiring magician whose powers echoes the music of creation. Very good at charisma also. So he's good in social situations. Since he's a bard, he's basically an entertainer. Generally does well in social situations. So if you're in a city, you can just generally find favor in any crowd. And yeah, you have some magic to probably buff up your team, stuff like that. Cleric, a priestly champion who wields divine magic in service of a higher power. So yeah, that's pretty self-explanatory. Maybe I should also go over the armor and weapon proficiency. So for barbarian, light and medium armor, shields, simple and martial weapons. A bard, light armor, simple weapons, hand crossbows, long swords, rapiers and short swords. So barbarian just more heavy armory and weaponry compared to a bard. Cleric, light and medium armor, shields and simple weapons, because he's mostly focused on magic, obviously. Druid, a priest of the old faith wielding the powers of nature, moonlight and plant growth, fire and lightning, and adopting animal forms. So he can shapeshift, he can communicate with animals, and that's kind of stuff. Light and medium armor, only non-metal, so only leather or just stuff that appears in nature, basically. So leather armor and the likes. Shields, non-metal, clubs, daggers, darts, javelins, maces, quarterstaffs, scimitars, sickles, slings, spears. Fighter, a master of martial combat, skilled with a variety of weapons and armor. Has proficiency with all armor, shields, simple and martial weapons. You can use stuff that you don't have proficiency in terms of armor and weapons, but it's basically pointless. You just have a significant disadvantage then. Monk, basically the simple weapons or unarmed combat. So, master of martial arts, harnessing the power of the body in pursuit of physical and spiritual perfection. Simple weapons, short swords. If I remember correctly, he has a bunch of things the way he can do bonus unarmed attacks and just fast in many attacks of relatively low damage, but many of them. So yeah. Important to note that barbarian can wear heavy armor versus a fighter. Yes. Paladin, holy warrior bound to a sacred oath. Well, it's a fighter with also magical stuff. Just like any paladin in any RPG. All armor, shields, simple and martial weapons. Ranger, basically a rogue, Diablo rogue. Not the ninja stealthy rogue, just the bow rogue. A warrior uses martial prowess and nature magic to combat the threats on the edges of civilization. Light and medium armor, shields, simple and martial weapons. Rogue, just the stealth ninja guy, basically. A scoundrel uses stealth and trickery to overcome obstacles and enemies. So likely also very good at deception in terms of social situations. Which could also probably be interesting if you try to deceive an enemy and then they catch on to you and then you just get in a fight over that. Light armor, simple weapons, hand crossbows, longbows, long swords, rapiers, short swords. Sorcerer, spellcaster who draws on inherent magic from a gift or bloodline. Daggers, darts, slings, quarterstaffs, light crossbows. Warlock, this is another magic spellcasting class, a wheel of magic that is derived from a bargain with an extraplanar entity. Light armor, simple weapons. Wizard, scholarly magic user capable of manipulating the structures of reality. Daggers, darts, slings, quarterstaffs, light crossbows. So there's your quick summary on the classes. So I guess for now, what's the most important is melee, ranged spellcaster, and then what kind of weaponry. Or what kind of spells, depending on what we pick. But so far it seems like only catpeasant has an opinion and he's decided on the barbarian. So we'll quickly go over what barbarian is and does. Here's the level table, so the bonus you get at each level. Proficiency bonus, so you just get a plus to your rolls with certain things. Just overall a higher chance to succeed with certain things. Features rage, and when you unarmed you have bonus defense. You can reuse rage, we'll get to that later. Reckless attack, you just unlock certain things. Like here, for example, this is what I mean. Extra attack. So when you're level 5, you can use an extra attack each turn, basically. Yeah, this is just a quick overview of what you unlock when. Basically, rage is just, as you can see, you just deal more damage when you're enraged. And how many times you can enter rage per long rest here. And I think I have to sneeze. Yes. Class features. Hit dice. So, if I remember correctly, this is just for each level in your class, you roll one 12-sided die, and that's how many hit points you gain. So on level 1, you roll it and you have 1 to 12 hit points. On level 2, you have 2 to 24 hit points, depending on what you rolled on the first and then on the second level, and so on. But actually, for the first level, it's slightly different. And then on each subsequent level, you add these. So you roll one die and add that. Hit points at higher levels, apparently that. So there's a special formula for level 1 and then afterwards. Proficiencies, as we already mentioned. Light and medium armor, shields, super weapons, martial weapons. Saving throw just basically determines which attribute, which of these you use to do a saving throw. Well, it's not too important. Skills you have, you can choose 2. Animal handling should be relatively self-explanatory. Athletics, also be pretty clear, comes into play whenever you do anything athletic, so climbing, jumping somewhere, just that kind of stuff. Any athletic thing you'll have to do, and these skills help. Intimidation, so I guess for like if you're interacting with someone, so in a non-combat situation, you might intimidate them so they do what you want. Nature, I'm not quite sure what that is as a skill, don't remember. Perception, just noticing stuff, like hidden enemies, maybe some traps, stuff like that. And survival basically is just doing stuff in the wilderness, like hunting, gathering water, and the kind of stuff that allows you to survive outside of society in a sense. Equipment, you can choose your starting equipment. We'll go into that if we actually pick this. Rage. In battle, you fight with primal ferocity. On your turn, you can enter rage as a bonus action. So you have 1 action per turn. And then sometime you can do a bonus action, which could be this. While raging, you gain the following benefits if you aren't wearing heavy armor. So it's basically, you cannot wear heavy armor because otherwise your class identity kinda doesn't work anymore. You have advantage on these saving throws and checks, so just anything that relies on strength, you just have a higher chance at succeeding. When you make a melee weapon attack using strength, you gain bonus damage to the roll that increases as you gain levels. So yeah, that was what's shown on the table, so you just deal more damage. Resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. There's a bunch of different types. Those are all the non-magical, I think. Might be all of them. And then you have the usual fire, thunder, lightning, water, wind, and whatever the fuck else. Poison. There's quite a few different damage types. If you're able to cast spells, you can't cast them or concentrate them. So basically while you're raging, you can't do spells. So Barbarian should not really be a spellcaster, just inherently because for that. Rage lasts for 1 minute. By the way, 1 turn in combat lasts is about 6 seconds. So it would last for 10 turns. If it ends early if you're knocked unconscious, makes sense. Or if your turn ends and you haven't attacked creature since your last turn or taking damage. So basically, if you're just chilling, not doing anything, then it ends. You just have to keep that rage going. You can also choose to manually end your rage, just as a bonus action. Once you have raged the number of times, which increases with level, you must finish a long rest. That's what I mentioned before. Certain things you can only do a number of times. With rage, it's just that. You can do X amount of rages per long rest. And then you have to finish a long rest to recharge that. If you're not wearing any armor, you get 10 armor class plus your dex modifier plus constitution. So basically not wearing any armor is not going to completely fuck you over. And you can still use a shield, so it's actually a valid option. Reckless attack. Once you reach level 2, you can throw aside all when you make your first attack on your turn, so not the bonus attack, so once each turn you can decide to attack recklessly. If you do this, you get advantage, so higher chance to hit, basically. But rolls against you also have advantage, so you basically go glass cannon. You have a higher chance to hit the enemy, but the enemy also has a higher chance to hit you until the end, until your next turn. Danger sense at 2nd level, you just have a higher what is it? Advantage on dexterity saving throws against effects that you can't see, such as traps and spells, unless you're blinded, deafened, or incapacitated. Which, yeah, makes sense logically. Primal Path at third level, you choose sort of a subclass bonus thingy. It's either Path of the Berserker or Path of the Totem Warrior. There'll be details, we'll go into that if we choose Barbarian. And then we also gain bonuses for these at further levels. Every 4th level, we gain bonuses to ability scores. We can choose one ability score by 2 or 2 by 1. So we just have 2 ability points that we can distribute. Can't go above 20. At 5th level, which is where it gets interesting, you can attack twice instead of once whenever you take the attack action on your turn. So it's not even a bonus action. Damn, that's fucking insane, actually. So you can attack twice and then still have a bonus action for certain other things. Also at 5th level, more speed, as long as you're not wearing heavy armor, which, as previously mentioned, it inhibits your rage, so you wouldn't do that anyway, so you're just faster. 7th level, you have advantage on initiative rolls, so you just have a higher chance to begin to be the first to attack in combat, simply said. If you're surprised and you're not incapacitated, you can act normally. Usually if you're surprised, the enemy is just allowed to take a free turn, and then combat commences normally. But because of this, it won't happen to you at least. But only if you enter rage before doing anything else on that turn. So if you're surprised, it means you have to skip one turn and then combat commences normally, but you can choose to enter rage and then it won't affect you. It will still affect your party, but not you. At 9th level, you can roll 1 additional weapon damage die when determining. So basically, when you do a critical hit, which is rolling 20 on a d20, you just roll another die. So you basically just deal even more damage, and then it increases even further at 13th and 17th level. So just more damage on a crit, which is a 5% chance because d20, 1 in 20, 5% chance. At 11th level, you can keep fighting. If you drop to 0 hit points while you're raging, you don't die. You make a saving throw based on your constitution, like this difficulty class, and this is what you need to do. So depending on how good your constitution is, you need to roll a certain number, and then so you roll I think 20-sided die and add your constitution to it, simply said. And it needs to pass a certain number. I don't know if it's 10 or if there's any other modifiers. And if you pass it, so if you succeed, you drop to 1 hit point instead of dying. Each time you use this feature after the first, increases by difficulty class increases by 5 until you finish a short or long rest, and then resets. So it's just more difficult to kill you as long as you're raging. At 15th level, your rage is so fierce that it ends early only if you fall unconscious or if you choose to end it. Not quite sure how that's relevant, but I don't think we'll manage to get to level 15. We'll probably die before, so we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. 18th level. If your total for a strength check is less than your strength score, you can use that. So I guess you just have some sort of bonus on a strength check. I don't quite understand, whatever. At level 20, strength and constitution increase by 4, and your max is also increased. So if they were both 20 before, which is the max, they increase by 4 and can be 24. If they were, let's say, 16, they're both 20, and you could increase them to 24. So you're just this uber melee tank smash dude. Your meetable mead, yes. Primal paths, Yeah, these are the sort of subclasses. So that's a quick-ish overview of the Barbarian. I gotta go pee again, so I'm gonna give you a minute of ads, then some time to think about it. If you want to stick with Barbarian, if you want to see other classes, let me know. We can go over them as well. I don't even know if we'll finish the character creation today, but it's fine. So yeah, here's the classes below this here. There. No, do not. No, don't jump. Stop. I want to. Oh, can you? Whatever. There. Yeah, you go pick a class or don't. If nobody picks anything, then we'll go with what catpeasant said. So Barbarian. What? What is Twitch doing? Hold. What the fuck? I am very confused by how the ads don't seem to work anymore. So I tried to run a 1 minute ad as I always do, and now it's saying preparing 1 minute ad and the just didn't show the normal. What the fuck? I don't know if it actually ran an ad or if it's queuing it up right now. If somebody gets an ad anytime from now on, like for the unless I actually say I'm gonna go to the toilet and run another one. If you get an ad now, actually please let me know, because I had that at the beginning of the stream apparently. If I'm understanding this based on the wording right now, I clicked run a 1 minute ad, went to the toilet, almost tripped over the carpet, dinner for one style by the way. And now it's saying preparing an ad and it's still 5 minutes 15 seconds, so it might run an ad in about 5 minutes. A 1 minute ad? For some reason it didn't run it instantaneously. It's fucking weird, or as I like to call it, new in Twitch. I don't get it. Also, catpeasant, if you want, we can get on a voice call. That might make it easier to, might get a little, get done with the character creation a little faster that way. If you would like. Class Barbarian. Level 1, I guess. We're going with Barbarian. Also, bye bye Bible. Okay, what's next? Race. Class. Start at level 1, yep. Oh, we gotta choose the subclass actually, hold on. Barbarian. Yeah. Oh yeah, also the starting equipment, but I think we'll pick that at the end. Don't have any other real input. Of these 5th edition things are different. Well, you can still... It's not like they are just complete nonsense. Even if you don't know them, you can still give input on them. For your ability scores. It's up to you. I'm just saying, if you want to, probably easier that way, if you would like. Okay, Primal Paths, which is the Barbarian subclasses. Path of the Berserker. Rage is a means to an end, that end being violence. Blah, 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 blah. Frenzy, okay. So at 3rd level, you choose your path. And when you choose this one, you can go into a Frenzy when you rage. You do so, the duration of your rage can make a single... For the duration of your rage, you can make a single melee weapon attack as a bonus action on each of your turns after this one. So basically, each time you attack, you can get another attack as a bonus action. Which means on level 5, when you already have the bonus attack, if I'm understanding correctly, you can attack, then do another attack because you have the bonus attack, and then if you're in a rage, you can use Frenzy to have a 3rd attack. However, when your rage ends, you suffer a level of exhaustion, which I'll actually have to jump into. Hold on. Appendix A. So I don't remember exactly what exhaustion conditions. There. There's several levels of exhaustion. So on the 1st level of exhaustion, disadvantage on ability checks. So whenever you have to roll a dice to check based on your abilities, you have disadvantage, so lower chance. And then you can also suffer exhaustion from various other reasons, like not having enough food or to drink, traveling too far, not getting sleep, you know, the usual stuff that will exhaust you. Yeah, and the levels are disadvantage on ability checks, which is meh, but still okay. Speed is halved. Yeah, that's bad. Also, obviously, you still have the previous effect. If you reach 3rd level of exhaustion, disadvantage on attack rolls and saving throws, that might really fuck you over. Maximum hit points halved. Speed reduced to 0. Which means you basically can't move in combat anymore, and also that limits a lot of things you can do. A lot of things require you to be able to move. And then if you reach level 6 of exhaustion, you're dead. Good job. So yeah, they stack up. Finishing a long rest reduces exhaustion level by 1, as long as you have ingested food and drink. Yeah, so you get one level of exhaustion if you use, what was it, the Frenzy skill, until you finish a long rest, which is, I believe, 8 hours. I hate how the PDF has to load all the pages in between instead of just loading this. It's just so fucking annoying. So now that we cleared that up, so yeah, I can have extra damage, but afterwards I'll have exhaustion, which is quite risky, I guess, if I do it too much. Level 6, you cannot be charmed or frightened while raging. You're charmed or frightened and enter rage. Effect is suspended as long as you're raging. So yeah, pretty simple. Level 10, you can use your action to frighten someone. Remember, I can then not attack because my action for that turn is already used. If you do that, the one creature that can see you within 30 feet must succeed on a saving throw. If it can't, it's frightened. Until the end of my next turn. I can use my action to extend the effect. Until creature is far enough away from me, basically. And if the creature succeeds the saving throw, I cannot frighten it again until 24 hours passed. Retaliation at 14th level, when you take damage from a creature within 5 feet of you, you can use your reaction to make. So basically, if you take damage from melee range, you can counterattack. Totem Warrior. You gain the ability Beast Sense and Speak with Animals. I'm not quite sure what Beast Sense is, but Speak with Animals, pretty obvious. Beast Sense probably just better perception. But only as rituals, which means you have to prepare them. You have to sort of cast them. So maybe you have to cast Speak with Animals. You have to concentrate for 3 hours to actually cast the spell. That's how a ritual works. And you might also need some materials. So it's not just you can't use it easily, but you have them available. Also at 3rd level, you must make or acquire a physical totem, amulet, or similar adornment. You gain minor physical attribute boost reminiscent of your totem spirit. If you have a bear totem spirit, and usually be hairy and thick-skinned. So basically, just your character's appearance changes slightly. Totem of an eagle, your eyes turn bright yellow. And you can choose one of those 3. Your bear, while raging, you have resistance to all damage except psychic damage. Eagle, while you're raging and not wearing heavy armor, which, as I said, basically you should never. So basically, when you're raging, other creatures have disadvantage on opportunity attacks, which is sort of a reaction attack. If you're within range and then you leave the range of the enemy, it can, if they have the ability, provoke an opportunity attack. You can use the dash action as a bonus, just to get extra distance, I guess. Wolf, while you're raging, your friends, so my party, have advantage on melee attack rolls against any creature around me. So as long as I'm raging, all of my teammates have a higher chance of hitting enemies with melee that are around me. At level 6, you can choose another one of once again, one of the 3. Either higher carrying capacity and advantage on strength checks for push, pull, and lift and breaking objects. You can see up to 1 mile away with no difficulty. And dim light doesn't impose disadvantage on perception checks. Or track other creatures while traveling at a fast pace. So when you're moving somewhere, you can choose how quickly you move. You can move fast, which puts you at a certain disadvantage for being ambushed. Basically normal, which is usual, and slow, which allows you to pay extra attention. So the faster you move, the more likely you are to be surprised, simply said. And you can move stealthily while traveling at a normal pace, so less likely to be noticed. 10th level, you can cast Commune with Nature, but only as ritual. Once again, needs casting time and all that. Virtual version of one of the animals you choose appears to convey the information you seek. So yeah, you can just ask nature, hey, help. 14th level, another benefit. Either when you're raging, any creatures around you that's hostile have disadvantage on any attacks against you. Wait, against anyone else that's you, or that also has this feature. Certain exceptions. When you're raging, you have a higher, your flying speed is the same as walking speed. Not really sure how often flying speed comes into play, honestly, so that doesn't sound particularly great. Raging, you can use bonus action to knock a large or smaller creature, so most creatures prone when you hit them. I'm in voice chat. Okay, hold on. Wait. Also, my voice is dying in case you haven't noticed, but I'll pull through with this. Raging, you can use bonus action. Can you large? I would like to not hear me. Thanks. Thank you. I don't know what you did, but I think you have the stream on speakers and it's way too loud. Are you even here? Hello. Mom, cat peasant is bullying me again. Oh, that was it. By the way, cat peasant, if you're saying anything, I can't hear anything other than a slight echo of myself. So I'm leaning more towards Path of the Berserker. This sounds more interesting to me. Nature is just... fuck nature. Although that'll come into play at 3rd level, but I think it's good to already be prepared. More to do. I don't know how often I would use Frenzy, but Mindless Rage is kinda nice.
Greetings, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, cool.
Let me just turn on music
I had to
further.
change some settings.
Are you on your phone?
No, I'm in Linux and the quality
You
is pretty
sound like
bad.
garbage.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I can boot into Windows, give me a sec.
Well, if that will improve your microphone, that would be nice, because it might be a little difficult to hear you at times.
Yeah, no, I'll boot into Windows.
Good luck.
BRB.
Okay. Where were we? So whenever cat peasant is back, we'll choose path. Maybe is there there info where you put that? Guess I'll just like Berserker. That's the plan, but yeah. Okay, so we picked our class and subclass thingy we get at level 3. Barbarian doesn't have any actual, like, real subclasses, so we're good with that. What's next? Choose a class. Yep, level, we're starting at 1, obviously, fresh adventure. Don't need a quick build. Record your level. Your character's hit points. Define how tough your character is in combat. Hit points are determined by your hit point dice. Yeah. So I guess I check here. Where does it say? Also, we'll have to do the starting equipment at some point. But I guess first of all, we figure out what kind of barbarian we're doing. Where's the hit point thingy? Am I missing it? Let me know if you see it. There, that's what I'm looking for. Hit points at 1st level, 12 plus constitution, okay? Let's just put that in here for now. Hit points maximum 12 plus const. We'll have to figure out what our constitution is. Jumping back and forth is kind of annoying, actually. What if I just open this again? Download. Oh, not this. This. No, wrong browser. Open with Chrome. What should we have here? 286. 60. Oh, that's the wrong one. 200%. Oh. Wait, no. God damn it. 200. So we wanted the step-by-step character. Okay, so hit point dies. Yep. Strength. Are they all? I assume they're all 0 by default, and then we get plus. Since we're a half orc, we get +2 strength. So strength 2. I don't know what this is, honestly. So I'll just, yep. Don't get any dexterity. We get 1 constitution. And nothing here, obviously. No wisdom, makes sense. Charisma, nothing. Okay, yep. First level, 1 hit die is determined by your class. You start with hit points equal to your highest roll of that die as indicated in your... okay, so... I am barbarian. So yeah, my hit points 12, which is the maximum of this. Yep, plus constitution. Makes sense. So is my constitution modifier just my constitution, or is there some kind of formula applied to it? Which you'll determine in step 3. Okay.
Cool, is that better?
I think so. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, cool.
Yep, it is. Which path are we going for? Which barbarian subclass thingy at level 3?
I wasn't paying attention when you mentioned the choices.
It's the path of the berserker, which was frenzy at level 3, so just extra attack each turn, but afterwards exhaustion. Can't be charmed and frightened while raging. Can intimidate an enemy each turn, basically. And when you take damage, you can do a counter attack. Or the other path, you either you gain ability to cast beast sense and speak with animals, but as rituals. Third level, you choose either resistance to every damage except psychic while raging. While raging and not wearing heavy armor, other creatures have disadvantage on opportunity attacks. You can use dash as extra. Or while raging, friends have advantage on melee attack rolls against creatures around you. And then you can choose on level 6 more carrying capacity and speed, and advantage on strength checks for pull, lift, and break objects and push. Or better vision up to 100 feet away. Or better tracking while traveling, and also you can travel stealthily at normal speed. Level 10, you can do commune with nature as a ritual. Level 14, you choose creatures around you have disadvantage against anyone other than you. While raging, you have equal flying speed to walking speed. While raging, you can use a bonus action to knock a large or smaller creature prone with a hit.
So, I'm guessing you want to play a sort of melee-oriented fighter.
That's what I'm leaning towards now, yeah?
Yeah, then I would probably go for Path of the Warrior, or what was the first one? Path of Berserker.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Already picked that. So,
yeah,
we're sticking with that, yeah. Okay, so now what was next? Hit points, and then do you know what my constitution modifier is? Is that just my constitution, or is it something based on my constitution?
It's so
there, I think. Wait, hold on.
Each ability score has like a range, so that table, yes.
Yeah, okay. So if I have 1 constitution, which is currently the case, because, or is there a default value? Because I get, hold on, where is it? I'm half orc, so I get +1 constitution. That means I have 1 constitution right now. to my knowledge, which would be a -5. So I would add -5 to my hit points because that's a modifier. That sounds weird. Or do I have 10 by default because that's the 0 point here?
Yeah, I don't remember how 5th ed or like the later things would work. Or I've heard it. Either roll a die, or you start with 10 and you lower and raise.
I don't know if I missed it. I'm just looking for the section that says these are your ability scores by default, and then you add your modifiers, which is like here +2 if you're this and so on. But I haven't found that yet. So choose a race. We've done that. Choose a class. Yep, comes with that. And level, well, we start at level 1. Hit points. And then we have the ability score here based on class, which is +2 to strength and +1 to constitution. And yeah, on level 1, it's D12 for me plus my constitution modifier, which is determined in step 3. So I guess we'll get to that later.
Okay, it looks like you do roll for those abilities.
Proficiency. The table appears in your class description, shows your proficiency, which is +2. Where do I see my proficiency bonus? There. So I guess proficiency is not tied to an attribute, that's just a general. So proficiency bonus +2, I guess. Yep.
Yes, so you shouldn't be putting those 2s and 1s in the...
If I figure out what the base value is, I'll just add this is just, those are my modifiers for the class, just so I know that. And then if I figure out that the base value for all of them is 10, for example, then I'll just do 10 + 2. I can do math. I'm just trying to go through this step by step now, because otherwise I'll get confused. Proficiency bonus applies to many of the numbers. Attack rolls with weapons you're... Okay, so basically anything you're proficient with, you add your proficiency bonus to. That makes sense. Background gives you additional proficiencies. We'll get to the proficiencies later, but proficiency bonus is currently +2. Okay. Ability scores. Yep. Each... don't care. You generate your character's 6 ability scores randomly. Roll 4 6-sided dice.
That's the method I've read.
Sure, we'll just use a random generator, because I don't have any die at hand and I would have to figure out how to properly set up the camera. Wait, okay, so first of all, let me understand. So I roll 4 6-sided dice and take the best 3. And I do that 6 times in total, probably for all the 6 abilities. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah. Want to save time? No. Take the 6 numbers, write each number. So basically I roll 6 groups of dice and then I assign them to whatever I want. So I should probably take the best one, put it on strength, second one on constitution, and so on.
Yeah.
Okay, how many? Wait, 4 6-sided dice. Let me just open Notepad to note that down. So that's... I'll select it. Okay, so 1 to 6, and I'll roll 4 of them. And that 6 times. Okay, so 6, that's good. 5. 1. 6. Wow, that's okay. Next group. 5. 1. Oops. 1. 2. That's an oof. Next group. 3. 2. 2. 4. I'm just happy that I got a 6, 5, 1, 6. That's gonna come in very handy. 2. 1, but I feel like I'm getting below average rolls now.
Like, you might want to start again.
I'm just no, I'm rolling with this. If I'm unlucky, then I'm unlucky. No. I didn't choose the pre-made number. Holy shit! I'm getting completely fucked here.
Your character's like.
Oh,
Going
I'll be
to,
so fucking useless. Oh, come on, just give me another. Oh my god. Oh boy. So, and now I use 3 of each group, right? The best 3. Roll 4. So yeah, groups of 4 and highest 3. Yep. And then 5. Okay, so we have. Let me just remove the lowest one on each. So it's 6, 5, 6, 5, 1, 2, 3, 2, 4, 3, 2, 3, 1, 5, 1, 5, 5, 2. Oh. That doesn't look particularly great, but it is what it is, okay? And then I assign them to my different abilities, which is strength, hold on, character sheet, there we go. So strength, I probably want the highest, because that determines my damage and all that, so...
You probably want it between strength or constitution.
Wait, do I just add all of them together? So, hold on. Now take your 6 numbers, right? Take your 6 numbers, wait.
Your 6 sets of dice. So you add each of them into 6.
Wait, did it say? Wait, so you have 6 numbers, but it didn't say. Record total. Okay, no, I'm just not paying enough attention. Yeah, okay, so 6 plus 5 plus 6 would be my base. I'm gonna put on strength, I guess. Okay, let me just 12. Just note it down like this. So 17. That's 8. That's quick math. 7, 8, and that's 9. That's 8. That's 7. That's 12. Let me just double check.
Out of interest, do you know what other people are playing? What classes they're playing?
No.
Yeah,
No
cool.
clue. I don't know if anyone has even made their characters yet, to be honest, so.
Cool.
Okay, so I got my numbers. So 17 is my base, and then I have a +2 because I'm a half orc, so it's 19. And then my next best is 12, so constitution would be 12 plus 1 makes 13. And then I think maybe wisdom next for perception, so I don't get fucked over as much.
I just want to check. So dexterity might also be one, because dexterity adds to your armor class. So if you do, I don't know. If
Yeah,
it works that way.
You're right. That is a good point. So the next numbers are 9, 8, 8, 7. So
It's not like they make a big difference, because they're all basically the same ability, like modifier. I think
it's not a big thing, but yeah, you're right. I should probably put the next best into dexterity, because armor class is important, and then. Well, 8 is the next one, so, oops, I don't know what the number down there is, so I'll just leave it out. So, wisdom and charisma, probably, because wisdom for perception and charisma for any kind of social interactions, and then intelligence, who cares? So, I'll put my 7 in there. So, these are my character stats now. Okay, and that means I'll add my constitution modifier, which I'll figure out later. Okay, yeah. So we are done with that. This is just another example. Customizing ability scores. No, I rolled them. More fun. There we go. So I am... Where am I? I am at 13 constitution. 12 to 13 plus 1. So I have hit points of a d12, I think. It was so...
yeah.
12, yeah, plus 1, which means, because I have a modifier of 1, so I have 13. I have only 13 hit points?
So you get more per level.
Yeah, but that seems so little, considering how much damage you deal. I guess creatures deal less. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you're a wizard, you typically have 1d4, so it's not that bad.
What the no? Rude? Describe your character, okay? Flesh him out as a person, needs a name, looks like, behaves, yeah. Physical appearance, personality, alignment, ideals. Identify the things your character holds the most dear, bonds, could be certain objects, or as I said, some kind of relation to places or people, flaws, backgrounds, and all of that. Background, yep, character's ability. Which we could build the background story around. Choosing a background, that's another... Where is it? There. Personality and background, yes. Hello? Jump to... How do I... There. Hello? Jump? Okay, we need a name. I already have a feeling that I might know the character name.
Is it Grognak?
What?
Grognak? Grognak the Barbarian? Or
Why
Ignog?
would... Yeah, I was thinking you would go with Ignog, because that's what you've always been trying to push.
Yeah, Ignog.
Where did you get that from, by the way?
Ignog?
Yeah. Is it based on eggnog?
No.
It is.
Oh, it was like...
Should I be worried? Does it
Basically-
mean something bad? What does Google Translate say about this?
No, it doesn't mean anything. It's just when we were playing Barbarians, I needed to make a name in Diablo 2, so I just made him Ignog.
I love it. Google Translate. Ignog with auto detect. Hungarian detected. Translation: ignore. That's such a fitting name, actually. That's good. Okay, Ignog is the first name. We still need the last name, obviously, and plenty of other things. Is Ignog a first or a last name?
It's really just being the first name, or like an only name.
Okay. Well, we will need a last name, I guess. I think every character has a last name.
You can just make the story that your guy is too stupid to have a last name.
Okay. Sex, I presume male. No direct benefits, but obviously have to think how we behave based on our gender. Might be like metrosexual or just whatever else. You don't need to be confined to the binary notions, but like can also be androgynous and all that. But presume we're just gonna go straightforward. But yeah, what do you say? Where do you actually? Is there anything for the gender?
I just normally play male characters, unless it's for a specific occasion.
Since why is there another character? Why is it? Okay, fine. There's no specific thing for the sex. I guess it's just you should know your character's gender. Okay, so I guess we've got ourselves a male. Height and weight. You can decide. I kind of want to just go with random. Because there are certain limitations on it, so it still makes sense, but it makes it, I think, more interesting. Unless you have a specific vision of what he should look like.
Me? Probably just like a tall, dark and handsome guy. I don't know.
So, wait, you can decide your character's height and weight using the information provided in your race description. Race description.
So, I think half-orcs tend to be slightly taller and like very bulky. So like they look like tanks.
Just want to check if it says anything in terms of limitations. Wait, did I just jump to the wrong page? I am so half orc. Page 40, yes, that was... What the hell? 40. Why is that the barbarian page? Classes. Then pages don't really align. Half orc. There we go. Half orcs stand between 6 and 7 feet tall. 6 feet in centimeters. 182 to 213. So we're already pretty large. 8. So half orc with 4 feet 10 inch. And then the modifier. Oh, God damn it. What was the rule here? Dice roll given in the height modifier. So 2d10 determines extra height. So we have a base height of 4 feet 10 inch. And then we roll another 2d10s for the additional height that gets added to that. That same number multiplied by the dice roll or quantity given. Oh, it's the same for the way. So basically we have 2d10. So 10. So 9. 5. So we have 14. So we have another 14 feet. How much? What 12 feet is an inch or something? No, wait, the other way around. Yeah, 12 feet is an inch. We had 14, so we had another 1 foot too. So we are 4 feet. That would be 5. We would be exactly 6 feet in height. 6 feet in centimeters would be. Hello, conversion. 182 centimeters. Wait, didn't this say we range from 6 to 7 feet? I got like a 9 and a 5, so I got above average rolls, and I'm minimum height for a half orc. Am I doing something wrong here? Half orc, 4 feet 10 plus another 12. Oh wait, plus another 14, I think. Yeah, 14. So it would be 1 more foot. We would be 5, 10, and then another 2. So we would be exactly 6. Measurements. Fuck feet. Fuck all of this imperial bullshit. Okay, so apparently we're 6 feet. Where does it say that? Height. 6 FT. Sure. And just because it fucks, I hate it. So 182.88 centimeters, because screw your units. Okay, same for weight. Base weight of 140 pounds, and then 2 times. A 2d6. Sure, we can do that. 4, 2, so 6. Wait. Dice roll given in the height modifier column. That same number multiplied by the dice roll or quantity given in the mate modif. Wait, so the number I rolled here in the height modifier, I then modify by the. Why is that so confusing?
Read the example. That's gonna.
That might be smart. Has a height of 4 feet 8 plus rolls gets a total of 12. Yep. Then the roll of 12 multiplies it by the dice roll. Okay, so I didn't misunderstand. So I had a roll of 14. So times, because I rolled a 6. Quick math. I'm good at that. 14 times 6, 84. So I add another 84 pounds. So I'm 140 plus 84 in pounds, which is 224 lb equals AG. 101 kilograms. Yeah, that's Sure. Wrong page. Where? Yep. Nope. Wait, 224 pounds, which is 101.6047 kilograms. Character creation. Other physical characteristics. You choose age, color of hair, eyes, skin. Maybe some special stuff. A scar, limb, or tattoo. Okay. So, which eye color would you like?
Blue.
Blue. Skin color. So I guess something between the normal human colors and something more greenish.
Yeah.
Just because it's funny, I want you to pick what's an HTML color thingy code. Just be very
HTML
specific.
codes?
I don't know what they're called. You know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
Just
yeah,
pick
I
one
do.
specific color, just because it's funny.
Let me.
Take your time. I kind of gotta pee anyway, so I'll be right back.
Okay, cool.
I have returned it. Returned it.
Greetings. So, okay, yeah, as I thought, the half orcs are like grey to green.
Okay.
So, like, they're in between. So, I'm gonna go with. E5, E4, E2.
E5, E4, E2. Hold on, I need. There's probably a website where you can just
Yeah,
easily.
It's like platinum grey.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find a website where you can just put that
Lavender.
in, translate it. Second, there we go. No, not this. This. Do you work? Hello? Let's see if this works.
What do you want? RGB.
There. I want a website to just visualize this, so this we're looking basically at a kind of light gray.
Either that, or actually now that I'm thinking of it, probably lavender grey. So C4, C3, D0.
C4, C3, wait, C4, C3, D0, D0. This?
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
In light gray, very slightly purple, just for simplicity's sake. Hair color.
I'm not sure about this.
We can also just go bald, by the way, so also an option.
Yeah, so I'm not sure about the story for half orcs in this campaign or this edition, but they're normally like they're in the snow and they're like essentially.
I would
like-
just say, just pick whatever you want, and if it's not okay, then Egg will tell me and we'll just reevaluate. So just,
Yeah, so I'll probably go with black.
you gotta be more specific. What's our HTML code?
Okay, so let me give you one then.
Since we might as well go all in with this stupid meme of just using HTML codes.
Yeah, let's do that.
Same for the, actually, same for the eye color, now that I think about it.
So 24, 21, 24.
So black, very slightly pink. Yes. Eye color, you said you wanted a blue. Which blue would you like?
Okay, so blue, probably 87 CE EB.
E7 CEEB, so sort of a very light pink.
87, not E7.
Oh, 87. A very light blue. Sort of sky blue-ish.
Yeah.
Sky blue, yep. How old? What was the age range for half orc? Normal, wait. Where? B? There. Age. So we probably have to be adult because we're adventuring, so at least 14 up to 75. Although 75 would be very odd already, so I guess 15 to 50 is roughly the range we're looking at.
Yeah. I would probably even go with like 20 to 50.
What would you like?
Me? 20? I mean, age doesn't really matter that much.
It might in some social situations where people might belittle you for your age, but yeah.
Yes, okay, apart from those situations. But they're obviously they're gonna belittle you for being a half orc before they belittle you on your age. Unless you're talking to other half orcs.
Okay, so we figured all of that out. God damn it. Gotta load again. Where is step character? Class. Still need a background, I think. Does that come into play? Describe your character. So we can still do the generic stuff, the non-specific one. So alignment. Go character sheet. Where's alignment? The alignment. Where's the overview of the alignment thingies? Although I doubt that they would change much between the editions.
So I think barbarians tend to be like chaotic
Kind of.
neutral,
There.
I think.
Alignment. So lawful good. Do right as expected by society. Neutral good. Do their best they can to help others. So even if they ignore the law every now and then, just good as in helping other people. Chaotic good. Just do whatever the fuck you want, but you help others. Act as their conscience directs with little regard for what others expect. Lawful neutral, you follow laws. But you're neutral, so you are not particularly that invested in helping others. Neutral is basically, I don't give a fuck about anything. Probably the most boring one. Chaotic neutral. You just do whatever the fuck you want to. Or you just do whatever benefits you. Sort of lawful evil. Sort of corruption, I guess, would be the most straightforward way. You follow the law, but not for good, not for helping others. Neutral evil. Those who do whatever they can get away with without compassion or qualms. Chaotic evil is just fuck over the world, fuck all of you. So I'm guessing we're not going for lawful. We're going for at least neutral. In terms of lawfulness. Maybe even chaotic. Especially since we're like half orc and barbarian, just full frenzy. It won't probably make sense to go chaotic even. Or sort of low end of neutral. Just I guess it wouldn't make
Chaotic neutral tends to be like a good choice because they don't have their own.
Or we could also make an argument that we are actually lawful, so we're only in combat. We're this madman, psychopath, and just sort of maybe even a split personality. Like in combat, you just disregard everything. You hate your friends, and as soon as combat ends, you're just a super nice person. Sort of split personality.
You could.
I'm just throwing out suggestions. Like.
So, I think probably. What is neutral good? Can you go to the description to neutral good?
Neutral good. Folks do the best they can to help others according to their needs. Many celestials. So basically, you want to help other people and you don't care too much about the law. So even if the law says you shouldn't do that, if you think it will help someone else, you will still do it. So you're a really nice person, even if you don't follow the letter of the law. So maybe not too fitting for a half-orc, although the half-orc could be like more orcish in terms of fighting style and more human in terms of social.
Except your charisma tends to will say that he's a
hold on, yeah, that makes sense. Charisma of 8 is not particularly great, I guess, but also not completely awful. So
also the intelligence of 7 will probably just mean he's chaotic. Like he's not particularly. He's like average for half orcs, I guess, for half orc or barbarians. So
why is this so much more difficult than I thought it would be?
I would probably go for neutral or chaotic neutral.
I'm leaning more towards chaotic neutral just because pure neutral is probably not all that interesting.
So
like holding their personal freedom above all else, especially if you have just the power, it makes a lot of sense. If anybody tries to tell you, hey, you can't do that, you'll just be like, nope, fuck you, I'll just smash you into pieces because I can. So I think chaotic neutral. Also, many barbarians are chaotic neutral. Yeah, I feel like chaotic neutral might be the most obvious choice, unless you have some specific ideas on some character quirks which might lend themselves to being something else.
I mean, I don't, but if you did want to play a true neutral barbarian,
let us out.
You can
help us.
you can make a case that there are true neutral barbarians. So
You
true
can make the
neutral
case
doesn't.
for any of them, especially since I'm a half orc. I also can just be like, well, I'm a human. I was raised in human society, so there you go. You can make a case for any of those.
Right, but so true neutral doesn't mean like they don't have a preference.
But it just is
what's
the
the-
element of those who prefer to steer clear of moral questions and don't take sides, doing whatever seems best at the time. It's just generally it's just the you just do whatever the fuck you want, just leave me alone. I don't care. It's the most passive one, but of course you could play a little more aggressive neutral where you're like, well, you can do whatever the fuck you want as long as it doesn't bother me, but most things do affect me in some way.
So in other editions and I don't know, other stories, there's been true neutral characters, true neutral barbarians that believe in like a balance of forces. Like neither good nor evil, but more like a balance of like nature and I don't know, like chaos.
But should this character be that, or should this character just be a stupid? I'm going to kill you all.
I think this one should be a stupid character. So I think we should do that. The chaotic neutral.
Okay, well, then, I mean, we already have some ideas for the negative traits, then we'll just need to find something positive to make it interesting. Like maybe he's super stupid, but he's super caring about his friends, or... I also had some ideas like for negative things. Maybe something super obscure that only comes up very rarely, but is really, really strong. Like if anybody insults my mother, I'll just instantly go into a rage. So even if it's a friend, they'll have to do some kind of like... charisma saving throw. Otherwise, I'll just enter a fight with them because they insulted my mom. Something stupid like that.
Right.
Okay, so we're going. Wait, where were you? Okay, you're taking neutral.
You could. Again, we have to get to that part first.
Well, I mean, we can still change stuff later. We should probably just try to figure out more stuff, and then if we decide, oh, actually, we're going to take it this direction, we can still change stuff afterwards. This is not set in stone, obviously.
Yeah.
Ideals, bonds, flaws. I think there were some examples also listed for all of that. Ideals. Things you believe most strongly. Fundamental moral or ethical principles. Encompass everything from your life goals to your core belief systems. And answer these questions. What are the principles that you will never betray? What would prompt you to make sacrifices? What drives you to act and guides your goals and ambitions? What's the single most important thing you strive for? You can choose any ideals you like, but your character's alignment is a good place to start finding them. Each background in this chapter includes 6 suggested ideals. Over them all linked. Okay, let's jump to them to just some idea. Actually, hold on. What did it said? Backgrounds. We also need a background, like background with the further character influencing things. Yeah, maybe we should pick a background next. That's the next big thing.
Yeah.
Background. Acolyte probably doesn't really make too much sense being in service in a temple to a specific god, unless you just want to do a really fucked up, quirky, weird, off-meta character. Charlatan. You know what people want you deliver, or rather you promise to deliver, so just deception. Yeah, that's the most important one. Deception and sleight of hand, so just con artist, basically. Doesn't make too much sense, especially with my intelligence and charisma. Probably. Yeah. Criminal, maybe? Deception, although stealth. I mean, it would probably be pretty funny to just... What if my negative quirk was that I always want to do everything stealthily? I always want to try to get surprise the enemies, but I'm just really fucking bad at it. But I just insist, no, we're gonna sneak up on the enemies, but I just make so much noise that it never works out. Just something really fucking stupid.
Right. Yes.
So, I mean, criminal, from just looking at the skill proficiencies, it doesn't make too much sense, but you can always make an argument, you can always have a quirky character. Maybe you have orc, you've been outlawed because, well, neither orcs nor humans accept you, so you're just like, okay, fuck you, then I'll just steal my way through life.
Yeah, probably. What like there, I'd probably have something like, you were outlawed by your village because you did something against the chieftain or whatever, and you just said, well, you can go fuck yourself, and like,
Yeah.
that is why you're adventuring.
Entertainer, acrobatics, made sense, performance there. I mean, it's not what you would usually associate with a half orc, but it could probably make for an interesting character to have a entertainer half orc. You could certainly make an argument for that one relatively easily compared to some others, so entertainer could work. Folk hero doesn't really make too much sense, since you're neither accepted by orcs nor by humans. You're just this awkward in between that's at home nowhere. You fit in among them with ease. Yeah, that just probably doesn't work too well. Guild artisan. I in my mind wouldn't particularly envision a half orc to be an artisan, but I guess
Unless
weapon maker,
mission
maybe
something
could be. Yeah,
Yeah, maybe weapon maker. Yeah, could be.
hermit. You lived in seclusion in a sheltered community or alone. Could make the argument for being outcast at a very young age because reasons. Maybe your parents fucked up and that caused you to be outcast or something. Or your parents were executed and you were outcast because your parents did thought crime or just whatever the fuck. Skill proficiencies, medicine, yeah, religion. Could not what you would usually think of an orc, but or half orc, but could be interesting. Can make an argument for that. Noble, well, that one doesn't really make too much sense. Outlander, you grew up in the wilds, far from civilization and the comforts of town and technology, yeah? Athletics and survival, that would certainly work very well with the general I'm stupid but I'll smash you ignore idea. Just a very dumb but strong, straightforward, blunt character. Would certainly work. Sage, I think that was the mage lore reading. Yeah, skill proficiency, arcana, history. 2 languages. Yeah, that one, I don't see how we could make an argument for that. That just doesn't seem beneficial at all. Sailor. Athletics, perception, could. Yeah, that could work. Soldier, definitely. Athletics, intimidation. Just having served for whoever, yeah. That can definitely work. Urchin, what was that one? Hey, you just grew up on the street alone. Well, then we're back to sort of the rogue, stealthy thief. But we could just make a fucked up character just because it would be funny.
Right.
Like a really non-dexterous orc that just constantly tries to steal from people but just keeps fucking up. Although it would probably be really funny, but it's too late now. But I'm just thinking, what if you had a character that had really high charisma and it's just a kleptomaniac, is that the word? Whatever the fuck, you just have to steal. You're really bad at it, but you always talk your way out of it. I guess we would have to have different rules for that. So
Yeah.
Urchin, yeah, you're just basically an orphan on the street, poor, alone, nobody cares about you. So you're just good at rogue, thief, ninja-y things. Okay, that's it. So probably doesn't make all too much sense. Please load. Thank you. Where was it? There's no fucking overview for the backgrounds, really? Okay, so Acolyte, I think that one's just out of the question. Charlatan, maybe, but doesn't seem that useful. Deception, Sleight of Hand, Disguise Kit, Forgery Kit. Not like we're really a stealthy, dexterous kind of character, so probably not. Criminal, maybe you could make an argument, but doesn't seem too helpful. Entertainer, that one could work. Entertainer could definitely work.
Yeah, definitely.
What are the... hold on, let's take a look at this. So we get acrobatics and performance. Helps. Disguise kit, or musical instrument. You get
He
that.
would probably... He would be kicked out of a lot of places if he...
Yeah, here
tried to
look, like Fire Eater. That one you could definitely do with, but any of these...
yeah.
There's definitely an argument. So feature popular by demand. You can always find a place to perform. At such place you receive free lodging. So just sort of always taken care of having a roof over your head. That one could work. Ideals. We were chaotic, so the world is in need of new ideas and bold action. That's not very specific, I guess. Variant entertainer, gladiator. Entertainer, but I guess only in combat. Honesty, that one? Yeah, this kind of flashy, blah. Find a place to perform that features combat, gladiatorial arena, a secret pit fighting club. You can replace the musical instrument in your equipment package with an inexpensive but unusual weapon, such as a trident or a net. Gladiator could work. That seems more in line with the character, but I don't think it would have to be in line. Just having a sort of... Just having this really stupid half-orc that's also just really good at playing, I don't know, a lute or something, could be pretty entertaining.
Right.
Folk
He
hero.
probably wouldn't be good at playing a lute because his charisma score is so low.
Maybe he's just awful at the music, but he just makes it entertaining. You know, he's just making a fool of himself in an entertaining way. Okay, so folk hero doesn't make much sense. Guild artisan. Inside persuasion. Doesn't really seem very fitting, but could certainly be entertaining to play. And probably some kind of weapon or armor smithing. Armorers or whatever the fuck. Weaponsmith. Hermit. Maybe. I mean, the religion seems a little weird, but other than that, herbalism kit, proficiency, yeah. Feature.
Hermits could definitely work.
You might uncover a fact that has been long forgotten, but work with your DM to so basically you just have some very, very obscure information.
Yeah.
In this one, for example, I've been isolated for so long that I rarely speak. I prefer gestures and occasional grunt. Obviously, that one could definitely work. And Noble we ruled out. Outlander could also work. Outlander probably even a little better than Hermit, but they're very similar, I would say. This one has more helpful skill proficiencies. Musical instrument, I guess, why not? Equipment. We could definitely go with the being outcast from society story, and then Sage was just a no-go because that's like literate and smart sailor. Probably not the best, but can make an argument for it. And soldier could also work. Urchin, kinda meh. What does soldier give? You have military rank, so you can evoke your rank. Temporary, okay. I'm sort of leaning towards Outlander, just because it has very interesting skill proficiencies that would work very well. With an Outlander, you can sort of make the argument for any fucked up deficiencies. That you just don't understand how certain things work in language. You don't understand societal norms. Just can just be this rude idiot. Basically, it would work very well.
Outlander would work, I think.
Feature Wanderer. In addition, you can find food and fresh water for yourself and up to 5 other people each day. Whether the land offers berries, small game, water, and so forth. That's also pretty useful, actually. Personality trait. I'm driven by wanderlust that led me away from home. Watch out my friends, there were a list of newborn pups. Runs went 25 miles without stopping to one. My clan of an approaching orchard, I'd do it again if I had to. I have a lesson for every situation, brought from observing nature. It just... Fuck, that reminds me of... What was it? Nobody would understand. I just realized that that's a German only. Fuck. Anyways, I place no stock in wealthy or well-mannered folk. Money and manners won't save you from a hungry owlbear. Yeah, that sounds like something somewhat interesting compared to the other ones. Just for general ideas. Although I don't think I'll pick any of these. I'll pick my own, but just as an idea. Always picking things up, absolutely fiddling with them, sometimes accidentally breaking them. Feel far more comfortable around animals than people. I was in fact raised by wolves. So, what would you say? What are we going with for background? It doesn't make too much of a difference, so I'm not too overly worried. I said which ones make sense, so pretty much pick any of those, I guess.
So, can you go to the page with them on?
Fortunately, no overview because it's a sub chapter. So, not acolyte, not charlatan.
I mean,
very maybe criminal. So we have
so
criminal, entertainer.
I think I would go with hermit, but
entertainer, not folk hero, guild artisan, hermit. Let's see. You lived in seclusion. Just discovery, right? You know something that nobody else knows, basically. Yeah, that one, sure, it can also work. Okay, background. Hermit. What does it give me? Skill proficiencies. Medicine and religion. Where's this?
So it's in that box with skills. No, you passed it.
Yeah, I'm just checking it. Yeah, that's this. Okay, so medicine, religion. Do I gain any proficiencies from my class? I gotta check. School proficiency. What the fuck? Herbalism kit. One language of my choice. Ooh, that one is... On the one hand, I kind of want to say something more widespread, like Dwarvish, Elvish, because I know Common and Orcish, obviously. So I kind of want to say something that's more generally applicable, but on the other hand, knowing something that's probably more niche, like Infernal, would also be interesting.
Yes, and that could work as well.
What was our rate again? Half orc. Where's half orc? Not halfling. Not human. Dragonborn. Bee. Gnome. Very school passes. Half elf. Half orc. There we go. What do we get? Do we get any proficiencies in... Actually, I should also note down my size is medium. Where's size? Height. Is there any specific box for size? I'll just note down medium. I already did that. Age doesn't matter. Alignment, yeah, whatever. Size, medium. Speed 30. I don't think I've noted that. Where's that? Speed 30. I have dark vision, so that's trade. Where do trades go? Trades. Dark vision. Menacing, which is proficiency with intimidation. Intimidation. Relentless endurance.
If you have, you just mark it off on the left.
What's on the left?
Your skills. So intimidation.
But I have the thing is, yeah, I have intimidation, I think, but I have proficiency with it.
I think that's with that's the circle or the checkbox.
I think no, I maybe. Shut up! I don't know.
I don't know.
Relentless endurance. Don't die. Thingy. I'll just refer to it whenever it happens. Savage attacks. Savage attacks. In brackets. Crit damage. I know what it is. So, common and orcish. Yeah. So is that common language or orcish language? I can't type. Help. Okay, so we got the class features and now the race features, and now for the class features. Barbarian. This 3. What does that give me? Proficiencies. Other proficiencies. Are there any armor specific ones? No. Light armor, medium armor, and shields. Light armor, medium armor, shields. Simple weapons, martial weapons. Simple weapons, martial weapons. God damn it. Wait, where is it? There. No tool thingies. Saving throws. Strength and constitution. Strength, constitution. Skills. Choose 2. Oh yeah, we also gotta choose a skill. There we go. There's our. That's what we get. This is where we have this. Whether we have the skill. I guess it would make a lot of sense to have the intimidation skill since we get proficiency because of menacing. God damn it! What? Yeah. So. And we also we get proficiency with athletics because of the background, right? Athletics and survival proficiency, actually. So I think it would make a lot of sense to pick intimidation, survival, athletics. One of those. Intimidation. I don't know. In any kind of RPG, I'm always kind of like, yeah, fearing enemies is kind of meh, but it would make a lot of sense with the character we're building. Athletics and survival just seem generally useful. What do you think? We can also just go with something we don't get proficiency in. We don't have to make the strongest character. It's mostly about just having a fun campaign, I guess.
Yes. So I'm looking up what proficiency actually means in 5th
I think you have
edition.
advantage Or you add your proficiency bonus to it. That's it. So I get a +2 on those, right?
Yes. So you don't want to pick 2 skills that you already have proficiency in for your background.
That's a good point. You know what? Let's check. Yeah. Backgrounds. True. Yeah. Hero, where was it? I think here, Hermit. Hermit gives us skill proficiencies, medicine and religion. So we don't get any of... We have medicine and religion. But the other ones were like athletics and nature, animal handling, and just... I don't know, remember. But anyways, we... Okay, let's... back... where were we looking? Classes, right? Okay, so any of these would work because I don't think we already have proficiency in any of those.
Right. So intimidation. Well, can you go back to your character sheet? I just want to see what intimidation is like an ability thing with.
Based on charisma, and I believe it's just fearing an enemy. Or making an enemy fear, or whatever the phrasing is.
Yeah, it's not just an enemy. It's like
it can also help in social situations. Say when I'm trying to haggle over a price, it can be like, you give me a deal, or I'll kill you. And having proficiency in that can help. So since I'm thinking I want to get intimidation because of menacing. I already have proficiency by default, so it seems like just getting intimidation seems like higher value than any of the other skills. And then just any of the other skills.
Yeah, I think intimidation and something else is, probably a good idea.
So I don't know how much nature helps. Perception is always useful. Detecting danger and traps and all that. But that one also just... It's based on... Perception is based on wisdom, and let's be real. 8? I'm kind of worthless at that, so... It might be better to just hope that somebody else has better perception than I do. So they'll just succeed the perception check and warn me about a trap. So I'm leaning away from perception and maybe survival, because I already have the was it the hermit background that gave you... Or am I confusing it with the Outlander, where you can just find food for others? Oh, that might be the Outlander. But survival is still... You need the food because otherwise you'll suffer exhaustion. So survival seems like something that can be beneficial for everyone. Athletics definitely come into play a lot, I think. Because climbing somewhere, jumping somewhere, running somewhere, all of that would probably come into play quite a lot. Animal handling, that one would come down to, if we have somebody playing maybe a druid, then we don't need it because they are much better at it. But having some level of animal handling can also be useful. I feel like you probably need to invest a little more for it to be valuable. So I'm leaning towards perception, survival, or athletics as the second one.
Yeah, I think so too. So, would you mind going to Outlander? The
what? Where?
background, the Outlander background.
Oh, Outlander. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Considering maybe that's a good one as well. Or
Background. So Hermit was what we're probably going with. Just this.
So, and Outlander?
Especially medicine is probably going to come in very handy, and then Outlander would already give us proficiency in athletics and survival. So if I pick
Right.
Outlander, I should have athletics and survival skill, I guess. Unless having skill also means proficiency, I'm not entirely sure. Both are just synonymous at this point, because any character has to have some kind of athletics, right?
Although,
I'm fine with
Yeah.
both, either Outlander or Hermit. I don't see too much difference between the two, honestly.
which is the one where you can gather food?
I think that one was Outlander. Let me check. I mean, you get a hunting trap. Oh. Doesn't say anything. Was that somewhere else? Am I misremembering?
Yeah, I remember you saying there was one that was like that.
A recluse, a hunter-gatherer, so... Yeah, but let me check Hermit again. Hermit... I am struggling to find it right now, to be honest. Is it somewhere else? There's just way too much decision.
Yeah.
I thought it was part of somebody's thingy, but what was the description text for the... I don't know, but I'd say they're not too different. With a hermit, you could still have the argument that you are in a sheltered community, whereas Outlander's just you're by yourself.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. But let's just continue going with hermit. It doesn't matter too much, I guess. So
No, probably don't.
hermits. We have all of these proficiencies. What does hermit give us? I think we're working on that. Oh no, we need the 2 skills for our class. That was what we're looking for. So we get medicine and religion from this, and then where is it? There. So it was perception, survival, or athletics as the second one.
I would probably pick survival.
Good, I was thinking the same, because since we don't... The thing that we thought there was somewhere with the finding food isn't anywhere, so survival is probably helpful. I was actually thinking the same, so... survival. Although I'm... Hold on, I should check. I have... We were saying deception... perception, not deception, and survival. Survival is wisdom, and perception is wisdom. Athletics would be strength. I mean, athletics, we would have higher strength, we would have a higher chance of succeeding, though. Whereas...
Yes. Although I think you can get your...
But realistically, we would be using survival for just hunting food. I would hope that the chances of failing are not too high, so it's probably fine. And
yeah.
I don't know what characters everyone else is making, but I just have a feeling that they would be more focused on, okay, I want to make a strong character. How strong for combat can I make it? So being the useful sort of support that can bring food is probably a good idea. So yeah, we both thought survivor, so let's go with that. So we got all of our proficiencies from our class. We got our race proficiencies, which are these, and then class, which is this, and then background was herbalism kit and religion or something. So and then do we get another language? I don't think we did, but let me just double check.
Yes, we did, didn't we?
Background.
Or was that another?
I'll just double check. Permit, where art thou? There. A language of your choice. Okay. Is there an overview of the languages? Just so we can make an informed, educated decision. I don't really see anything right now. Race.
Hello.
Even is raiding, but the alert, the sound is not working. Yep. Thank you for the raids. Welcome everyone. We're doing very exciting things. We're making Ignog. A
barbarian.
Yes. Soon, TM, I will be playing Dungeons and Dragons on stream, and we're currently making the character. So, no, not Eknog. Rude. Let me try to give a very quick explanation. It's an RPG that's mostly based on your your imagination and how well you can picture things. Most of the outcomes are determined by a roll of a die. Singular of dice, by the way, if you're confused about what a die is. And we're currently making our character, which is incredibly complicated, but if you would like to have an influence on what kind of character I will be playing and thus how the campaign will be played, now is your chance. I'm sitting on Discord with Catpeasant, in case you're wondering who that is, and yeah, we're trying to figure out. So far, we have a name. We'll be barbarian, so sort of melee, rage, furious fighter. It's a half orc, so half human, half orc. Hermit background, so just sort of from a secluded society, living by himself. Chaotic neutral, so just how do you describe chaotic neutral again? I forgot already.
Yeah, it's
help.
Someone who doesn't follow laws, but rather does what they.
You do stuff on your own accord, but not particularly to harm anyone else or to help anyone else. Just to whatever you see fit. Just neutral means just whatever you see fit to help yourself currently, and chaotic as in the opposite of following the law. So you just do whatever the fuck you want, basically. Yeah, lots of strength because melee and just smash people. Constitution, decent amount of health, and then just some dexterity because armor class, and then our worst rolls we put on wisdom, which is mostly for perception, so you can find traps. Charisma for social interactions, and intelligence. Who needs intelligence? Even loves this D&G RPG stuff. Greetings, Catpeasant. Do what thou wilt. We're working on it.
Greetings, Cat be bad.
Where were we at? I'm lost. Also we figured out we're 20 years old. This is our height and weight. This is our eyes. If you're wondering, this is our eye color. Yes, I put HTML codes there. Fuck you. Skin color, hair color, and the rest still to be done. Well, I don't think we'll have any spells, so this page will be completely pointless. Anyways, back to what were we doing? I got distracted.
We want the languages.
Yes, languages. Thanks. I was trying to find, is there a page that has all the languages? Because I don't think there is. I don't see one. Combat, adventure, no, those don't seem to be particularly helpful. Unless it's under social interaction. You don't look like 101 kilograms, but I guess all the eggnog has a lot of calories. Rude? Social interaction, blah, 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 blah. Nobody cares. Okay, it's not here. Okay, back to this. I guess we'll just have to infer the languages. So I think there's one language per race plus common. So the common language is the one that everyone knows, and then you have Dwarvish, Elvish. Halfling doesn't really count. I don't think they have. Do they have a language? I don't think they do. I think humans also speak common. Dragonborn speak like drag something, Draconian, Gnomish, Elvish, Orcish, and Infernal. So additional language.
The languages are on page 123.
What, 123?
Yeah, I think.
You sure? Which one are you looking at? Which version of the guide? Do you want mine?
Okay. No, go to the actual page 123, not the...
Oh, 131. I see what you mean. 123. Ah, yeah, there we go. Thanks. Good job, Catpeasant.
Yeah.
Okay, standard languages and exotic languages. So we can just pick any language. It said. I don't think there were any limitations. So at first I was thinking, let's pick another common language because it'll be more useful. But everybody knows common, obviously, and common as in standard languages. So everyone has common. We already have that. We have Orcish as well. And let's just assume that our party might be of some other races. So we might already have some of these languages already covered. So I'm actually thinking maybe do an exotic language like Infernal on the one hand, because we could interact with tieflings. So there might be a tiefling that's just like, oh, society hates me, and then I can just speak in Infernal with them and be like, hey, I'm your buddy, don't be mad, please give me money. Or maybe even something even more situational, like Primordial, Sylvan, or whatever. And should the situation ever arise, are able to speak their language, which would mean that they're probably more comfortable. So I have a higher chance of succeeding whatever I'm doing. So the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm leaning towards some exotic language. Because we'll have quite a few of the standard languages covered, I hope. We have common covered, we have Orcish covered, because we're half orc. And I'm sure one of us will be an elf, and we might also have a dwarf. So we would already have about half of the standard languages covered, most certainly. But I just kind of want to go with something exotic as a bonus language. Maybe even something weird, just deep speech, because it's so unusual. Maybe not draconic, whatever the fuck you pronounce that. Shut up, because somebody might play a Dragonborn. So
yeah,
any of the exotic languages except for draconic. That's what I'm thinking.
So again, mind flayers are these things that like eat your brains, and beholders are these things that just cast magic and kill you.
If you say so, I have no clue. I'm just yeah, sure. I don't know. You're probably more knowledgeable on D&D stuff than I am.
And I guess one thing that okay, there are obviously exceptions to everything, but most of the things that use deep speech are basically just after kill you. And I guess anything lower down on that list as well.
That's a pretty good point, actually. Yeah, true. Like something that's Infernal is probably evil by default. Although Sylvan fake creatures are generally the opposite. They're like generally good from what I remember. Undercommon, Underdark traders, I'm not really sure, but yeah,
So-
Abyssal, Demons, probably evil. So Celestial, yeah. Based on your argument, yeah, Celestial or Sylvan or Primordial would make sense.
So Undercommon is another thing because it's for the Underdark, which is not. It's like on the planet, I guess.
Who's
it's
an
just like
underdog in
underground.
this competition?
Underdog. So they're these dark elves, which are also kind of evil.
Just,
And-
just as a thought, would it help understanding the script? Because you also have the script list. So since I know Orcish, I know the Dwarvish script, I know the common script. So if I were to go with, let's say, Celestial, I would also know the Celestial script. Whereas if I went with Primordial, that wouldn't give me a new script. Does it help just knowing the script if I don't know the language? Probably not, right?
You probably identify it as writing, but you wouldn't like.
I could
you wouldn't-
identify that it's a language I don't know, but does that really help? Unless I'm seeking for someone like, hey, can you translate this? Then maybe.
Yeah.
But I
That
don't
can
really
help.
see it being too useful. I just wanted to put that out there. So
yeah.
I'm leaning more and more towards Celestial because just it's a different script, it's a different language. But speaking to Celestials, which are probably very, very, very powerful beings, seems helpful. It'll come up very rarely, but when it does, it might be very invaluable.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe take that if you want.
Oh, okay then. Language, Celestial language. Language, yes. Also, save this. Yes, replace. Don't want to lose this. Okay, where the frick was I? So we did our ability scores. Blah blah. Okay, we did our alignment. We need our ideals, bonds, and flaws and backgrounds. Actually, no, we did our background now. Hold, let me check. Was there anything else that the background gave me that I need to note down? Backgrounds. Hermit. So skill proficiencies, medicine, religion. Yep. Herbalism kit. Yep. Language, we chose Celestial. I guess the equipment. Equipment. I think that's my money. Copper, silver, something, gold, platinum. Winter blanket. Why can I? That of what the fuck are you? I guess an herbalism kit then. 5 GP. Okay, so I have 5 GP. Also, just to make this more readable. There we go. All right. Let's see. Life of Seclusion. So, which one is this? Reason behind your seclusion. I'm gonna check. Personality traits, ideals, bonds, flaws. That's what we're mostly looking for right now. So we're still on 13 hit points with 0 temporary. Might as well fill that in. Should also do my hit points, but yeah, I'll do that at some point. Okay. Personality trait. Some examples. Been isolated for so long that I rarely speak, preferring gestures and occasional grunt. That would work very well with a secluded half orc. I am utterly serene, even if in the face of disaster. Sounds kind of boring, to be honest. The leader of my community had something wise to say on every topic. I'm eager to share that wisdom. That sounds like something, if you can pull that off in terms of role-playing, it's really cool. Sort of always having something to say, but might be a little difficult for me to pull off, quite honestly. I feel tremendous empathy for all who suffer. We're chaotic, so no. If we were good, sure, but no. I'm oblivious to etiquette and social expectations. Yes. I connect everything that happens to me to a grand cosmic plan. Could always fit that in. I often get lost in my own thoughts and contemplation, becoming oblivious to my surroundings. That could be kind of interesting. Just that I'm always thinking about something and then just fuck up my perception checks. Would just be entertaining and funny. I'm working on a grand philosophical theory and love sharing my ideas. What would you like? Yeah, go ahead.
Just what you said earlier. You're chaotic. So that means chaotic is the opposite of
Lawful.
Lawful. But lawful is kind of it's kind of a bad name in my opinion. So it should be like ordered and chaotic. So people with like ordered lives, like with like social structures and like court systems and like kings and peasants and all of that.
Peasants, what?
Those people tend to fit in the lawful category.
Yeah.
While like people who don't abide by those tend to go with the chaotic category.
I'm a hermit. I didn't grow up in society, so I don't know what laws, I don't know what social etiquette is. So all of that makes a lot of sense. So personality trait, something along those lines, what I said.
Right,
but either I don't really speak much, or I don't know what social etiquette and expectations are, or I just.
But for number 4, you could still be empathetic to other people, even though you don't even though you're chaotic.
I'm not saying any of these are just like an absolute no-go. As I said, you can always make an argument for any of them. I'm just saying, based on the character we've built so far, these seem to be less likely / valid options in a sense. Right. So, but if you would be like, yeah, this would make for a very interesting character, then we can always find an argument why. Yeah. But we don't have to go based on one of these 8. We can make up something by ourselves. So personality trait, something that just basically defines every action and choice that we make. Something very direct, very instantly noticeable. It's basically what the trait is. Yeah. We are. So let's recap. We're a pretty stupid half-orc that grew up outside of a society, just probably an outcast. We haven't fully decided on that, but likely an outcast. Chaotic neutral, so it doesn't really follow laws, just goes with whatever the fuck. Yep, don't care. Is good at surviving in nature, I guess, because of survival, herbalism kit. Has, well, the starting equipment doesn't really matter too much. Size also. Trying to think of stuff that would make for an interesting campaign, most importantly. Not just something that would somewhat fit with the character, but also would be entertaining.
Yeah, so
maybe always turning down help, for example. Like if anybody offers help, I'm like, no, I grew up as a hermit, I can do this. Even if you're just completely awful, you just refuse help. Although that would be more like less of a personality trait and more of a flaw, but just to collect ideas. That one could be good.
I'd agree with that one as well. That one would be a good fit. So So I don't really think any of those written down there are any good. Because, for instance, number one, your guy knows like 3 languages, but he
True.
can
Yeah, that's a
only
very
communicate.
good point. Actually, I didn't think about that. You are absolutely right. Number one is completely off the table. Completely.
Yeah.
You're right.
Number two, maybe,
Doesn't make sense with
but
the
like
barbarian.
that, he's kind of like aggressive, and
Yeah,
he's just
doesn't
gonna like,
doesn't go well with the half orc barbarian. You're just the super aggressive. I'm gonna smash you to pieces. That doesn't make any sense. Leader of my community. Well, we're outcast probably. What we're going with. So 3 is out of the question. Empathy. Yeah, you can always feel empathy, as you said, but unlikely, but possible. Number 5 would work. Oblivious to etiquette and social expectations, since we grew up in isolation.
5 could actually work. Yeah.
Yeah, number 6, Grand Cosmic Plan. Yeah. Okay. Can this thing just fuck off? Thanks. Get lost in my own thought also worked. And Grand Philosophical Theory. Yeah. If you're a hermit, you love sharing your ideas, just seems a little. On the one hand, a little weird, but on the other hand, I guess you don't have much social interaction, so whenever you get it, you get really excited. Actually, what about this?
Yeah.
You just. Since we did grow up as a hermit, our character is just really excited whenever any social interaction happens. So we're really gullible and just like, oh my god, finally somebody to talk to. I just get really happy that we have somebody that is not an animal that we can actually talk to. And
that could work.
Maybe personality trait. I feel the need to befriend everyone, something along those lines, which would be a little odd for the half orc, but it would make for an interesting character. Which is what I mentioned earlier, the contrast between this super strong alpha male, I'm gonna smash you to pieces, half orc in combat, and then in social situations it's just like, okay, please be my friend. I'm lonely. How long have you been at this? Yes.
Yes.
I think I've been reading the Bible until about 2030, so let's say 3 hours maybe. Let's say very roughly 3 hours, plus minus an hour.
So I think I'd agree with like all of those, like any of those personality traits that you put forth.
Well, which one would you say seems most interesting? And I'm saying interesting as in when we actually play the campaign, what would lead to interesting interactions? You seem to be enjoying it, huh? I just know. Hold on for just a moment. Sorry. I just know that when we actually get to play it, it will be very interesting because I played D&D once and I've seen a few campaigns, so I just want to put in the time right now, even though this is somewhat drawn out and maybe not very exciting for most people. I just know that putting in the time in and actually getting an interesting character that makes sense and just leads to interesting interactions is worth it. That's why I'm doing it right now. Sorry, go ahead.
So you said that the character is like he wants social interactions.
It was an idea. Yeah.
Maybe it could be because his charisma is like below average. What you could probably say is like
he's just an introvert, socially awkward, autistic, something along those lines. Just he wants the social. Well, I guess autistic wouldn't really be that, but he wants the interaction, but he just doesn't know how to do it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That could work. I've
been drinking too much. I gotta pee again.
I just need to get a power supply for my laptop.
You know what? You do that. I'll go pee and then we'll continue.
Oh.
By the way, even if you want to join to discuss this, feel free to. We're in the voice chat, but I'll be back in a minute or two. Yes. Also, shut up. I just realized what I said before I left. Shut up. You know what I meant. You usually has to leave right away when he ends streams the night. Yep. Just. I've been reading the Bible before doing this, so I might be slightly drunk. So in my defense, shut up. You know what I meant. Come on. Okay, so we were still trying to figure out the personality trait. So what I meant to say, Toa, if you have input, feel free to. This is the idea so far, but drank too much eggnog. No, it was actually other stuff, but sure.
I'm still looking for a cable, so give me a sec.
Good luck. So I'm trying to think of a good personality trait. Just what's sort of the center point of how our character behaves. Cheers.
How about he constantly burps a lot?
How about this? We're so unused to social interaction that whenever somebody talks to us, we throw up. South Park? Anyone?
Yeah.
No?
Yes. That would explain why he has a low charisma score, although he probably have an even lower charisma score there.
He practiced a lot, okay? He's been working on himself. Okay, personality trait. I'm just still trying to figure out what would lead to the most likely lead to the most interesting results.
You could.
I'm still thinking about something that, in some way, impacts his social interactions. Whether it's just that he's bad at it, he feels the need to.
How about he?
Or maybe.
Go
ahead.
You don't want to have like a major problem.
What
like
about?
You don't want to have the personality trait be too bad.
Yeah,
So
of course.
How about if he just has no like volume control, and as his speech goes on, he just gets louder and louder and louder.
That could very well be interesting. I like that. I just had the idea of what if he's like, hermit life is great. You should all implore this. So whenever a discussion goes on for longer than, let's just say, a minute, it's always just like somehow tries to steer the discussion into a hermit life, and you should give it a try. Just sort of like a salesman trying to sell you something, but he's just trying to sell you the hermit lifestyle.
So it's like a traveling hermitman.
Yes, traveling hermit's my problem. But I also like the volume idea. That's actually that one you could very easily argue, and that would just be very entertaining when he suddenly just gets very loud. Why are you shouting? What do you mean? Just sort of gets lost in what he's saying and doesn't really realize. Yeah, that one could also. Why did you have to give me a good option? Fuck you. Now I have to decide. Thor, decide. Both of those I actually really like. One of them just being like, okay, yeah, let's have a discussion, and if the discussion goes on for longer than a few minutes, he just really gets really evangelistic about his lifestyle. Just tries to steer the conversation in that way, always. But on the other hand, just gradually getting louder and louder would also just... It's so fucking dumb. It would be so funny, you know? Oh, we could put both of them. One of them could just be a flaw, I guess, in a sense.
Yes.
When he gets nervous, he starts masturbating. Why is it just... Reasonable, yeah, totally. Thanks, Toa. You're very helpful. We don't want to make another Toa, though. We want to make Ignog, not Toa. Maybe, how about this? We go with the... Let's just try to sell everybody the hermit lifestyle. And whenever we're traveling anywhere and somebody's complaining, I'll just be like, well, if you had the hermit lifestyle, you would be fine. Just be really annoying in that regard. Well, annoying is sort of. And then the social for the volume, whenever the character gets nervous, he just loses control of his volume. So
yes.
if there's any situation where I have to lie, deceive, or just in any way, shape, or form act out of character, so just sort of adapt to any social norms, I'll just be very loud, and I'll just be like, good joke, nice. Why are you shouting? What do you mean? I'm perfectly fine. Just something along those lines as a negative trait. So I guess I would always stick out in a crowd because I would get nervous because I'm not used to it. And then if I get nervous, which is almost always the case, sort of, I'll just get loud. What were you drinking? Jägermeister energy drink, and then also vodka orange juice. And now I just stopped.
Oh.
So... And ideals, we'll have to figure something out. Okay, let's go with that for now. We can still change it later. Once again,
Alright.
wait, that was the first page.
Another thing you could do is ask the DM to say, give you more, like a bonus in intimidation because you just get so loud.
Nice. Okay, so personality trait. I'm very, what's the word? Like adamant, like super into the selling people the hermit lifestyle. What's the word? It's a word I'm trying to think of. I'm very
Evangelistic?
sure that's not the word I'm thinking, but passionate. Yeah, something along those lines. Well, whatever. Let's go with passionate. I'm very passionate about the hermit lifestyle. Everyone should try it. Okay, flaws. when I get nervous, I get loud, and I don't notice it. Okay, ideals and bonds. Ideal. Here's some example ideals. My gifts are meant to be shared with all, not used for my own benefit. Obviously we're not good, so this one wouldn't work. This would be a good idea. Logic. Emotions must not cloud our sense of what is right and true or our logical thinking. Lawful. Obviously we're not lawful, so nah. Free thinking. Inquiry and curiosity are the pillars of progress. Chaotic. I feel like all of these ideals are too general to use for anyone. They're a good starting point because they are so general, but I definitely want my own ideals. Power. Solitude and contemplation are paths towards mystical or magical power. Evil. Well, we're chaotic neutral, so probably not this one, I guess. Less in some altered way. Live and let live. Meddling in the affairs of others only causes trouble. I mean, for a hermit, you could make an argument, just like, yeah, I'm just gonna leave, I'm just gonna ignore anyone else. Self-knowledge. If you know yourself, there's nothing left to know. Everyone is just boring. Meh. So ideal. Remember, we're chaotic neutral. So we just do stuff to however we deem fit, but we're not specifically trying to harm anyone or specifically trying to help everyone. It's just like whatever we see fit in the situation, and we'll use whatever means, even if it's unlawful. So what are our ideals? Maybe something along the lines, if you're worthy of my, how do you say this? Some sort of sense of superiority, like I'm amazing, and if you're also, if you're super strong, you're deserving of my help, and anyone else just get lost. This sort of elitist snob attitude ideal. Like I'll help so in simple terms, I'll help anyone that has a rating of 10 strength or more. Basically, like something along those lines, maybe.
Maybe not that low, but yes.
Yeah, it's just about the idea. I'm just trying to give a starting point as an ideal. Like strength should be valued, so anyone that is super muscular should be helped if ever needed.
So maybe the better way to put that for the character is that might is right. So like just bashing everything, like there is no.
Okay, idea? What if it's something like if something cannot be solved with brute force, it's not worth it, or something along those lines. Is that really an ideal? Not really.
You could just say survival of the strongest.
Let me think. That sounds very fitting, honestly. But let me think. So survival of the strongest, fittest, whatever. Yeah, it would go well with chaotic because we're not trying to save anyone. We'll just be like, yeah, well, but yeah, if you're weak, you just die. Fuck you. I don't care. And also neutral. Yeah. We're not particularly good or evil. We'll just whatever happens. That one works very well with our alignment. What are the consequences of that? Eggnog likes muscular men. Oh, well, no, don't project from your based on yourself, Toa. Just because you do doesn't mean Eggnog does. Also, maybe we should make that as a specific, like, I'm not gonna tell anyone in my party, but if anyone ever calls me Eggnog, I'll just lose my shit.
Yes.
Just like as this one super specific thing. Just I'll get so fucking triggered that I'll just start a fight with them, and I'm not gonna stop until, I don't know. We'll fight until either somebody rolls a certain persuasion throw, or I'll kill them, something like that. But anyways, we'll work that out. So, ideal survival of the of the strongest. So yeah, if you're weak, you just. Hold on, ideals. What if we do survival of the strongest? If you can't handle it yourself, you don't deserve my help. Something along those lines. It would need to a little better phrasing, because if you can't handle it yourself, you don't need my help. But if you can handle it yourself, you wouldn't need my help. So something along those lines, I think.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So maybe more, something more like, if you don't have muscles, you clearly never bothered, so why should I even help you? As in, if you're some sort of wizard, just fuck you. I don't care about you. I need a fancier way of phrasing that.
I mean, survival of the strongest. Although, anything that you don't understand is like crap. I don't know. How do you phrase that better?
Maybe survival of the strongest. The only thing I respect is muscle or brute force, because that would also imply if you're a wizard, just I don't really care about you. If you're super muscular and super strong, I look up to you. That might cover a lot of it.
Yes.
So, just like a fancy way of putting that. No mercy for the weak. Well, the thing is, a wizard isn't weak. He's just physically weak, but he can still fuck you up with a fireball or whatever else. That's why I'm trying to be more specific with my wording. Because my character will only have respect for physically strong people. Maybe just survival of the strongest, no respect for sorcery. Just very simple and very blunt.
Yeah, that might make sense.
Sorcery. And then just put like in brackets, very impressed by muscles. Just to make it more understandable. So if you're some sort of weak looking, very slim, slender sorcerer, just yeah, I don't care about you. You're just worthless. If you look super muscular, you've got my respect right there already. Okay, bonds. Nothing is more important than the other members of my hermitage, order, or association. Well, we decided that we're like growing up completely isolated. That's why we have the volume problem, so that one doesn't really work. I entered seclusion to hide from the ones who might still be hunting me. I must someday confront them. Could go with that, if we can come up with a good villain story. I'm still seeking the enlightenment I pursued in my seclusion, and it still eludes me. Yeah, we entered seclusion because we wanted to learn about why elves are something. I don't know. I entered seclusion because someone I loved I could not have. That just doesn't go well with the character. The character is too fucking stupid to understand. It's just like, well, if I can have you, I'll just smash you to pieces. Just, I feel like that one doesn't work too well. Should my discovery come to light, it could bring ruin to the world. Well, what did I discover? I figured out that the world is secretly run by a certain subset of the race, and if anybody finds out, they'll... I don't know. We would have to come up with a good discovery that we made while in seclusion. That would be world changing, which I feel like would be very difficult. So, due to my lack of creativity, I'm sort of opposed to it. But if somebody has a good idea of some earth-shattering discovery, sure. My isolation gave me great insight into a great evil that only I can destroy. That one makes a lot of sense. Like, I've been in isolation, I've been studying this. Only I know how to destroy this, even though the other ones might be excellent fighters. I've had this very particular training, so clearly you're, even if you're more muscular, you just no. I have to do this. That's why I went into isolation, because I have to stop a lot of destruction.
Yes. The Lord of Destruction.
Okay, so Number 2, number 3, maybe 5 and 6 are the ones I would say could work as a Bond.
Yeah.
What could we do based on those things? I feel like Bond is the most difficult thing to come up with. This Bond is such a broad thing. Something that keeps you going, something that makes you unique. It could be so many things. Bond, my name is James.
Oh no.
My name is James. I'm a 00. I have 0 wisdom and
Yes,
0
that makes sense.
charisma. Oh, it would be fucking amazing. Well, I guess you can't have 0. The minimum you can have is 3, but still, that would be funny. Bond is really fucking difficult. I can't come up with anything, actually. Not even a vague idea, it's just... Bond is more like a purpose in life, I guess. Like the main driving force. What do I want to accomplish? How do I improve the world? But in a way that mostly affects me and not necessarily the too many other interactions. So it's not something that would play into every conversation.
So maybe going for the evil one, but yeah, maybe.
What if we're just some kind of weird, fucked up idiot that somehow came to the conclusion that all wizards are evil, and if there's any wizards, or wizard as in spellcaster, just in general, if there's any spellcaster in my party, I'll tolerate it as a means to an end, but like my ultimate goal is, I don't know, destroying the greatest wizard of them all, because I decided that, you know what, you're evil. Just sort of something that I decided was evil that doesn't really make too much sense because I'm some sort of demented lunatic.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Or it could just be that you don't know enough about the world to understand. Because you are isolated, or you were isolated, and then you're like, your first encounter with magic was like negative. So you're just like, all magicians are evil. And
we could do some kind of background story, like basically Harry Potter style. My parents were killed by an evil spellcaster. Now I have to take revenge, and I have the scar on my face. You're really lagging out right now, but let's not make it a lightning bolt. Let's just, what's the closer thing to a lightning bolt where everyone would instantly think that without it being a lightning bolt? I like that. You're just making a cheap Harry Potter knockoff. That would be fucking funny. Yeah.
Instead of making it a lightning bolt, make it like cloud with rain coming down.
Bond, my parents were killed by an evil sorcerer. He left me with the scar of a rainy cloud on my face.
That makes sense.
Oh, I'm pretty sure. If Egg is okay with that, yeah. So, my parents were killed by an. Let's go with evil spellcaster. I don't want to specify. I don't know what class he was. He left me with, or actually, he or she. What's my nemesis? Nemesis's gender. They. I could also go with they, I guess.
You could say they. Yeah.
They left me with a scar on my face. What was it specifically? A rainy cloud?
Yeah, rainy cloud.
Rainy cloud. I guess, yeah, sure. So, flaw. Now that I've returned to the world, I enjoy its delights a little too much. So you just get easily carried away with anything that's remotely fun. I harbor dark, bloodthirsty thoughts that my isolation and meditation fail to quell, so you just silently kind of want to kill everyone. I'm dogmatic in my thoughts and philosophy. What's the definition of dogmatic? What would that mean?
Like evangelistic, like.
That by itself doesn't sound too much like a flaw, but yeah.
As in, they'll go to lengths to parade it, to bring it out.
I let my need to win arguments overshadow friendships and harmony. That one definitely seems to be like, yep, I don't know social etiquette. I'll just, fuck you, I'm right, I don't care. I'd risk too much to uncover a lost bit of knowledge. Meh. I like keeping secrets and won't share them with anyone. That one could also be interesting. Just have a very secluded, secretive character that might have a few things that no one else knows about that we just come up with here. Like the fact that if you insult my mother, I will not stop until you're dead. That sort of mentality.
Or like somebody asks you, how did you get that scar on your head? And you just like shut up for the rest of the conversation.
No, you're just like, what scar? You're just in denial.
Yes, completely.
just gaslighting them. I don't have a scar. What do you mean? Yeah, so I'm mostly leaning towards the I let my need to win arguments overshadow, but obviously I don't want to just take them the flaws. I want to come up with something that would be interesting and unique.
Okay.
So let's see, what do we have? What would work? I'm very passionate about my hermit lifestyle. So I go the strongest, which goes very well with that.
Hello, Narco.
Hello, catpeasant.
Oh no, we have a Naga.
An infestation, you might say.
Oh, hold on, I should move us to the streaming channel so people know that I'm streaming so they don't say bad things. Oh, hold on. Okay.
Which that's fine too.
Just to make sure. Okay, parents killed by an evil spellcaster. I don't know how to work that in, and then we have the flaw of getting nervous. I get loud, but we could add another one. I feel like more flaws just can generally make it more interesting, but we could leave it at the just getting loud.
Yeah, I think maybe getting loud, and that could probably be the reason why he like wins all of his arguments. 'Cause he just screams the place down.
Or it could, I mean, it could also lead to something very interesting now that I think about it. If somebody outside of my party, because my party will know at some point, but if somebody outside of my party will notice that whenever I get nervous, I get loud, they'll very easily catch on to anything I'm doing. So I might suddenly be very bad at haggling for prices because I get nervous, and then they can easily tell how much I would be willing to pay. They could easily tell when I'm lying and all of that, so if the enemy has... Yeah, I guess it would make sense if the enemy would always have to do a perception check on when I get louder. And if they pass it, then... I don't know if it would be perception, but yeah, basically they realize, hey, you're getting louder and louder. So you're probably nervous or lying or something. I will be here to not bother too much. Well, you're free to also join the voice chat. That's why we're on here, if you want to input on character creation. It's up to you, but you do you. Okay, we have our flaw. I guess we'll go with this for now. We can go over everything in the end. Okay, physical appearance, we'll have to do that. Personality traits, we've done those. Although, what's a personality trait? I mean, flaws are sort of a personality trait, but I guess they're separate. Done alignment, ideals, bonds, flaws. So what's the physical appearance? Where character appearance? That way, do you put an image here? Where I cannot put text. So yeah, I'll have to ask Teras if he can catch something up, or someone else. I don't know. Yeah. Let's just continue on with what it says. Character's background describes where he or she came from, his or her original occupation, character's place in the D&D world. DM might offer additional stuff. Yep. A background gives your character a background feature, a general benefit, and proficiency in 2 skills. It might also give you additional languages or proficiency with certain tools. Record this information. Okay, background. This is where we go back to the... Where's background? No, this backstory. This is where we go back to. I'll just have it in like Cliff Note. Parents killed by powerful spellcaster.
Yes.
At young age. Did we raise ourselves? Were we raised by wolves or something? What were we?
I mean,
or we could also go for the really cruel, like we were raised by some weird like socially low end farmers, peasants or something, and in some fit of our rage we just killed them, and now we are hermits. So we were raised, let's just say we were raised until the age of 12 by a farmer, and then we just got mad because we had rules imposed upon us, and so we just killed them.
We could do that.
I shall take my leave. Have a nice rest of your evening. Thanks for stopping by, Toa. I will see you.
Oh, we could.
It's a
we could also say that the parents, like our adopted parents, gave us up because we just started shouting at them.
So sort of like a spiteful pubescent teenager.
We are out. Yes.
Okay, and what did they do? They just one night just put us out in a cave while we were sleeping, and then we just woke up in a cave all by ourselves, completely lost.
Or we could rather just say we ran away from home.
Could also work.
That's yeah.
Especially since we're chaotic, like parents usually impose some rules, and we're like, no, fuck you, no rules, I'm leaving.
Yes, that makes
running
sense.
away. Yeah. Parents killed. And then what's the word for our replacement parents? Are they fucking
foster parents?
Foster parents. Ran away from foster parents because they imposed rules.
Yes.
So.
And then like lived in a cave until like 18, and then
cave until. What was the age of maturity for a half orc?
It was 15, I think.
I mean, we're 20, so yeah, 15. Yeah, that sounds about right. This is. So the thing is, our character background also has to give an explanation. Why are we going into adventuring now?
Yes.
So lived in cave until, let's say, until 15, and then why did we change that? Maybe
let's say
we could go for the sort of cheap option and just be like, we had a vision or a dream or something, but.
Or we could just say like, went to seek revenge on the wizard, and so he's now spellcaster.
let's just say 17.
Yeah.
Now adventuring to seek revenge on spellcaster. That's not how you spell spellcaster. Spellcaster. Why are we partying up with the people? What made those people special? Why are we allowing those? Those were just the first people that. Why? Like, they were the first people to not be intimidated, to be like, oh hey, you know what? You sound weird, but let's do it. Just like, why are we specifically going with that party? What's the reason?
Yeah. We probably need more information on exactly the party to like make the story fit. But you could also just say they won a bet, or like you decided to bet, like pit yourself against another person in a drinking match and lost something.
Let's go with they were in a party already. Let's just assume everyone else, all the other 3 people were already in a party, and one of them beat us at something we're very, very passionate about. So either raw strength, they just got lucky, maybe. They beat us at a, well, drinking doesn't really make too much sense, we probably don't drink too much. They beat us at something that we are supposed to be good at. So now in a party, because a party member beat me at something I'm supposed to be good at. Sounds already a better story than the Bible. Literally anything does. What do you mean? Maybe they won a contest of strength by cheating. That could be. Oh my god, that's really good. What if we did like an arm wrestling contest, but they somehow won by cheating, and if we ever find out, there's just like let's just add in brackets, by cheating, if I find out.
Yeah, I like that idea.
Big trouble. We'll have to figure out, since what about everyone else? So depending if everyone, since strength 19 but kinda dumb. Yeah, so let's say if everyone else has, just let's go with extreme. Everyone has a strength of 10 or less and they win. That's really unrealistic. But I just think of them like, yeah, you're just a strong warrior, sure. And then I find out someday that they cheated, I'll just lose my mind and I don't know, go back to the wilderness and cry. This part, like the what will happen in terms of Big Trouble, I'll figure out once I know what kind of characters the other ones are playing. But yeah, someday finding out could unleash the rage. Okay, anything else for the backstory? We got our parents covered, like why we were raised, like yeah, and then we were in a foster home sort of. Didn't want to go, want to live there, lived in cave. That explains why we're good at survival stuff, I guess. I think we picked survival, right? And now we want revenge for our parents. Took the party because somebody beat us, but they cheated. So if we ever find out, so ideally we would pick what we know everyone else's character. We would pick somebody with low strength and a high charisma, so they have a high chance of deceiving. That would make a lot of sense.
At Nago.
But clock is Kello, whatever that means. I need to sleep. Oh, this is amazing. Well, you could just not sleep, like a sane person. I should have probably gone to bed like 2 hours ago. My throat, according to my throat, I should have gone to bed 4 hours ago, but here I am. Or high dex for some kind of sleight of hand or a spell. Yeah, spell could also work. Some kind of deception spell will. We'll have to see once we know everyone else's characters. So So where we were raised specifically, I guess it depends on where the campaign takes place. We were just raised in the wildlands of, or we were just grew up in the wildlands of some area. I'll talk to Egg. I'll send this to him, and then he can give some feedback on where we need to work out more details. But I think as a starting point, I guess this is good enough. I think if there's anything else to add. But I think we're good for now. Okay, so we got a backstory. It gives us proficiency in 2 skills. So I guess we can pick another 2 skills that we're proficient at. Nacht, Schlafgut. Yeah. No you. Nein du. I guess perception could.
Yeah.
What do you think? So if you're surviving in the wilderness, acrobatics makes sense, animal handling makes sense, arcana doesn't, athletics, yeah, perception no, history no, insight, intimidation no, investigation no, nature obviously, perception, yeah, performance meh, persuasion absolutely not, state of hand no, stealth maybe.
Yeah.
So it said I get proficiency in 2 skills and it might give me additional languages. No, I think I'm good on languages and it wouldn't make any sense, to be fair. Certain kinds of tools, maybe. I'll check the tools afterwards. But first of all, wait, background gives me proficiency. Oh, wait, background. No, that's the background. That's, we already picked that. What am I doing? Right. Background was, we picked survival and, wait, no, background gave us medicine and religion, and we picked survival. Wait, why do we only have 3? I'm missing something, aren't I? So hermit background gives us medicine and religion, I remember that. And then we picked survival and I think we said intimidation. Hello?
Yes. So I think we need to take
intimidation. Thanks. Nice. I know why I'm missing something.
Good stuff.
Why you no work? Hello? It literally did 3? I cannot get intimidation. Is it some kind of limitation? Because like, just to test this, if I put 18 here, no, what? Why you no work? I have. Sure, I have. I don't know what level I have this at, but I should have the intimidation skill. Okay, yeah, whatever. Let's move on. Character's abilities. Yeah, we can do anything that requires physical strength, brute force, anything like that. Anything else that's tangentially related, yeah, we can do anything that's completely different, like mental stuff, requires thinking, absolutely not. So, I mean, those are mostly gonna come into play. We actually do role-playing stuff. Equipment. Oh yeah, well, we can go for our starting equipment now.
Yeah.
Races don't have starting equipment, right? Let me just double check.
No, but your class might, I think.
Class definitely has. Half orc. So we have some names, but we don't care, right? Also, just looking over the names, there's no last name, so just Ignog actually works, I guess. Yeah. Ability score, we did that one already. Age, alignment, yeah, we did all these. There's nothing about items, no. Yep, barbarian. Got our hit points figured out. Got our proficiencies. There. So either a great axe or any martial melee weapon. Great axe sounds pretty good, honestly. 2 hand axes or any simple weapon. And then an explorer's pack and 4 javelins. So I guess this one is just giving us the choice between two-handing and one-handed.
Yeah.
I don't think it really matters too much.
It depends if you want to be a dual wield or a single wield.
But what difference does it really make at the end of the day?
So you can use a shield.
Yeah, true.
So you might want to have a shield.
Do I? I could, definitely, but do I want to?
I mean, you could also just have this massive sword and just smash people like that.
Yeah, that's the thing I'm asking. I could just be this destroy everything, glass cannon, I don't care. I'm gonna kill you before you kill me. Massive cube of meat, or I could actually somewhat care about defenses. And I do have proficiency with shields, so I shouldn't use them. And looking at all the things, it's not like there's anything that particularly makes me think we should go one way or another. So I guess since we picked dexterity as the third one, let's just go with so we could pick a great axe and 2 hand axes, only use one of them, and then have a shield, buy a shield, I guess, at some point. So we cannot start with a shield. So
yeah.
Where's my equipment? Great axe. 2 times and what was it? Just yes. Explorer's pack. Four times javelin. Okay, class determines that. I guess I don't get any armor. But I have my unarmored defense. Guess always. Okay. Instead of taking the gear given, you can purchase starting equipment. I don't know if I care to bother with that. Will just take way longer then, I guess. Armor class. Without armor shield AC 10 plus dex modifier. What was it here? Plus constitution modifier, which is +1 or something. Not much. Is there something for the armor class? Well, then the armor class would be 10 plus dex modifier plus constitution modifier. So 10 plus dex modifier.
Does con add to armor class?
Yes, because I'm a barbarian. Unarmored defense. I don't have armor, thus it does.
Right, okay.
that a feature or trait, by the way? I just... Class features, yeah, I... Probably put that here as well then. Features and...
I would probably leave it out. Because...
It's just so I can remember if I'm not wearing anything.
Oh, okay.
10 plus dex mod plus const mod. I just want to have it all in one place. So that's at second level, so I'll get to that when I level up. Also rage. Right, I want to figure out my armor class. Where did it say the different tiers, like how much you need of each? The modifiers. 30 skills and modifiers with this one?
Yeah. I think it's most of your scores are +0.
So dex is 9. So
wait, you got a -2. Never mind.
I got a -1 because of dex. And then constitution is 13. So I got a +1, so it's a +0. So I literally have an armor class of 10. My dexterity is actually just fucking me over. Because it's 10 plus dexterity modifier, which is -1, plus constitution modifier, which is +1. But if I get one more constitution, then I will be at 14, so it will be +2. But yeah, for now, my armor class is 10. Yes, armor class, yep. Weapons. Which weapon your character wields, calculate the modifier. Attacks. Do I have any special attacks? I just have the normal hit thingy, right? Just trying to think what else I need to fill in. I think that one's mentioned on the class thingy. I'm just trying to see what we haven't filled out yet. How do I get my passive wisdom actually? Is it just my normal wisdom, or do I... There's a few things that might give me a boost, but I don't think I have any of those, so... Otherwise I might just have to ask Egg. Isn't initiative rolls for every single combat, or every single battle, so... Oh. Initiative. Where does it actually say? All of these are just things that affect my initiative, but... Yeah, everyone rolls initiative, so... I guess I roll at the beginning of each fight, yeah. So that one, that will constantly change. My hit dice, those I still need to figure out, I think. They were mentioned on the class. And then you add your weapon to it, presumably. Hello, classes. Hit die, there we go. For Barbarian, it's a d12. 1d12 per Barbarian level, so 1d12. total level. Guess I've had others. Don't. Okay, we have that. Tags and spellcasting. I think I'm gonna have to contact Egg for that one. I presume I just have some kind of normal hit attack, which is probably, what is it? Bludgeoning, slashing, piercing, just some physical damage.
Yeah, it depends on your weapon.
That's I was just about to say, like, it doesn't say anywhere here. Where's all the weapons? And where are the weapons listed? I don't see it anywhere. Equipment, weapons. There we go. Okay, weapon properties. Let's just see. What do we? Go away. So we have great axe and a hand and 2 hand axes. So they deal 1d6 slashing. 1d6 slashing. I can't type. And a great axe 1d12 slashing. So for the attacks, I don't know what the name is, just normal attack, damage type slashing, because I use an axe, but as I said, I'll just ask Egg to make sure that I've got everything right on that. Character appearance, what favorite allies and organizations? Probably none, because we grew up as a hermit. It's not like I have any kind of alliance to a monastery or any kind of community.
Yeah.
So that one, 3 additional features and traits. Oh, we already have features and traits, so 3. Any more? Treasure. Probably the stuff that we find throughout adventures and spellcasting. Oh, we don't do any spells, so I think we're done.
Yeah.
I still have to figure, what do I put here? Is this just my, so anything that's based on wisdom, I put my wisdom in unless I have an explicit bonus to it?
I think so.
Because I think that's what it is, but I'll. So what the fuck is inspiration? I guess I'll just ask Egg. He probably knows this. So let's go over it, and then I'll just go because I'm fucking dying in terms of voice. So
cool.
we have Ignog the Barbarian. We're going with, once we're level 3, Path of the Berserker as opposed to Path of the Totem something. We're a half orc, hermit background, chaotic neutral, lots of strength, decent amount of constitution, everything else is kinda meh. Saving throws, strength and constitution, obviously. We have intimidation, because we're proficient in that. We have medicine and religion because of our hermit background, and we also chose survival. We have 1 d12 as a hit die, 13 hit points, 10 armor class, speed of 30. We're very passionate about the hermit lifestyle, and we're gonna try to sell everyone on it. If there's any opportunity to be like, you should try the hermit lifestyle, we'll try. We'll talk anyone into it. Ideal, survival of the strongest. Basically, just if you're muscular, you have my respect. If you're some kind of weak-looking sorcerer, just fuck off. I have no respect for you. Bonds, Parents were killed by an evil spellcaster. They left me with a scar on my face. Rainy cloud. And flaws, we get nervous, we just get loud without noticing. So if somebody else notices, they can very easily tell when we're nervous, lying, or just get the upper hand on us with that. We have dark vision because we're orc. We have proficiency on intimidation. When we drop to 0 hit points, as long as we're not killed outright, we drop to 1 hit point instead. When we do a crit, we do extra damage of some sort. We enter rage as a bonus action. And we have bonus defense when unarmored, although our dexterity is fucking us over, so it's actually not any bonus. We know common and orcish. We also chose celestial because if it ever comes up, it might be very handy. Can use light and medium armor. Never use heavy armor because it'll completely fuck us over. Like, only use stuff we have proficiency for. Once we get a shield, we'll definitely use that. Proficiency with simple and martial weapons and a herbalism kit, so might save someone with that. Equipment: a scroll case stuffed full of notes from your studies or prayers. I guess studies of the wild. We'll have to figure out the details. A winter blanket makes a lot of sense, especially since we just grew up in a cave. Set of common clothes, yep. Herbalism kit that we're proficient with as well. A great axe or 2 hand axes, whichever one we want to use. An explorer's pack, whatever the hell that is. And 4 javelins. We also have 5 gold. 20 years old, medium height at 183 centimeters. We weigh about 102 kilograms. Sky blue or light blue eye color. Light gray with a very, very slight hint of purple in terms of skin color, and black hair with a very, very slight hint of pink. Appearance, no affiliations with anyone. Our backstory: our parents were killed by a powerful spellcaster at a young age, who left us with the scar. And we had foster parents, but we ran away because they imposed rules, and we're chaotic, so fuck rules. Lived in a cave until about 17, and now we're adventuring to first of all get stronger and eventually seek revenge on the spellcaster that killed our parents. We ended up in a party because one of our party members beat us at some kind of competition, most likely revolving around strength. They probably cheated it, and if we ever find out, there's gonna be problems. I think that's our character.
Well, I'm sure there's some other things that are going to be edited later.
Obviously, this is going to change. As soon as we level up, it's all going to change. And as I said, a few things I'm not sure what to fill in on, so I'll have to ask our DM, but a good time. Oh, right, I wanted to check Explorer's Pack. Go back to here. On. Stunning equipment, I think. Just want to know what an adventurous pack actually is. About armor or weapons. Don't see adventurous pack. What the fuck is it? Who? What's pack? Who? Adventurers pack. Me. 3? We got that because of the class, right? So this. Explorer's pack. Oh yeah, well maybe I should. Why did I say? I need to leave. Explorer's pack. There we go. Equipment packs, Explorer's pack. Just oh, no. So backpack, bedroll, mess kit, dinner box, 10 torches, 10 days of rations. Whatever the hell a water skin is.
It's like a bottle for water, except made of leather.
Oh. So 50 feet of demon rope. It doesn't matter where it is, we have it. That's the important part here. Yes. I think we're good to go. As far as we can figure it out. This was our character. This is what you got yourself into, Cat Peasant. So once again, I have no clue when we're starting. I don't know if Egg is done with the campaign. I don't know if anyone else has done their character yet. And I'll obviously still need to fill in a few blanks here, but I guess I've done my stuff now, so I'm ready to go mostly. I'm just gonna have to find someone to raid now so I can stop talking, because my throat is dying.
Thanks for the stream and the character building.
So you paid for it, you know. Your reward, I guess. Where do we go? Either we watch Nightcat's bot or we watch Torg9 doing Rayman, or somebody suggests something else.
Talk 9.
Oh, outro scene. Where? There. So, would you like to see the music again?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, well, wait, what? He ended his stream? Oh, well, Torg9 apparently pretty much just ended his stream?
Okay.
Well,
Never mind.
that answers that. Yep, he just ended it like seconds ago. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be streaming on Sunday, because help, my throat. That was way too much talking. Oh hey, what? Oh yeah, right, Back 4 Blood Early Access is out. Hey, that's good, that means that there'll soon be some reviews of it, so I can decide whether or not I want to care about it. That's nice, I guess. Okay, recap. We did Bible things. Bible's still awful, would not recommend. We've done our D&D character for the most part. Next stream will be on Monday. There's a very good chance that there will be more streams throughout the next week because I'm not working, so pretty high chance that I might just stream. What the fuck is it called? Ghost Runner. That game was pretty fun. And whenever else I know more about D&D, I'll post on Discord unless I forget. I don't think I have anything else to say, so we're just gonna raid Nightcat, who's running a self-written Diablo 1 bot, basically. But just either you already know about it, or you should just join on the raid and watch. Pretty interesting. And I will probably see you on Monday on Discord, !Discord, !YouTube, !Twitter. All the things. I don't have anything else to say. Look. There's a... Do you see this? There's a weird guy floating around. Isn't that amazing? Do you see this? This is why you should follow my Twitch channel. Okay, bye.